Chapter 2300. These black ants were very large and had very strong killing power. Zichen believed that if he ran a little later, he would be drowned by the black ants in an instant. Just as he stepped on the back of the black ants and jumped out, he saw that the area of more than 10 meters in front of him was already covered by the black ants, and the number of layers was still increasing. There were still countless black ants coming in his direction at high speed. He tapped his feet, and his body soared into the air and flew more than 10 meters away. Using his extreme speed allowed him to keep a light pace and not be swallowed by these ants. When he steadied himself more than 10 meters away, the cave he had been hiding in was no longer visible. What he saw was a dense black ant that completely covered the cave. At this moment, the wind was still whistling, the earth was still shaking, and the roars of beasts and angry shouts were constantly heard. Zichen, who was retreating, did not have the time to see who was fighting here. Since he had lost his hiding spot, it meant that he would soon be swallowed up by the dangerous night. The only thing he could do now was to quickly find a place to hide. After identifying a direction, he rushed forward without hesitation at a very fast speed. As he rushed forward, he glanced at the scene in the distance from the corner of his eyes. There were 3 people who looked like shadows and a black bear that looked like a puppet. They were surrounding a fake divine beast that couldn't be seen clearly. The 2 sides were fighting. However, at this moment, he suddenly rushed out, which made the 3 people look sideways in surprise. Zichen retracted his gaze from the corner of his eye and began to accelerate. He was definitely using his fastest speed. According to what the old man had said, there was an inn not far from the cave. This was also the place that the old man had specially chosen. In case there was a change at night, he could rush there and get shelter. Unexpectedly, at the moment Zichen was running away, he heard a roar that shook the sky. It was the fake divine beast that was fighting the 3 people and the black bear, which suddenly broke through their encirclement and rushed forward. Coincidentally, the direction in which the fake divine beast was rushing was the direction in which Zichen was escaping. The speed of this pseudo-divine beast was very fast. While the 3 of them and the bear were in a daze, it had already caught up with Zichen. Maybe it was because Zichen was blocking its way, or maybe it hated humans too much, or maybe it saw that Zichen was too weak. The pseudo-divine beast, which was running away, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Zichen. A strong wind swept over from behind, blowing Zichen's tattered robe. Even though he didn't turn around, he knew what was happening behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With the bamboo basket on his back, he directly grabbed the snake's head and turned around to smash the pseudo-divine beast like an iron lock. After turning around, Zichen saw the pseudo-divine beast clearly. It looked like a wolf with a horn on its head. Besides that, there was nothing special about it. However, such a thing was even more powerful than some saint beasts. Pa! The whistling snake tail hit the wolf's head in an instant, making a crisp sound. After being hit by a huge force, the wolf's head turned in midair. Under the inertia, the side of its face continued to rush forward. Releasing his right hand that was holding the snake's head, Zichen clenched his fist and hit the wolf's face with all his strength. Pang! Another loud sound rang out, and the unicorn wolf was sent flying just like that. The strong recoil caused Zichen's body to sway. Ignoring the pain in his right hand, he shook his hand and continued to rush forward with the puppet snake. Not far away, the 3 people and 1 bear who were about to charge forward saw that the weak-looking fellow in front of them had actually sent the lone horned wolf flying so cleanly. Their expressions were all startled, somewhat astonished, and their speed slowed down slightly. Roar! The beast's roar continued. This time, there was less fear and more anger. After the single-horned wolf landed on the ground, it once again pounced towards Zichen. Its pair of wolf eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Get lost. The wind was blowing all around, and danger could come at any time. Seeing the single-horned wolf coming at him again, Zichen was really angry. After an angry roar, he waved the puppet snake again and rushed toward the single-horned wolf. The puppet snake in his hand was like a long whip, accurately hitting the single-horned wolf. The latter let out a whimper in pain, but Zichen ignored it. In an instant, he sped up and rushed forward, hitting the opponent's head with a punch. After knocking the single-horned wolf to the ground, Chen rushed forward again. His left leg was stuck on the struggling wolf's leg. His left and right hands clenched into fists, and like raindrops, his fists continuously hit the single-horned wolf's head. Each of Chen's attacks contained his full strength. Every time his fist landed, it would cause the ground to tremble along with it. Peng! Peng! As the fists fell, the single-horned wolf's mouth was bleeding, and it let out a whimper. The 3 people and 1 bear in the distance were completely dumbfounded. It seemed that this was the first time they saw a puppet master fighting with a puppet. Not only was his fighting style strange, but his speed and strength were also ridiculously powerful. Although the single-horned wolf had suffered some injuries under their siege, it was definitely not something that a person could deal with alone. But looking at the guy in front of them, he seemed to be fighting effortlessly. Not good, there are divine ants. Just as they were watching Chen's battle in a daze, a cry of alarm came from the black bear's mouth. Hearing this cry of alarm, the other 3 people's faces changed. Then, they all wrapped the black robes on their bodies. The black robes covered their entire bodies. Even the place where their eyes were was covered by a layer of crystal. The wind suddenly became louder, and there was a rustling sound in it. This made Chen feel that something was wrong. The moment he turned his head, he saw a black wind coming from afar. It was like a real wind. In that wind, there were countless black ants. They were entangled together, and with the help of the wind, they flew at a very fast speed. This scene gave Chen a big fright. He no longer cared about the single-horned wolf, got up, grabbed the puppet snake, and ran. The single-horned wolf, who had endured countless punches from Chen, was still a little dizzy after getting up. Its body was swaying. However, its perception of danger was clearly better than these people. Before it could stand firmly, it bent its body and instantly charged forward with all its strength. The wind blew, and the black ants in it brushed past the single-horned wolf's body. Only a dozen or so black ants landed on the wolf's body. The rest followed the wind and continued to move forward. Their target was Chen. As for the 3 people and the black bear, they stood in the wind, allowing the black ants to pass by. Not a single one attacked them. The wind became stronger and stronger. Chen could clearly feel that danger was approaching. And the speed at which the danger was approaching him was faster than the speed at which he was escaping. He knew that he couldn't escape. In an instant, he turned around, swung the puppet snake, and smashed it forward. Pa! The puppet snake, which was close to 4 meters long, swept past and broke the black mass of ants at the front. Many of the black ants fell to the ground. Some died, while others struggled to crawl towards Chen. Pa! Pa! The puppet snake in Chen's hand danced continuously. Pa! 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 Another large number of black ants were scattered and fell to the ground. However, the number of black ants was too great. It could be said that there were too many of them. In addition, the wind was strong. After Chen had attacked 5 times, the large group of black ants behind him had already rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Chen had become an ant-man. Is he dead? Not far away, the 3 people wearing special robes looked at Chen, who was surrounded by black ants. One of them muttered, "He's still not dead. Could it be that he's still a god?" Another voice sounded. It was a clear female voice. "This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. It's a pity that he died just like that." The third person sighed. The woman who spoke earlier turned around and looked at the black bear. She said, "It's all because you were too reckless and destroyed his hiding place." The black bear awkwardly scratched its bald head and said embarrassedly, "Isn't that a mistake? Who knew that the horned wolf would be so strong?" Just as the 4 people were talking, in front of them, where the black ants completely covered, a tricolored smoke suddenly rose. The moment the smoke appeared, it spread in all directions. The black ants quickly melted and disappeared in the tricolored smoke. That's the tricolored poison smoke. They must have accidentally triggered the mechanism in the puppet snake. The black bear said in shock after seeing this scene. As the tricolored poison smoke spread, more and more black ants disappeared. These black ants clearly had some kind of intelligence. The continuous disappearance of their companions made them feel fear, and they immediately scattered. Those who ran fast could still live, while those who ran slow directly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge group of black ants from before scattered just like that. The three people and the bear looked forward, and even ignored the horned wolf not far away. Under normal circumstances, when the black ants covered the whole body, there would be nothing left when the black ants scattered. At this moment, something far beyond their expectations happened. After the three-colored poison fog became slightly diluted, a figure quickly rushed out from it and ran into the distance. The figure carried a bamboo basket on his back and a puppet snake on his shoulder. There were no injuries on his body, and even the speed of his escape was as fast as before. How could this be? Seeing the figure disappear in a puff of smoke, the three people and the bear were stunned and speechless again. They had never seen anyone who could walk out of the tri-colored poison smoke unscathed. Moreover, that person's body did not have any light circulating around it. It was obvious that he did not take the special antidote pill. Just like that, they saw that person run and run, constantly releasing the tri-colored poison smoke to resolve the crisis until he completely disappeared from their sight. Chapter 2301. While the three people and one bear were tidying up the spoils, Zichen was constantly entangled with the black ants, cursing his bad luck in his heart. Fortunately, the wind finally weakened, and the black ants fell one by one, no longer using the wind to advance. Zichen rushed forward, not even looking back. He didn't want to encounter a group of mosquitoes after dispersing the black ants. After walking for about a few miles, he finally saw the inn that the old man had mentioned. There was light in the inn. Zichen quickly went forward and knocked on the door of the inn. A moment later, a man dressed as a waiter opened the door for him, and Zichen walked in. The waiter sized up the battered Zichen and said indifferently, "You still want to stay in this inn at this late hour?" Zichen didn't say anything. He flipped his hand and took out a piece of black iron from the bamboo basket and tossed it to the man. The man caught it and weighed it in his hand before saying, "You can only stay on the first floor for one night. Just find a place to sit." This inn had 2 floors. The first floor had some tables and chairs, like a tavern, while the second floor was the accommodation. At this moment, there were already more than 10 people on this floor. It seemed that they were like Zichen, who didn't pay enough to stay on the second floor. Some of them were in groups of 2 or 3, while others were in groups of 4. These people kept looking at Zichen after he came in, and he could see some hostility in their eyes. Zichen glanced at these people and saw an empty table. He ignored them and walked straight to it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, a black ant crawled out of the bamboo basket behind him and fell to the ground. POW. Zichen stomped his foot down and crushed the black ant into pieces. Zichen threw the puppet snake on his shoulder to the side and sat down on a chair. He asked, "Do you have water?" Maybe it was because of the puppet snake, but the waiter poured water for Zichen. Pa. Another sound came from the right. It was a black ant that had crawled out of the snake puppet's mouth and was trampled to death by Zichen. In this short period of time, Zichen had already trampled 5 black ants to death. It was obvious that he had been in a great battle with the black ant earlier and had accidentally left these on his body. Those people, who had unfriendly expressions earlier, tactfully withdrew their gazes when they saw the ghastly black ant corpses. Zichen. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded from the second floor. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and saw a young man appear at the top of the stairs, walking towards the first floor. "I thought you wouldn't come today." The one who came down from upstairs was, of course, Jiao and Huang Tu, speaking of which, in this world, only the other party would speak to him with such a tone and expression. "Something happened on the way, so I was delayed." Seeing Jiao and Huang Tu, a rare smile appeared on Zichen's face. Jiao and Huang Tu, who came to Zichen's side and was about to sit down, saw these black ants and his expression couldn't help but change. He said, "You were attacked." Zichen glanced at the puppet snake under his feet, nodded and said, "If it wasn't for it, I'm afraid I would have been completely defeated today." "What's going on?" Jiao and Huang Tu sat down. It seemed that because the other party was on the second floor and had an identity that was not to be trifled with, the waiter took the initiative to pour water. "I don't know where this idiot came from, but he actually destroyed my hiding place in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, Zichen's heart was filled with anger, and his voice inevitably raised a little. However, these words were so ear-piercing to everyone's ears, and their expressions changed slightly. In this place, there weren't many people who dared to walk at night, and there were even fewer who dared to fight at night. Only those hunters dared to walk at night, and every hunter was an ability user. Are you talking about a hunter? I haven't seen a hunter yet. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu asked curiously. I don't know, I only know that it's 3 idiots and a bear. Zichen didn't have a good impression of the 3 people and the bear, so he naturally didn't hold back. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu signaled Zichen to be quiet, and whispered beside him, Be quiet, those hunters are extremely powerful. Zichen drank a mouthful of water, snorted softly, and said, They did the idiotic thing themselves, and they can't let others talk about it. If it wasn't for the 3-colored poison fog, Zichen would have definitely died there today. It was normal for Zichen to be angry after almost losing his life. Moreover, this was obviously an unexpected disaster. If it wasn't for the other party's battle that affected him, how could such a thing happen? In this world, every hunter is an ability user, but every ability user may not be able to be a hunter. Hunters are recognized as strong, and they are naturally respected. At this moment, Zichen's words undoubtedly aroused the dissatisfaction of others, and for a moment, all kinds of gazes were directed at Zichen. One of the 4 people sitting at the next table looked at Zichen and said with dissatisfaction, If you say hunters are idiots, then what are you? Scram. Zichen turned around and glared at the other party, his words cold. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes, and he grabbed the weapon beside him. Beside him, the other 3 people also stood up as they stared at Zichen with a cold glint in their eyes. It's a misunderstanding, everyone. This is a misunderstanding. My friend didn't mean it that way. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu quickly stood up and waved their hands. Huang Tu, come up. At this moment, Jiao Tu Kello's voice came from the 2nd floor. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu turned to look at the ancestor on the 2nd floor. The other party's words were indifferent and firm. We still have to travel tomorrow, hurry up and rest. This sentence could not be refused. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu looked at Zichen with an apologetic smile, and after using their eyes to signal him not to cause trouble, they turned and walked upstairs. However, after going upstairs, he did not rest, but watched from above. He understood the ancestor's meaning very well, which was to stay away from Zichen and not have anything to do with him. Originally, the 4 of them were still a little afraid of Jiao Tu and Huang Tu, who came down from the 2nd floor, but after Jiao Tu and Huang Tu went upstairs, the 4 of them were completely relieved. Not only did their gazes towards Zichen become colder, but there was also a hint of provocation. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish, Zichen said coldly. He had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. At this moment, he did not mind killing a few more people. Shameless boasting. The 4 of them were obviously not afraid of trouble. They pretended to walk over, but the waiter not far away had no intention of stopping them. It seemed that this kind of thing often happened. Zichen's hand went to his back, where he was carrying a long strip. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, sounding urgent and powerful. Open the door. At the same time, it was accompanied by a deep voice, strong and powerful. In this dark night, to dare to knock on the door with such a tone, the person who came was definitely an ability user. The waiter quickly went forward to open the door. As for the 4 people who were about to make a move, they also stopped and returned to their seats, standing there and watching this scene coldly. The door of the inn was opened by the waiter, and a huge object appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a mechanical puppet that looked like a black bear. It pushed the waiter away with one hand and said loudly, "Get out of the way." Pushing the waiter away, it walked in from outside the door, carrying the corpse of a horned wolf on its shoulder. Blood dripped down its shoulder and soon dyed the floor red. The waiter stepped aside and lowered his head as if he didn't see this scene. He didn't even ask the waiter to pay for his stay. After this mechanical puppet that looked like a black bear walked in, 3 more people covered in black robes walked in. Looking at the other party's attire, everyone couldn't help but recall what Zichen had said before. 3 idiots and a black bear. There was no doubt that the people the other party was talking about were the 3 hunters and the black bear in front of them. Seeing the 3 people, Zichen was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to meet them here. What were these hunters doing here in the middle of the night instead of hunting those pseudo-divine beasts? Everyone's eyes fell on Zichen for a moment, making Zichen feel very unnatural. On the 2nd floor, Jiatu and Huangtu also guessed that the people Zichen was talking about were the 4 people in front of them. They looked at Zichen with some worry. Jiatu Kello appeared and signaled with his eyes that the other party was not allowed to go down. The Jiatu family would not participate in anything related to Zichen. "Mph, the idiots you were talking about are here." Not far away, one of the 4 people who had a conflict with Zichen sneered at him. His words were neither loud nor soft, enough for the people who came later to hear. "What did you say?" The black bear had just thrown down the corpse of the horned wolf when it heard these words. Its bare eyes stared at that person. The person cupped his fists and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. I said it for him to hear. Just now, this guy came here and boasted shamelessly that the 4 of you are 3 idiots and a black bear. How dare you? Who said that?" The black bear's voice was raised a lot, and its words became very cold and harsh. The other party looked at Zichen without leaving a trace, which made the black bear step forward angrily, preparing to send the other party flying with a slap. The others watched from the side and sneered without saying a word. It was obvious that this guy had offended these hunters and would not be able to survive. In this world, there were no rules at all. Whoever lived was the rule. The man who spoke also sneered and looked at Zichen with a pair of gloating eyes. Zichen had been silent, but he did not take out the hand on his back. He was already in a state of alert. If there was any danger, he would immediately take action. The black bear, who was walking forward, saw the bamboo basket and puppet snake beside Zichen, and its eyes changed a little. The anger in its eyes lessened a little. The palm that was about to slap Zichen slowly landed on the table in front of Zichen. Then, the tall black bear leaned over, tilted its head, and looked at Zichen. Its eyes, which were originally filled with anger, now had a glimmer of light. The loud voice sounded again, "Hey, it's you. Xiuqi, Xiongxian, come quickly. He's actually here." As he spoke, He Xiong sat down beside Zichen, showing no signs of hostility. The crowd, who had thought that they would see an exciting battle, was stunned when they heard the black bear's surprised words. Chapter 2302. Black Bear came in front of Zichen. Everyone didn't see the battle that they had imagined. When Black Bear saw Zichen, he seemed very happy. He sat down just like that, as if they were very familiar with each other. The others beside him were all stunned. "I said you're an idiot, and you really think you're an idiot. Get lost." A clear female voice rang out. It was a black-robed person walking over. Then, she kicked the black bear away without any trace of politeness. As she walked forward, the other party untied the black robe on her body, revealing a tall figure, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. Her long black hair was tied behind her back with a hairband. She wore a purple tight suit. Holding the untied black robe in her hand, she sat beside Zichen. Her bright eyes looked at Zichen unscrupulously. "He said I'm a bear, not an idiot. He was talking about the 3 of you." Black Bear, who was kicked away, muttered in dissatisfaction. He took a few steps back and pressed a certain mechanism with one hand. After coming to this world, this was the first time Zichen saw a woman. Moreover, she was a beautiful and powerful ability user. This surprised him. If she was in the outside world, this woman would be a Saint King. She would definitely be a top powerhouse. This kind of surprise caused his expression to change slightly. However, he quickly controlled his emotions. Unlike the others, he only had eyes for this woman. He was completely attracted by her appearance. The other 2 black-robed people also took off their black robes and sat down. A hole appeared behind Black Bear. A man who wasn't very tall walked out and sat down opposite Zichen. "My name is Xiuqi. May I know your name?" On the other side of Zichen, a young man cupped his fists and said to Zichen. "Zichen." Zichen said indifferently. Although he didn't feel any hostility from them, he didn't let down his guard. Brother Zichen, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Xiuqi once again clasped his fists towards Zichen and said apologetically. Forget it. You guys didn't mean it. Zichen waved his hand. Their attitude made it impossible for him to pursue the previous matter. My name is Tom. Zichen, you are really powerful. Not only did you beat up the lone-horned wolf, but even that group of divine ants couldn't do anything to you, the man who walked out of the mechanical black bear said to Zichen. Tom, you have to apologize first. This is all your fault. The woman who had been silent all this time said. The man named Tom scratched his head and said, Oh, I'm really sorry. That lone-horned wolf was too strong. I was careless and was sent flying, accidentally exposing your hiding place. However, I can see that you are very strong. Being a hunter is not a problem for you. Why didn't you come to the inn and instead hide in the cave? Zichen wasn't used to Tang Pu being so talkative, so he didn't know how to respond. Tom, you talk too much nonsense. Zichen, right? My name is Xiongxian. Is this puppet snake yours? Could it be that you're the same as Tang Pu? Are you also a puppet master? The beautiful woman looked at Zichen curiously. Zichen thought to himself, you talk a lot of nonsense too. It seems like we aren't familiar enough to ask all sorts of questions, right? However, he saw that the four of them didn't have any ill intentions, so he replied, I'm not a puppeteer, and this puppet snake isn't mine. Then why do you have it? Xiongxian asked, puzzled. The puppeteer wanted to kill me, but I killed him. I saw that this puppet snake wasn't damaged at all, so I thought I could sell it for a good price. Zichen's answer left everyone speechless. The faces of the four people who had a conflict with Zichen turned ugly. They had guessed that Zichen should be a puppeteer, and a puppeteer with a broken puppet. Such an existence had almost no combat power. However, they didn't expect that he wasn't a puppeteer at all. The puppet snake was just his spoils of war. The four hunters did not seem to be hostile, but they were definitely not easy to talk to. They were called idiots and bears for no reason, but not only did they not get angry, they even apologized as soon as they came up. This showed how strong Zichen's combat power was. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died many times over. Oh, so that's how it is. Then, the tricolor poison mist isn't yours. How did you ignore it? Tom Pu asked again. Zichen frowned slightly, not knowing how to answer. Tom, don't be rude. Xiuqi, the young man from before, glared at Tom. This was obviously a secret. There was no reason to show it to others casually. The words here were clearly heard by the others. After hearing that the other party ignored the tricolor poison mist, everyone's face changed again, and they were shocked in their hearts. It's not unreasonable. In fact, I don't know the reason. Maybe it's because I'm naturally resistant to poison. Zichen shook his head and said casually. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire place became deathly silent. In this world, there was no such thing as innate skills. All innate skills could be called abilities. If it was really innate resistance to poison, then there would be a strong rejection of poison. In this way, one could become a poison master. Poison master. That was an occupation that made many ability users tremble in fear upon hearing its name. Zichen is a poison master. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Perhaps in the outside world, a poison master was nothing, but in this world, a poison master's ability was extremely powerful. They were so powerful that they were immune to poison, so powerful that everyone feared them. They were almost the top existence in this world except for the gods. It could be said that the status of a poison master in this world was equivalent to the status of a harmonious spirit master in the star path. Jiao Tu Kailuo snorted. He knew very well that Zichen only had a special physique. It was only luck that allowed him to block the tricolor poison. As for becoming a poison master that was immune to poison, that was simply impossible. These four fellows who were trying to be friendly obviously misunderstood Zichen's ability. Otherwise, Zichen would have long been torn to shreds by the four of them. Xiuqi and the woman named Xiongxian exchanged glances, and then no longer asked this question. Xiongxian tilted her head and looked at Zichen, and said, "You look so young. Is this your first time going to Instigate Town? Zichen nodded. He knew the name of the town from the old man. Are you going to trade or are you planning to stay there for a long time? Xiong Xian asked again. I'm going to find someone. Oh, who is it? Let's hear it. Maybe we know him. An old blacksmith. I think his surname is Wei. Seeing the other party being so enthusiastic, Zichen's heart moved, and he said the purpose of his visit. You should be talking about old fart Wei, right? Not only does he know how to blacksmith, he also knows how to refine weapons. Are you looking for him to refine weapons? Xiong Xian asked. You know him? Zichen was surprised. He had just casually mentioned it, but he did not expect the other party to actually know him. Of course I know him. Old fart Wei lives next door to us, and we have a good relationship. Xiuqi laughed and said, all these years, we have never seen anyone looking for old fart Wei. Who are you to him? A friend asked me to look for him. We did not know each other before, but he said that he would let me follow old fart Wei from now on. Meeting is fate. Waiter, bring some wine and dishes. Xiuqi said, today, we want to have a good drink with brother Zichen. I want good wine and good dishes. Tang Piu added, if not, take this unicorn wolf and stew it. We have a good relationship with old fart Wei. Since you are looking for him, then we are considered to be on the same side. Tomorrow morning, we will bring you to find him. If he is willing to take you in, then we will be neighbors. The man who had not spoken all this while laughed and said, looking very friendly, oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiu Jin. Zichen could feel that after he said old fart Wei's name, these people became even friendlier. That friendliness was completely sincere, and not deliberate. Xiuqi, Xiu Jin, Tang Piu, Xiong Xian. Don't tell me they are the 4 demon hunter cultivators of Su Hui Town? Just at this time, a cry of surprise came from not far away. The 4 demon hunter cultivators, 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 puppet. This puppet referred to the puppet master. In Su Hui Town, the 4 of them were quite famous. The 4 of them had different abilities, but their fighting strength was extremely strong. When they were combined, they were even more powerful. After guessing the identities of the 4, the surrounding people looked at the 4 of them with even more admiration. Just as the waiter was preparing the dishes, Xiuqi took out a jade bottle from his bosom. After opening it, a ray of light burst out from the jade bottle. Xiuqi tilted the jade bottle, and a drop of glowing liquid came out, and landed in Xiuqi's palm. Zichen looked at the drop of liquid curiously. He could feel a dense energy ripple from it. This was the first time he felt an energy ripple ever since he came to this world. Just as Zichen was curiously sizing up the drop of liquid, the surrounding people's eyes were already wide open. Their faces were full of surprise, and from the looks of it, they could not wait to take the drop of liquid for themselves. They did not need to think to guess that the drop of liquid was something good. Xiuqi placed the drop of liquid in front of Zichen, and said, originally, we were just here to greet you, and let this matter pass. I did not expect you to be looking for old fart Wei. That means you are indeed one of us. Who knows, you might even be neighbors in the future. Just greeting you is not justifiable. You have a share in killing the lone-horned wolf. This is your reward and a greeting gift. What is this? Zichen did not take the drop of liquid. Instead, he looked at it and asked suspiciously. Sacred source liquid, also known as ability source liquid. It is a good thing that can awaken abilities, Xiuqi said. There's such a thing. Zichen's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Although this world has only one set of rules, it is still very mystical. Xiuqi looked at Zichen and laughed, and said, this thing's main use is to strengthen the body. The effect of awakening abilities is relatively small, but if you gather enough of it, you can still awaken abilities. Chapter 2303. Sacred Source Liquid was also known as Ability Source Liquid. It was a unique product of this world and was very different from the source liquids produced on other planets. It was the most basic and important thing in this world and was the goal that many people pursued. But at the same time, too many people might not even obtain a single drop from the moment they came to this world. That drop of sacred source fluid had attracted everyone's attention. Compared to it, Xiongxian's looks didn't seem as attractive anymore. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Zichen took in everyone's expressions and shook his head in refusal. One could not accept a reward without doing anything, let alone something so valuable. Take it, we won't lose out. We can still exchange for 2 more drops if we go back and deal with this wolf. If you hadn't stopped it, we wouldn't have gotten a single drop. Seeing that Zichen still had the intention to refuse, Xiongxian said unhappily, how can a man be so wishy-washy? Hurry up and take it. It's not like it's a big deal. Since Xiongxian had already spoken, Zichen naturally wouldn't be able to justify himself if he continued to refuse. He chuckled and accepted it. Isn't that right? Xiongxian looked at Zichen and smiled. Actually, we don't have any good intentions. After you've tasted the sweetness, you'll definitely not forget the sacred source liquid. When the time comes, you'll have to join our team and we'll hunt together. Xiongxian's words were half an invitation and half an attempt to resolve Zichen's awkwardness. Zichen shook his head and said, forget it. I almost died earlier. I don't have the strength to walk in the dark. You don't have the strength, but you have the equipment. If you're willing to become a hunter, we can provide the equipment. It's actually very simple. You only need a set of special clothes to block the divine mosquitoes and ants in the dark. Xiuqi looked at Zichen, who was still holding the drop of sacred source liquid, and said, this thing doesn't need to be refined. You just need to swallow it. You can do it now. Zichen nodded and swallowed the sacred source liquid. As he swallowed, he clearly heard the sound of saliva being swallowed from all around him. As the drop of sacred origin fluid entered his stomach, Zichen felt a familiar energy appear in his stomach. This energy seemed to be full of life, and after appearing, it extended towards his limbs and bones. Just like how natural treasures tempered one's body in the outside world, or how the rainbow sacred tree strengthened Zichen's body, this drop of sacred origin fluid also strengthened Zichen's body. However, it didn't require a cultivation technique to perfectly enhance the overall strength of his body. All abilities originate from the body. Only a powerful body can stimulate the emergence of abilities. Seeing Zichen's slightly puzzled expression, Xiuqi took the initiative to explain. Zichen could understand this explanation. Perhaps this was the reason why the Jiatu family's 5 quotas all required a saint-level physical body. With the drop of sacred source liquid gone, everyone looked at Zichen with envy and some resentment. Of course, it was inevitable that they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Although it was common knowledge that a drop of sacred source liquid couldn't awaken abilities, Zichen's failure still made everyone feel that he had wasted the drop. Perhaps this was the only way to make them feel a little better. The waiter had prepared some food and wine, and there was even rare meat among them. For Zichen, who had come to this world, this could be considered really high-class food. The quality of the wine was also pretty good. At the very least, it was much smoother than what the old man usually drank. The 5 ability users ate and drank in front of everyone. Gato Kello brought Gato and Huangtu back into the room. It was clear that he really didn't want to have anything to do with Zichen. They drank until the next day, when the sky was bright, but the 5 of them still didn't change their expressions. Even Xiongxian was a heroine. Here, alcohol tolerance represents strength. Zichen, you're really strong. In fact, alcohol tolerance represented physical strength. When Zichen came here, his physical body had already entered the saint level, and was stronger than many saint kings. This was also the reason why he could kill saint kings with his broken blade after coming to this world. After Xiuqi paid the bill, the group of 5 left the inn and headed for Sohui town. There weren't any more twists and turns along the way. When they were about to reach the town, the alcohol from the previous night had dissipated, and they were extremely sober. Let's go and find old Fart Wei. Tang Piyu, who was holding the puppet snake for Zichen, said as they walked to the town's gate. From the outside, the town looked like a small city. It was surrounded by tall stone walls. In Tang Piyu's words, these walls were to prevent pseudo-divine beasts from suddenly attacking the town at night. The old man had come to Sohui town before, but not many times. As for why he didn't stay here, Zichen had asked him before, but the old man hadn't said anything. After arriving at the town today, Zichen finally understood. In this place, there were many people with abilities. Although they were far from the point where they could walk everywhere, they could casually walk for a while and see one or several ability users. Living with these ability users would undoubtedly cause one to be on tenterhooks. How could it be more comfortable than living in a small mountain village? There was only one entrance to the town. After entering, they would go deeper into the town. In this town, Old Fart Wei had his own shop, but the area was extremely small. Outside the shop, there were some black iron and a few weapons that didn't seem to be very popular. Old Fart Wei, this time we went out, we brought back a friend for you. Seeing the blacksmith shop from afar, Tang Pu shouted. This place was relatively remote, and was only suitable for people to live in, but not for a shop. Compared to the shops on the road, Old Fart Wei's shop was really not ostentatious. He believed that the business would not be good. This old man has no friends. An old voice came from the blacksmith shop, followed by the sound of forging. You didn't before, but now you definitely do. His name is Zichen, and he specially came to find you. Quickly come out and take a look. Tang Pu shouted towards the blacksmith shop, turned his head and said to Zichen, Zichen, don't go in, it's dirty and messy inside. After greeting Old Fart Wei, you can stay with us. Our place is clean and spacious. That's right, Zichen, this Old Fart Wei is good in every way, but he is too lazy. If he was more diligent, he wouldn't have to force himself to live. Xiong Xian said with a smile. Old man, quickly come out. Otherwise, I will smash your shop. The sound of forging suddenly stopped, and the old voice came out from the blacksmith shop again. Don't, this old man's shop, there is nothing valuable left. Zichen saw an old man wearing a coarse robe, who was not as sturdy as the other blacksmiths, come out from the blacksmith shop. After the other party appeared, his gaze fell on Zichen, and said, You came to find me? Yes. Zichen nodded, and was about to explain his purpose, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Old Fart Wei's voice. It was Old Fart John who asked you to come. Is he still alive? His old body is still very healthy. Zichen knew that Old Fart John was that old man, and his surname was John Wu. What did he ask you to come here for, to trade? Old Fart Wei sized up Zichen. He hoped that I would stay here to learn from you for a period of time. Oh, come with me then. Old Fart Wei did not speak much, and did not ask anything else. He turned and walked towards the blacksmith shop, and Zichen could only follow behind. Tang Pu passed the puppet snake to Zichen, and Zichen carried the bamboo basket, and prepared to follow with the puppet snake. You are a puppet master? Old Fart Wei asked without turning his head. No, this is. Without waiting for Zichen to say that it was for sale, Old Fart Wei interrupted him, and said, If not, then deal with it. The room is too small, and cannot hold these useless things. Zichen turned his head, and looked at the few of them for help. Leave it to me, it's easy to deal with it. Tang Pu smiled at Zichen, and volunteered to take it over. Zichen smiled gratefully, and turned to enter the blacksmith shop. Entering the blacksmith shop, the first thing that entered his eyes were all black iron-grade ores, and occasionally, he could see some iron ingots, and a few semi-finished products. As for the real weapons, Zichen did not even see a single one. The room was low, and there was not enough light. After entering, the furnace emitted a high temperature, causing the air to be filled with a dry feeling. Put the things there, and you will be in charge of forging in the future. Old Fart Wei pointed to an empty corner and said. Zichen put down the bamboo basket, and then poured out all the black iron, revealing the holy black crystal wrapped in a coarse cloth at the bottom. After that, he untied the cloth, revealing the holy black crystal. In this dark room, there was suddenly a bright light, and it was so black that it was shining. The expressionless Old Fart Wei, upon seeing the holy black crystal, revealed a look of surprise. Such a big piece of holy black crystal was very rare. He nodded and said, It's not bad. Do you plan to sell it, or keep it for when you are familiar with it, to forge a weapon for yourself? Zichen was hesitant, because he was not sure of the price of the holy black crystal. Then keep it first, These black iron can still be used for a period of time. Looking at the hesitant Zichen, old Fat Wei had already decided for him. He looked at Zichen and said, "From now on, you will stay here to forge, and take care of your food and lodging. Don't worry about anything else, and when you are done, you can leave. This old man will not force you. However, if you can't complete this old man's request, then take your things and get lost. Many thanks to Senior for taking me in." Zichen cupped his fists and thanked him gratefully. "Whether you thank me or not, we can talk about it later. Now, go and tell those people outside that you can't leave for a while, and don't let them wait." "Yes." Zichen walked out of the blacksmith shop and told the four of them about the old man's arrangement. For a moment, the four of them were very disappointed. However, they did not force Zichen, and told Zichen that he could look for them when he was free. This should be able to exchange for 2 to 3 drops of Saint Origin liquid. "Once it's done, I will give it to you." Tang Pu waved the puppet snake in his hand at Zichen, and left with Xiongxian and the rest. Chapter 2304. Clang. In the blacksmith shop, the heavy hammer fell, sparks flew, and a piece of black iron gradually changed shape. Clang. Clang. The clanging sound kept on ringing. It was very rhythmic and rhythmic. The one wielding the hammer was a young man, dressed in coarse hemp clothes, with delicate features and handsome features. On his forehead, sweat kept dripping down. He did not care about wiping the sweat off his forehead, and kept hammering the piece of black iron in front of him. Not far away, on an old and broken recliner, an old man was resting with his eyes closed. Even in deep sleep, his mouth was still open, as if he was dreaming of something to be happy about. The young man who was hammering was naturally Zichen. He had been here for 10 days. In these 10 days, he did not leave the house, and only hammered the iron all day. Beside him, there was already a small pile of iron ingots. The one on the recliner was old Fat Wei. Ever since Zichen came here, he had never hammered once, but every day, he would talk. A few days ago, because Zichen used too much strength, he almost scolded Zichen to death. When he was awake, the old man was very strict, and could always pick out all kinds of problems. And when he was asleep, the old man's mouth would be open, as if he was having a good dream. The clanging sound of the hammer was like a beautiful melody, bringing the old man into dreamland, and he was unwilling to wake up. Around lunchtime, the old man naturally woke up. Seeing the pile of iron ingots in front of Zichen, he was stunned, but after covering up the surprise in his eyes, he frowned, and said unhappily, "Why is the speed so slow? The efficiency is too low." He walked forward, casually picked up a piece of iron ingot, and pointed to a certain place and said, "The strength here is too light, this place is too heavy, and here. The old man picked up a piece of iron ingot, and pointed out a few problems. Seeing Zichen constantly nodding his head, revealing an expression of humility, he reluctantly nodded his head. "You must be hungry again, right? If you can't finish your tasks every day, you won't be able to eat. I'm losing out big." After that, the old man muttered as usual and walked into the house. He was probably going to cook. After a whole morning of hammering, Zichen was already exhausted. At the same time, he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. However, after hearing what the old man said earlier, he was too embarrassed to rest and could only continue hammering. It had to be said that, during these 10 days, although the old man had constantly squeezed him dry, the growth of his power was also very obvious. Although he hadn't used extreme speed yet, Zichen believed that his current speed was much faster than it had been 10 days ago. Here, a strong physical body was the foundation of everything. During the few days that Zichen had been here, Xiongxian and the others had come to look for him once. After that, it was said that they were out on a mission, so he hadn't seen them since. "Eat something." Old Fat Wei brought out a bowl of porridge and signaled to Zichen to drink it. It had to be said that this simple bowl of porridge had a lot of energy, and was able to sustain Zichen's workload for half a day. On the 11th day, a group of people walked in from outside the town. If Zichen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize 4 of them. They were the 4 saints from the Huoti clan who had saint-level physical bodies. They were following the new ability user and were late by 10 days. Zichen didn't step out of his house, and didn't pay attention to the outside world. After a few days, Xiongxian and the others came back and pulled Zichen to drink. Looking at their slightly worried expressions, Zichen could tell that they didn't have any harvest this time. Zichen, don't just focus on hammering all day. It's completely useless. Only through constant fighting can one strengthen and improve one's abilities. At the table, Tang Piyu tried to persuade Zichen just like before. Zichen laughed bitterly. Let's postpone this matter for now. Old Fart Wei still has a lot of missions to complete. Speaking of Old Fart Wei, Xiongxian's eyes were filled with resentment. Zichen, don't be fooled by Old Fart Wei. He's treating you as a laborer. Working for him day and night, he's squeezing you dry, and he's not even giving you a reward. Why don't you come with us to hunt for fake divine beasts? If you're lucky, you can get a drop of Saint Source liquid every time. Using Saint Source liquid to raise your strength is much faster than hammering. Xiongxian and the others had their eyes on Zichen's fighting strength, and wanted to rope him in. Zichen also looked forward to hunting in the outside world, but once he thought of that strict old man, he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Moreover, the growth of his strength was indeed very fast, unlike what the others had said about him being slow. Even after they finished drinking, Zichen didn't agree to their request. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't tell Old Fart Wei. Yes, this is it, use your strength here. Clang. Increase your strength, it's still too light. Clang. Clang. A new day, a new mission. Zichen started hammering again. After Xiongxian and the others rested for a while, they went out to hunt fake divine beasts again. In these few days, Old Fart Wei didn't sleep, and instead gave Zichen pointers on how to use his strength. According to the old man's pointers, Zichen's hammering movements became more graceful, and his control of his strength became more adept. Old Fart Wei, who looked very strict, was actually very satisfied with this disciple of his. He was so satisfied that he would grin foolishly every time he slept. It could be seen that Zichen made him very satisfied. But every time he woke up, he would become so strict, as he was worried that Zichen would be too arrogant. In the path of smithing, talent was important, but hard work was even more important. For a month, Zichen had been hammering the iron blocks. After a month, Zichen began to refine weapons under the old man's supervision. In the past, Zichen knew how to refine weapons, and even knew many techniques that had been lost. However, those techniques all relied on energy to operate. Now that there was no energy, Zichen's techniques could not be used, but his foundation was still there, so it was still easy to use. After scrapping 2 weapons, Zichen, who had spent 3 days, finally created a decent weapon. It was a long blade, very sharp, and emitted a black light. Not bad. For the first time in more than a month, the old man nodded his head, expressing his approval of Zichen in his heart. This blade can be put out for sale. This shop can also be considered open. After staying here for such a long time, Zichen had seen a few people come to look at weapons. Unfortunately, there were no decent weapons here, so there was no successful transaction. Zichen once suspected that if this continued, the old man's surplus would be eaten up. In this way, Zichen successfully became a permanent worker in the blacksmith shop, and began to forge weapons for sale. Gradually, the shop also had business, and the first transaction was completed. According to the old man's vague instructions, the weapons Zichen made would have a little flaw, and they would not look perfect. This was done on purpose in this dangerous place. Of course, only the 2 of them could see the flaw. Others who did not understand weapons would not be able to see it. The store's business gradually improved, and Zichen's weapon refining skills also became more and more adept. By the 3rd month, Zichen's weapon refining skills had already gained some fame. The first weapons were bought as soon as they appeared, and later, before they were even made, they were already reserved in advance. With a bowl of porridge in the morning, noon, and night, Zichen's strength was also constantly increasing. Compared to 3 months ago, it had changed a lot. Regarding this, Zichen was even infatuated with this kind of increase in strength. If he was in the outside world now, he believed that in these 3 months, his sacred-level physical body would have undergone a great change. Although he would not dare to say that it was comparable to a sacred weapon, it was definitely much stronger than before. Moreover, If he continued to grow like this, Zichen believed that one day, his physical body would grow to a level comparable to a sacred weapon. At that time, he would be able to catch a sacred weapon with his bare hands. With the increase in strength, Zichen gradually felt some changes in his body. These changes seemed to be the signs of the emergence of abilities. For the people in this world, true abilities were actually the changes in the body. It was an ability that was derived from one's body. For example, Zichen's previous extreme speed ability was an extension of the cultivation method. It was not an ability that was derived from one's body. Just as Zichen was gradually falling in love with the feeling of this kind of increase in strength and the feeling of becoming fond of weapon forging, the old man suddenly stopped Zichen. "You've been here for a long time, and your understanding of weapon forging is very deep. It's time for you to go out and train. Are you chasing me away?" Zichen looked at the old man in surprise. "I'm not chasing you away, I'm just letting you go out and train. The four of them came back a long time ago, but after knowing that the weapons you forged were very popular, they did not disturb you." The old man looked at Zichen and said, "With your skills, you can completely rely on yourself here, but I believe that this is not the main reason you came here. Go out with them and see some blood. Otherwise, after a long period of weapon forging, your courage will gradually wear away." Zichen was smart, and quickly understood the old man's meaning. "Since you're already a weapon forging grandmaster, you can't be too shabby when you go out. I've put the new clothes in your room." After seeing Zichen put down his hammer and leave, old Fart Wei could not help but sigh and say, "Zichen, this old man really has no other choice. For the past 3 months, you've been using a drop of sacred origin liquid every 2 days. This old man's secret stash for many years has been emptied. Your strength is increasing, but your ability has not awakened. What you lack is not an increase in strength, but an instantaneous stimulation." Previously, Tang Piyu and the rest had said that Zichen's strength would increase very slowly because of his forging. However, Zichen did not feel that way. Instead, he felt that his strength was increasing very quickly. In fact, he did not know that in the thin porridge he drank every day, there was a drop of diluted sacred origin liquid every 2 days. As time passed, Zichen's strength increased too quickly. A drop of sacred origin liquid every 2 days was no longer enough to sustain Zichen's consumption. With no other choice, old Fart Wei signaled Zichen to go out and train. Chapter 2305. "You are Zichen?" Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Xiong Xian's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said in disbelief. The other three's expressions were also exaggerated. "What, you don't recognize me after not seeing me for just over a month?" Zichen looked at the four of them and chuckled. On his back, he carried a sheathed long saber. His figure was slender, and with the smile on his face, he looked handsome and charming. "Are you really Master Zichen?" Tang Piyu's eyes were wide open. Although he had known Zichen for a long time, every time he saw Zichen, he was wearing coarse clothes with his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He was obviously handsome, but not like now. Zichen smiled but did not say anything. Xiong Xian stepped forward and pinched Zichen's face with her jade-like hands. She said with some infatuation, "Wow, Zichen, you are so handsome." Zichen took 2 steps back. He could not stand the other party's approach. "Zichen, why are you not refining weapons? Why are you looking for us?" After joking around, Xiuqi looked at Zichen and said. Sitting on the chair that Xiong Xian sat on before, Zichen said, "Old man Wei gave me a break, so I came to see if you guys wanted to go out. I can go with you." When they heard this, their faces immediately showed surprise. Xiong Xian stood beside Zichen and said, "The old man is really willing to let you go. I heard that you are now a master refiner. The weapons you refine are now in short supply. Now that the old man let you go, won't he lose a lot?" Zichen shrugged and said, "I don't know what he is thinking. In short, I am free now. Do you guys want to go out?" Of course. Without waiting for the others to speak, Xiong Xian took the initiative and said, "Last time we met a 2-headed tiger and couldn't beat it. Since you are here, we will definitely be able to kill it this time. Have you prepared everything for the trip?" Zichen asked. "It's been prepared for a long time. After learning that you've become a master refiner, we thought that you wouldn't need it. Tang Piyu took the lead and walked into the room. After a while, he took out a package and put it on the table. Tang Piyu said, "There are night suits and some tricolored poison mist in there, in case we need to use it at a critical moment." Zichen opened the package. When he saw the 2 items, he said, "I'll keep these items for now, but I don't have sacred origin fluid to pay for them. When are we leaving? There's no time like the present. Let's do it now," Xiujin said. The group of 5 left Sohui town and headed towards the place Xiongxian had mentioned. "Zichen, with you joining us this time, we'll definitely reap a lot of benefit," Tang Piyu said as he walked in front while Black Bear followed behind him. In the previous battle, they had a clear understanding of Zichen's combat strength. Whether it was his strength or his speed, they were all very surprised. He believed that if everyone worked together this time, they would definitely reap a great harvest. Soon, night fell. After eating some food, the 5 of them took out their night suits and changed into them. These clothes were made of special materials and were very effective against the natural enemies of the night, black ants and divine mosquitoes. The night wind was very strong. Amidst the whistling wind, Zichen could often see large numbers of divine mosquitoes and black ants flying past. The divine mosquitoes were a little better, as they had yet to display their terrifying killing power. However, wherever the black ants passed, tall and sturdy trees would turn to dust and disappear. After traveling in the night for 4 hours, Tang Piyu, who had already entered the black bear puppet's body, said in a low voice, "Zichen, that 2-headed tiger is in a cave in the mountain ahead. There's a cave inside. I'll go in and lure it out." Tang Piyu began to speed up, while Zichen's group of 4 slowed down. Xiuqi instructed in a low voice, "Zichen, we'll make the first move later. You watch from the side. If that guy tries to escape, remember to stop him." Zichen nodded. In this cave, the sound of the wind was clearly weaker, and the divine mosquitoes and black ants would not come here. Stepping on the dirt mountain road, the 4 of them tried not to make any noise as they walked towards the cave. When they were still some distance away from the cave, the 4 of them stopped. Xiuqi, Xiujin, and Xiongxian surrounded the cave in a triangular formation, while Zichen stood relatively far away on guard. The sound of the wind gradually stopped, and no sound could be heard from the surroundings. The atmosphere was somewhat tense and oppressive. Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from the cave. Immediately after, Zichen saw a black shadow rush out. That black shadow was Tang Piyu, who was inside the puppet. Just as he reached the cave entrance, a 2-headed tiger caught up to him and slapped the black bear's back with its paw. Bang! With a loud sound, Tang Piyu's body flew forward and heavily smashed into a mound. Then, the 2-headed tiger rushed out of the cave, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it went straight for Tang Piyu. Go! Xiuqi and Xiujin, after the appearance of the 2-headed tiger, flew forward. Both of them held a long sword in their hands. The tip of the sword was sharp, and it flashed with a cold light in the dark night. With Zichen's eyesight, he could naturally see that these 2 weapons were made by old Fart Wei, and they were flawless. It could be seen that the old man was really good to these neighbors. The 2 people who rushed forward, with a tap of their feet, their bodies soared into the air, and the long sword in their hands stabbed towards the 2-headed tiger's head. The 2-headed tiger roared in mid-air, and its tiger claws stretched out in the air, wanting to slap the 2 swords down. At the same time, the mouths on the 2 heads opened, wanting to swallow the 2 people after slapping away their weapons. Looking at the situation in front of him, the 2-headed tiger's strength was obviously stronger than the 2 brothers, and the 2 of them would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, they had cooperated for so long, Zichen believed that they would definitely have other methods, so he continued to stay at the side and did not make a move. Seeing that the tiger claws were about to land on the long sword, Xiongxian, who had not moved all this time, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. It was a real light, not a reflection of light, but from Xiongxian's eyes. The moment the light appeared, the 2-headed tiger's movements clearly slowed down. The tiger claws that were supposed to hit the sword light also paused for a moment. The 2 sword lights brushed past the tiger claws and pierced the 2-headed tiger's head. The 2-headed tiger was in pain, and its body fell forward, exploding with an earth-shaking roar. Peng! The black shadow that Tang Pu transformed into fell from the sky, carrying a powerful force, and fiercely struck the two-headed tiger's head. With a loud tremor, the two-headed tiger's body flew more than 10 meters away. After Xiu Jin and Xiu Qi landed, they did not hesitate to charge forward with their swords, besieging the two-headed tiger. At this moment, the two-headed tiger had other wounds on its body, which seemed to have been left behind before. With the attacks of the two, new wounds were left behind. The two-headed tiger was in pain, constantly roaring. Looking at the battle, Zichen finally understood the fighting strength of the four people. Xiu Jin and Xiu Qi were mainly responsible for killing the enemy. Xiong Xian, who had an eye technique, was responsible for critical moments. Needless to say, Tang Pu, who had fused with the puppet, was naturally the role of a meat shield, the kind that could take a beating. The cooperation between the four of them was very tacit. If one person rashly joined in, it would disrupt the tacit cooperation. That was why Zichen was watching from the side. The last time they besieged the two-headed tiger, they did not kill it, which showed that the opponent was very powerful. It was the same this time. With close cooperation, they had the upper hand. However, as the two-headed tiger gradually adjusted from the sneak attack, the strength of a pseudo-divine beast was completely displayed. Peng! The tiger claws lifted and suddenly slapped down, and Tang Pu was directly sent flying. Immediately after, the two-headed tiger leaped up, and after dodging Xiu Qi's attack, it opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit at Xiu Jin. Xiong Xian's eyes flashed, and the two-headed tiger's movements slowed down. Xiu Jin blocked in front of him with the long sword in his hand, preventing the two-headed tiger from biting. But then, the two-headed tiger's claws fell, and Xiu Jin was also sent flying. After landing, the two-headed tiger gave up on Tang Pu and went straight to Xiu Qi. Of course, it was intelligent. It knew how hard the shell on Tang Pu's body was, so it went directly to Xiu Qi. Xiu Qi leaped up, and the long sword in her hand stabbed at the two-headed tiger. The two-headed tiger's movements were very agile. It waved its tiger claws to block, and its whole body pressed Xiu Qi under it. The two mouths on its two heads opened at the same time, biting at Xiu Qi. Get lost! With an explosive shout, Tang Pu quickly came over and used his body to knock the two-headed tiger away, saving Xiu Qi. But even so, there were still 3 bloody wounds on Xiu Qi's face, which were caused by the tiger's teeth. Standing at the side, Xiong Xian, whose eyes were shining, was very nervous at this moment. With the strength of the 4 of them, it was very difficult to fight this two-headed tiger. This time, it was because of Zichen's participation that they decided to eliminate it. But in today's battle, the strength displayed by the two-headed tiger was clearly stronger than last time. This made her feel very troubled. Xiu Jin, who was sent flying, also rushed up again. The 3 of them began to besiege the two-headed tiger, barely managing to control the situation. For a time, there were all kinds of chaotic fighting scenes. Xiong Xian, who was hiding at the side, occasionally gave some help to the 3 of them. Zichen stayed at a further place, watching the evenly matched battle here. He knew that if the battle continued, the 4 of them would not be able to defeat the two-headed tiger due to exhaustion. He tightened the scabbard on his back, preparing to find an opportunity to attack. Swoosh! The two-headed tiger, who was fighting, suddenly retreated a few steps, then exerted strength and leaped up, circling around the 3 of them. Not good, it's trying to escape. When the 3 of them saw this scene, they all shouted and rushed up. Something's wrong. This beast wants to attack Xiong Xian. Xiong Xian, quickly get out of the way. Xiu Qi sensed that something was wrong and immediately shouted. But it was too late. The two-headed tiger had already planned this attack. Moreover, Xiong Xian was not good at speed. Xiong Xian's eyes flashed. The two-headed tiger's body paused in midair for a moment, and once again became faster. Using this move continuously, Xiong Xian's exhaustion was great. At this moment, the effect on the two-headed tiger was very limited. Chapter 2306. Xiong Xian's ability was her eye technique. Apart from that, her strength and defense were relatively weak. Facing the twin-headed tiger's attack, She had lost the initiative and could not even escape. Facing this attack, she could only close her eyes and wait for death to come. Pa! A soft sound suddenly rang out, and a strong wind blew Xiongxian's long black hair into a mess. The expected death did not appear. When she opened her eyes, she saw the twin-headed tiger stop in front of her. A black scabbard was stuck in its bloody mouth. The handle of the scabbard was held by a slender and strong hand. The person who came was Zichen. At the crucial moment, he used the scabbard to block the twin-headed tiger's attack. One of the mouths was stuck in the scabbard, while the other could still attack. It opened its mouth wide and bit at Zichen. Shua! Zichen pulled the broken scabbard out of the scabbard, and a black light flashed. Zichen held the broken scabbard tightly in his right hand. Blue veins bulged on the back of his hand as he chopped down. Pu! The tough skull of the twin-headed tiger was cut open by Zichen's scabbard. A deep gash appeared, and the bones inside were separated from the middle. The twin-headed tiger was in pain, and its two heads started to move. The mouth that was biting the scabbard was unable to release the scabbard because it was using too much strength. As for biting the scabbard, that was obviously unrealistic. Zichen pulled out the broken scabbard stuck in the skull of the twin-headed tiger. As the twin-headed tiger whimpered in pain, he chopped down again. It was the same position as before. His attack was decisive, steady, and calm. Pu! The broken scabbard penetrated the skull once more. Blood splattered on Zichen's body and face. At this moment, Zichen was standing beside Xiongxian. Xiongxian, who had just escaped death, stared blankly at the twin-headed tiger. One of its heads was stuck in the scabbard. Then, Zichen pulled out the scabbard and chopped at the other head. Then, he chopped again and again. In Xiongxian's eyes, Zichen's attack speed was not fast, but it was very stable. Every time the blade fell, it was exactly the same as the previous one, not even a millimeter off. As for the powerful two-headed tiger, it was unable to effectively counterattack or dodge Zichen's repeated slashes. Its head swayed left and right in pain, but Zichen was able to accurately pinpoint the point of attack during its swaying. Blood splattered onto Zichen's body, staining his night suit, his face, and even his eyes. In this dark night, Zichen looked somewhat evil and terrifying. Pu! Finally, after slashing out 5 times, the head finally separated from the middle and died with its head hanging down. Roar! The other one finally let out a roar. As it roared, the scabbard flew out of its mouth. Having lost a head, the two-headed tiger did not die. It seemed to be even angrier. After turning around, it swung its claws at Zichen. On the side, Xiongxian reacted, and her eyes flashed. However, she did not know if the two-headed tiger was too angry, but this attack was fast and ruthless. It directly ignored Xiongxian's eye technique attack and accurately hit Zichen's chest. Pa! With a loud bang, Zichen's clothes on his chest were torn, and his body flew backward. As he flew backward, he still held the broken blade in his hand tightly. His blood-stained eyes did not show any panic, but were instead filled with calmness. After sending Zichen flying, the remaining two-headed tiger ignored Xiongxian, who was close at hand. Its eyes were fixed on Zichen, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. It pounced on Zichen. Clang! Looking at the incoming two-headed tiger, Zichen blocked with his broken blade. With a loud clang, the broken blade collided with the tiger's claw. Zichen borrowed the force of the collision to retreat. His night clothes rubbed against the ground, leaving a deep mark. The retreating Zichen rolled and stood upright with his blade. Boom! At the place where he turned, the tiger's claw fell. Dirt flew everywhere, and a huge tremor resounded in the mountain. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in an instant. By the time Xiuqi and the others reacted, the man and the tiger had already started fighting, and the scene was chaotic. The 3 people who rushed to Xiongxian did not know how to help. When they were fighting before, they were still some distance away from the two-headed tiger. After the 2 sides came into contact, they instantly separated, not daring to let it get close. Even Tang Pu, who had a mechanical puppet, did not dare to let the two-headed tiger get close to him. However, Chen was fighting in close combat with the two-headed tiger. One man and one tiger constantly dodged and moved, leaving them no chance to intervene. Peng! The two-headed tiger's claw once again slammed into Chen's chest. Chen's robes instantly tore apart, and several deep wounds appeared on his chest. His body was sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground. It was just like the first time he had encountered the two-headed tiger's attack. Roar! The two-headed tiger rushed forward like before. Its two claws pressed against Chen's chest, and it opened its bloody maw to bite at Chen. Facing this attack, Chen's expression was calm. He did not panic at all. His right hand flipped over, and the broken blade stood upright. Using all of his strength, he stabbed the broken blade upwards. Puff! The broken blade stabbed into the two-headed tiger's jaw, and then with great difficulty, it drained a great deal of strength. The strength of Chen's attack was constantly weakening. One man and one tiger, both were going all out at this moment. If Chen could not kill his opponent, then he would be bitten to death. Life and death were decided in an instant. A fishy smell assailed the nostrils. The tiger's mouth stopped a few millimeters away from Chen. Blood dripped down the broken blade and fell on Chen's body. The broken blade pierced through the two-headed tiger's head from its jaw, completely penetrating its brain. The moment before Chen was bitten, the broken blade extinguished the two-headed tiger's life force. This scene happened too fast, so fast that it was far beyond anyone's expectations. The four people who were standing to the side did not know how to help. They were still in a state of helplessness, but when they suddenly saw that the battle was over, they were all stunned. Their expressions were very shocked. After a moment, Chen's weak voice came from under the two-headed tiger's body. I said, if you don't come help, I will be crushed to death. Chen's voice woke the four people up. They hurried forward. Among them, Tang Piyu took a step forward and directly lifted the two-headed tiger up, revealing Chen's blood-soaked body. How are you? At this moment, Chen looked very miserable. Xiuqi leaned over and stretched out his hand. Chen pretended to pull his hand. The night clothes on his body were broken in many places, and the wound on his chest looked particularly ferocious even in the dark. After getting up, Chen shook his head and said, it's not a big deal, but I'm afraid this night clothes can't be used. When Xiujin heard Chen's confident words, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, these are all small matters. As long as he's fine, it's fine. Xiongxian came over and looked at Chen with a rare expression. She said in a low voice, Chen, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, this time I. Chen interrupted Xiongxian's words and said casually, don't be so polite. We are all on a mission together, so we should help each other. But Xiongxian, your ability surprised me. After wiping the blood off his face, Chen sat down next to her. The previous battle seemed to have happened very quickly, but in this short battle, Chen had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he was very tired. However, the growth he had made during this period of forging was perfectly displayed through this battle. Whether it was his strength or speed, they had all increased by a lot. He was even stronger than the puppet black bear controlled by Tang Piyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy one of the two-headed tiger's heads so easily. Chen, your scabbard. Xiongxian walked over from the side, holding the scabbard that had just flown out. Looking at the scabbard that was still intact, she asked curiously, what material is this scabbard made of? Is it sacred black crystal? It's actually so tough. Just now, the two-headed tiger had been constantly biting the scabbard, but it hadn't been able to leave any marks on the scabbard. Compared to Xiujin and the others' weapons, the quality of the scabbard was much better. This was because their weapons were either chipped or cracked. The damage was very serious. I got it by accident. I don't know what it was made of. Chen took the scabbard and smiled. The origin of the broken sword was extraordinary. It should be one of the strongest holy weapons on this life star. He had concealed it from Xiongxian. In fact, the main reason was that Xiongxian had just mentioned it. If he had to explain it, he was afraid that he couldn't explain it clearly in a few sentences. Thus, he just said it casually, and Xiongxian didn't ask him. I haven't been here for a month, but this two-headed tiger has become even stronger. Luckily, Zichen came with us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have died here. Xiao Jin, who was guarding Zichen from the side, felt his heart palpitate as he recalled the previous battle. It's true. According to the fighting competence of the two-headed tiger, I'm afraid it's equal to a second-level pseudo-divine beast. This time, we miscalculated. We didn't check carefully, and neglected the fact that the two-headed tiger had suddenly leveled up. Xiao Qi walked over from not far away, sighing. They felt lucky that Zichen had come this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only Xiongxian would have been in danger, but the three of them also wouldn't have been able to escape death. Tang Piyu's mechanical puppet carried the two-headed tiger, walking towards them. The battle was over, so they should leave. Zichen, who was resting on the ground and applying healing medicine to his wounds, suddenly lifted his head. His calm eyes were filled with coldness as he said in a low-pitched voice, "Don't hide. Come out." Chapter 2307. Following Zichen's gaze, the four of them did not see anyone else, and their expressions were slightly stunned. However, after seeing Zichen's serious expression, their expressions suddenly changed, and when they looked in that direction again, they were full of vigilance. The four of them quickly moved and protected Zichen. In such a dark night, it seemed that it was difficult to find traces of other people, and the possibility of the previous battle attracting others was not very high. However, the possibility of attracting other pseudo-divine beasts was very high, and under normal circumstances, such pseudo-divine beasts were very powerful existences. The four of them no longer looked in that direction, but were on guard. This kind of situation had happened many times in their hunter career, and every time there would be a fierce battle. Fortunately, this time, their losses were not too great, and they should be able to deal with unexpected situations. Zichen did not know what the four of them were thinking, nor did he have the time to care. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on a certain place. Just like when he sensed the green snake that bit Huti Tangmi, Zichen was certain that there was someone there, definitely a person. "Since you're here, come out. Could it be a scoundrel who can't see the light?" Zichen spoke again, his words cold. Xiao Qi turned to look at Zichen, ready to stop him and tell him that this situation was not necessarily a human. However, after seeing Zichen's determined eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say, and in his heart, he had absolute trust in Zichen at this moment. A somewhat cold laugh suddenly sounded in the dark night, and it was in the direction Zichen was looking. A black shadow flashed there, and a figure wearing night clothes appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "You're quite vigilant." A man's voice came from the mouth of the black shadow, and the black shadow walked over. And behind the black shadow, there was still a shadow flashing. "It's you, Longman." The moment she heard this voice, Xiongxian's expression changed, and she cried out in alarm. Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin's expressions also became very ugly. Tang Piyu was hiding in the mechanical black bear, so no one could see the change in his expression, but it was not good. "You know each other?" Zichen frowned. This was somewhat different from some of his guesses. To be able to recognize the other party just by hearing his voice, it was clear that the two of them were very familiar with one another. There were two types of situations. One was a friend, and the other was an enemy, or a potential enemy. In Sohui town, it's hard not to know him. "We're in trouble. This guy is a level 2 hunter." Xiao Qi smiled bitterly and said in a low voice. "Level 2 hunter? Hunters have different levels?" Zichen asked in surprise. "Hunters have different strengths and weaknesses because of their abilities. Take the four of us for example. We are the best of the best among the first-level hunters, but there is still a gap between us and the second-level hunters." Xiao Qi continued to speak in a low voice. A level 2 hunter's ability is equivalent to a second transformation. It's very powerful. In the entire Suhui town, there were no more than 10 level 2 hunters. And the one in front of us is Longman, who excels in strength. His combat power and defense are both ridiculously strong. "How strong?" Zichen asked. "He can kill the two-headed tiger with his bare hands by himself." Hearing Xiao Qi's explanation, Zichen realized that he knew too little about the ability users in this world. His understanding of this mysterious world was still too low. You guys have a grudge? Judging from the Four's reaction, the relationship between the two parties was not good, so Zichen asked. Actually, it's not much of a grudge. He created a force and wanted to invite the four of us to join, but we didn't agree. The reason why we rejected him was because of himself. Other than that, he had some thoughts about Xiongxian. He once had bad intentions. In a world where life and death were determined by fate, such a reason was enough to trigger a grudge. It was reasonable for the four of them to be so nervous and fearful. A level 2 hunter was obviously much stronger than the four of them. Moreover, the other party did not come alone. There were some people following behind him. It could be said that they did not come with good intentions. As expected of a level 4 demon hunter. You can even kill a level 2 two-headed tiger. Unfortunately, we've been eyeing it for a long time. I didn't expect you guys to beat us to it. The black shadow stopped a dozen meters away from the four of them. Behind him, there were shadows. It was the other people who were closing in on them. If you want this two-headed tiger, I'll give it to you. Xiuqi looked at the figure still shrouded in night clothes and said, "Hee, you're generous." With a chuckle, Longman took off his night suit, revealing a face that still made people feel very gloomy even in the dark night. "Longman, we've always minded our own business. What do you want today?" Tang Pu took a step forward, his huge body blocking in front of Xiuqi. Longman glanced at Tang Pu, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and said, "You stupid bear, what right do you have to stand in front of me and talk? You." Tang Pu's eyes flashed with cold light. "If you want to die, I can accompany you at any time. Just look at the bear skin you're wearing now. I guarantee that I'll break it with one hit," Longman said coldly. Xiuqi pulled Tang Pu's arm, indicating for him to step back. He looked at Longman and said, "What do you want?" As expected of the person I thought highly of. "Speaking of which, if you guys followed me and had my resources, the four of you should have advanced to level 2 long ago, right? It's a pity that such good talent is wasted just like that." Longman turned his head and looked at Xiongxian. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Xiongxian, it's a wrong choice for you to follow them." At this moment, Zichen looked at Xiongxian's side profile and could see the anger on her face. However, Xiongxian didn't get angry. From this, it could be seen that she was really afraid of Longman. At the same time, it also proved Longman's strength. "Longman, I don't think we have any grudges. Usually, when we see your people, the four of us will take a detour. If you're really here for the two-headed tiger, then we'll give it to you." Xiuqi looked at Longman, who didn't answer the question, and said, "If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving." Longman chuckled and said, "Do you think it's possible to leave? Then what do you want?" When the four of them heard this, their hearts clearly tightened. At the same time, they took a step back. At this time, they still didn't forget to protect the injured Zichen behind them. "We were going to kill the two-headed tiger, but we didn't expect you guys to beat us to it. Today, we'll take the two-headed tiger away, but you guys have to make a choice." "What choice?" "A choice between life and death. Join us and become a member of our Longman team. Death or rejection, we'll fight to the death today." Longman's words were cold and firm. His meaning was very clear. There were only two choices today, and one of them had to be made. The four of them looked at each other. They all knew what kind of person Longman was. If they could join his team, they would have done so long ago. However, this person was not worthy of their trust. There was a cold glint in Longman's eyes. The flashing shadows were approaching and had already surrounded the five of them. From the looks of it, they would die if they didn't choose. Xiuqi turned to look at them, and then looked at Zichen. She seemed to be in a difficult position. "I'll join you. Let them go." Xiongxian, who had been silent at the side, suddenly spoke. "Xiongxian, you." Xiuqi and the others turned to look at Xiongxian in shock. Xiongxian pursed her lips and didn't speak. She stared at Longman with firm eyes, waiting for his reply. "Xiongxian, if you want to join us, of course we welcome you. But I'm sorry, all of you have to choose today. Either live or die." Longman stared into Xiongxian's eyes and said, "Of course, You can also choose to live and die with them. However, I can't bear to kill you. If you make the wrong choice, I'll make you suffer more. Zi Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up. The wound on his chest had been smeared with medicine, and the injury was slowly recovering. After standing up, he glanced around and his gaze finally fell on Longman. The latter was standing there proudly. His expression seemed to be telling everyone that they had become turtles in a jar. However, no matter how disdainful and calm the other party's expression was, it was still difficult to hide the murderous intent in his heart. Just when the four of them didn't know what to do, Zi Chen suddenly spoke, "Then let's cut the crap and have a battle of life and death." This time, not only was Longman's expression stunned, even Xiu Qi and the others looked at Zi Chen in astonishment. "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" Longman looked at Zi Chen and said with dissatisfaction, a cold light flashing in his gloomy eyes. "You're hiding in the dark like a turtle. How can you not know who I am? After watching the battle just now, do you think I have the right to speak to you?" Zi Chen responded sarcastically. "How dare you?" Longman shouted angrily. His eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. "Don't act in front of me. Your target is only me. I'll stay, they'll leave." Under the stunned expressions of the others, Zi Chen said indifferently, "Or, your original intention was to silence them to prevent the news from leaking?" "Zi Chen, what's going on? You don't know Longman, right? Why does he want to kill you?" Xiong Xian and the others looked at Zi Chen in confusion. "I really don't know him, but why does he want to kill me? Only he knows." Zi Chen said to the gloomy Longman, "If your target is only me, then let them go." "How can you tell?" Longman looked at Zi Chen and asked. "Is it difficult? There's no deep hatred between you. As for the excuse of the double-headed tiger, it's too forced. You insist on letting the four of them make the choice of life and death because you're worried that we'll join forces. I believe that your intention is to silence them, and your ultimate goal will be to kill everyone. Even, including Xiong Xian." The expressions of the four changed again, but Longman smiled coldly and said, "You're smart. In this case, it seems that I wasn't too cautious when I was so careful against you. You're courting death." Chapter 2308. In just a few words, Zi Chen had pointed out this matter, and Longman's straightforward agreement caught the four of them off guard. Unlike Zi Chen, the four of them had lived in Sohui town for a long time, so they were very clear about Longman's methods. If the other party was really here to kill today, then no one would be able to leave alive. They had all witnessed Longman's strength, which was also the reason why they usually didn't interact with Longman and his team. Usually, they would avoid him if they could, but today, they couldn't avoid him. Facing the pressure of life and death brought by such a powerhouse, they would either be crushed by the pressure or explode under the pressure. For the current Tang Pu, the latter situation had clearly occurred to him. He had erupted. This eruption came a little too quickly, or rather, it was a little too quickly. There was no warning at all. Under this pressure, he simply didn't want to be killed by Longman. It could be said that his impulse had drowned out his rationality. Therefore, he directly rushed towards Longman. When his strong body moved forward, it brought with it a strong wind, which showed the speed of this attack. As he moved forward, his claws slapped towards Longman's head with a whistling sound. This was power. Tang Pu. Xiu Qi and the others obviously didn't expect Tang Pu's sudden strength. They only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Tang Pu was already in front of Longman. Longman stood there and didn't dodge. Instead, he looked at the attack with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a disdainful sneer appeared. A strong wind whistled, and just as the claw was about to tear his head apart, Longman took a step to the side. After dodging the attack, he slapped Tang Pu's chest with his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, Tang Pu's body trembled, and all the power he used to move forward was dissolved. Then, a huge force sent his body flying backwards. As he flew backwards, objects fell from the sky one after another, making crackling sounds. Xiu Qi and Xiu Jin worked together to block the flying Tang Pu. When they put him on the ground, the mechanical bear on his body had completely fallen apart, and a pale Tang Pu appeared from it. Pu. A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out, and Tang Pu's aura clearly became weak. With just one palm, he destroyed the mechanical bear and injured Tang Pu. It was hard to imagine if Longman would have killed Tang Pu with a single slap without the mechanical black bear. Zichen clearly saw this scene, and his expression gradually became solemn. He didn't know much about Longman, and he didn't know how powerful a level 2 hunter was. However, that palm strike made him realize how powerful Longman was, and the gap between them. If it had been him, Zichen would have been able to do the same thing with his extreme speed. However, it was impossible for him to destroy the mechanical golem with a single palm strike. Furthermore, he still needed to use his extreme speed. However, the other party simply dodged and achieved the effect of his extreme speed. Then, with a simple palm strike, the mechanical puppet was destroyed. Zichen knew that he couldn't do that. Not only was there a gap between the two of them, but it was also not small. Zichen looked at Longman, who was also looking at Zichen. Neither of them said a word. Just as the corner of Longman's mouth curled into a mocking smile, Zichen unsheathed the broken saber in his hand and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, Zichen's speed became faster and faster. When he was in front of Longman, his speed was almost at its limit. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and the broken saber slashed directly at Longman's head. Longman stood still, but his right hand instantly reached forward to grab Zichen's wrist that was wielding the saber. Swoosh! Just as Longman's hand was about to touch Zichen's wrist instantly turned and cleverly avoided the grab. Then, the broken saber slashed horizontally at Longman's abdomen. Longman's hand was like a snake, changing direction in midair and grabbing Zichen's wrist again. The two of them kept changing the direction of their attacks in such a short distance. There were several brief exchanges during this period, but they were all separated as soon as they made contact. Swoosh! After a few exchanges, Zichen's figure flashed and appeared on Longman's side without warning. The broken saber in his hand directly swept toward the opponent's neck. Longman cleverly took half a step back and turned his body with the help of the force. His palm touched the broken saber, causing the saber to change direction. This blow had the meaning of using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 catties, causing Zichen's figure to stagger a little. Swoosh! Before his body was completely weightless, Zichen began the second flash. He changed direction again and took the initiative to attack after changing direction. There was no more verbal communication between the two of them. There was only the constant confrontation between the palm and the blade. Xiuqi and the other 3 looked at the field in a daze. Zichen, who seemed to be on par with Longman for the time being, was full of shock. They never thought that Zichen would have such a means. Without Longman's order, those people had been hiding in the dark and did not attack the 4 of them. They were also looking at the 2 of them fighting at the moment. Their eyes revealed surprise at Zichen's combat strength at the moment. Swoosh! 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 Zichen's figure flashed 9 times in a row, perfectly displaying the extreme speed of the 9 passing thunderbolts. The last few changes of his figure made Zichen look like a black shadow, wandering around Longman. With the last flash, Zichen's figure appeared 3 meters away. His figure paused there, with his back facing Longman. The broken saber was raised to the sky, and a piece of torn black cloth fell along the blade. This was the greatest damage Zichen could do to Longman after using the 9 passing thunderbolts, but it only tore the corner of the opponent's night clothes. Sweat dripped down from his forehead, wetting the previous wound, and waves of stinging pain spread out. The other people around, after seeing the corner of the clothes that fell to the ground, showed shock on their faces. To be able to make Longman suffer such a loss in a single exchange, this was obviously inconceivable. Xiuqi and the other 3 also widened their eyes. They, who were originally in despair, seemed to have seen the hope of defeating Longman at this moment. After personally fighting with Longman, Zichen had a clear understanding of the strength of a level 2 hunter. He also had a clear understanding of Longman's strength. Without knowing his background, the opponent blocked the attack of his broken saber with a pair of bare hands, and at the same time dodged his extremely fast attack with the help of the 9 passing thunderbolts. This was already very impressive. In this exchange, Zichen seemed to have the upper hand, but in fact, Zichen knew very well that if he could not kill the opponent, he would lose. Next, when facing Longman, he would lose all the initiative and opportunities. Not bad speed, is this your awakened ability? Longman lowered his head and glanced at the torn corner of his clothes, and said indifferently, "Your speed performance is over, shouldn't it be time to see my speed?" With that, Longman turned around and rushed towards Zichen, whose back was facing him. As he rushed forward, his figure changed, leaving after images in place. His speed was very fast, at least not slower than Zichen's previous speed. Zichen's feet flashed, and the 9 passing thunderbolts appeared again. "You're too slow." However, just as the first flash appeared, Longman's voice sounded in his ears, followed by an attack that went straight for Zichen. Zichen's expression changed slightly, and his figure flashed again. Facing such an attack, he could not block it at all when he lost the initiative. If he rashly collided with such an attack without a defense like Tang Piyu's, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. His figure kept flashing, and in the eyes of the people in the distance, it was like a ray of light flying. And in that ray of light, Longman had already split into dozens of clones, constantly colliding with this ray of light. The 9 passing thunderbolts was known as the ultimate 9 flashes. After flashing 9 times, there would be a pause. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate 9 flashes could kill all the speed users of the same level, but now, in the case of the difference in speed between the two sides, the ultimate 9 flashes could only save Zichen's life. At the last flash, Zichen's figure was finally blocked by Longman, who hit Zichen with a palm. Zichen dodged in an instant, but a small part of the power still fell on his shoulder. His body flew backward, and during that time, he could hear the sound of his bones breaking. The sound rang twice, and Zichen guessed that 2 of his ribs were broken. He coughed up blood in mid-air, and after his body landed, he took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. After stabilizing his body, Zichen covered his shoulder with his left hand, and held the broken blade in his right hand tightly. As for the scabbard, he had long since lost it. The result of this confrontation was obvious. The hope in the eyes of Xiao Qi and the others was shattered. Looking at Zichen, who was coughing up blood, their faces were full of worry, and they were about to step forward. Zichen held the broken blade in his hand and said, "Don't come over, I'm fine." The 4 of them stopped and looked at Zichen worriedly. The corner of Longman's mouth twitched, and in the end, he sneered, "If you hadn't fought with the 2-headed tiger earlier, with your extreme speed, you would indeed be qualified to fight me. Unfortunately, you were injured earlier, and your speed is much slower than mine." Looking at Longman's expression of shaking his head, it could be seen that Longman was implying that he had no chance. "I still want to try again." Zichen's figure slowly straightened up, and he put down his left hand. He didn't even frown when he felt the stinging pain in his body. He pointed the broken blade at Longman in front of him, and only Longman was in his eyes. A blazing light burst out from his eyes, and that was his desire for battle. Zichen's fighting spirit at this moment surprised Longman. This kind of belligerent person was very dangerous in this world, especially belligerent people who didn't have much ability. Because in this world, there were miracles. Perhaps in a moment of crisis, some kind of miracle would erupt. Longman didn't want to give the other party such a chance, and he didn't want any accidents to happen. Therefore, when he saw Zichen's fighting spirit rising, he smiled disdainfully, then gently waved his hand and said, "Kill him." The only way to put an end to this situation was to hack the other party to death while besieging. The black shadows that had been waiting for a long time immediately abandoned the 4 of them and rushed towards Zichen. Chapter 2309. A one-on-one battle had suddenly turned into a group battle. The scene had changed a little too quickly. Longman could have easily killed the enemy, but he didn't kill them. Instead, he let the others go. This approach was a little strange. Xiao Qi and the other 3, who had been very worried about Zichen, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw these people rush forward. They weren't stupid. They knew that any change in expression at this moment might change the outcome of the battle. Therefore, they still looked very worried, but they were very happy in their hearts. The 4 of them knew very well that these people couldn't do anything to Zichen. If all of them went forward, they would all die. After all of them were killed, the 5 of them might have a chance of killing Longman if they joined forces. The seemingly dangerous situation had taken a turn for the better because of Longman's decision to wave his hand. Chen stood on the spot without moving. He just put his left hand on his waist. Most people didn't notice this subtle movement. Even if they did, they wouldn't care at all. Xiongxian and the others knew very well what was on Chen's waist, so they quietly waited for a miracle to happen. A miracle, it was indeed a miracle. Longman still had a disdainful smile on his face, as if he could already see Chen being hacked to death. These people held their weapons and rushed towards Chen. They were getting faster and faster, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Kai. Seeing that the attacks were about to land on Chen crushed the gourd on his waist. The three-colored poisonous fog emerged and instantly filled the entire place, enveloping everyone. Yeah. The injured Tang Pu clenched his fists and shouted at the spreading three-colored poisonous fog with an excited expression. Xiongxian and the other two were also excited. The three-colored poisonous fog was known to be highly toxic. Anyone who came into contact with it would die. This was Chen's secret, and it was also Chen's strongest means and reliance. At this moment, the three-colored poisonous fog had already enveloped everyone. It was obvious that these people had no chance of surviving. Just as the four of them were completely relaxed, they suddenly heard Longman's faint voice from not far away. Yeah. Do you think this scene looks very exciting? The four of them turned around and looked at Longman, who appeared to be too calm, in surprise. Isn't that so? That's the three-colored poison mist, one will die upon contact. Xiuqi looked at Longman and said. But for some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. To think that you're the leader of the fourth demon hunter cultivator. You're simply an idiot. We're here to kill that guy. Do you think we wouldn't be prepared and know nothing about him? Longman looked at Xiuqi and smiled sarcastically. When you didn't know him, I already had a comprehensive understanding of him, including his extreme speed ability, all his methods, and even the scene when he awakened his ability. I know it all. What can we do even if we know? If we don't have an antidote for this tricolored poison mist, we'll die as soon as we touch it, Tom said in a deep voice. If it was any other three-colored poisonous fog, it would indeed be troublesome. But it's a pity that this was done by a bear like you. When you bought the tricolor poison mist, I had already bought the matching antidote. You're waiting to join forces with him to kill the pseudo-divine beast, but you don't know that we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Hearing this, Xiongxian's face instantly turned pale, and she cried out involuntarily, doesn't that mean, Chen, that's right. The tricolor poison mist he created now not only can't save him, but it will also become his grave. While speaking, Longman looked at the tricolor poison mist. Xiuqi and the other three covered their noses and retreated a distance. They began to worry about Chen, who was in the poison mist. They thought that they could turn things around with confidence, but who knew that it would turn out like this? After so many twists and turns, they didn't know if Chen could still resolve the crisis. Puff. At this moment, such a sound rang out in the poison mist. This was obviously the sound of a weapon cutting through flesh, but it was unknown who broke whose defense. Puff. Immediately after, another soft sound rang out. The poison mist was still spreading, and no one could see what was happening in the poison mist. Even the people in the poison mist couldn't see the things around them clearly. Although they couldn't see the surroundings clearly, it was still very easy for these aptitude users to see and kill a person. All the aptitude users who entered the poison mist had a specially configured detoxification pill in their mouth. They came forward to kill Chen, and also to let Chen release the tricolor poison mist. However, the scene in front of them seemed to be different from what they expected. Just as they swallowed the detoxification pill and ignored the tricolor poison mist, Chen disappeared from their sight. Over there. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, and everyone saw a black shadow flash from somewhere, bringing with it a strong wind that blew away some of the tricolor poison mist. Everyone rushed forward in an instant, but just after a few steps, they heard a puff sound. How is it? Did you kill him? In the tricolor poison mist, a voice rang out. After that, there was silence. Obviously, there was no silence. Over there. Another voice rang out, followed by the sound of a weapon tearing through the space. Puff. During this time, another clear sound rang out, followed by a bang sound, which should be the sound of a dead person's body hitting the ground. Who did it? Who is it? A questioning voice rang out from the tricolor poison mist, but this time, no one answered. Puff. 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 This time, there were 3 such voices coming from inside, followed by the sound of 3 people collapsing. Outside, listening to these sounds, Longman, who had a very calm expression, suddenly frowned. It seemed that the development of the matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. And the nervous 4 people inevitably felt joy in their hearts when they heard such sounds. What's going on? Quickly kill him, Longman, who was a little impatient from waiting, said in a deep voice. What answered him was 2 puff-puff sounds. The tricolor poison mist did not dissipate, and no one knew what was happening inside. At this moment, Chen was standing in the poison mist, staring at the poison mist as if he could see through the poison mist. Swoosh! A long sword pierced through the poison mist and stabbed towards Chen's back. Chen's figure flashed like a ghost, and in an instant, he circled around and appeared behind the person holding the sword, and the broken sword in his hand swept across the person's neck. The aptitude user's eyes were wide open, and he fell down just like that. If one were to check the corpses now, they would find that the way they died seemed to be the same. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they saw a ghost before they died, and they died with their eyes wide open. When an aptitude user walked through the poison mist, he saw the corpses under his feet. His heart became heavy, and cold sweat almost drenched his whole body. Listening to the occasional puff sounds in his ears, and thinking of his companions falling down one by one, he felt great pressure, and every step was difficult. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came out from the tricolor poison mist. This should be the first scream since the poison mist appeared. After this scream, there were no other sounds, which made the aptitude user even more terrified. At this moment, the pressure of death overcame his fear of Longman. He no longer thought about Longman's order and turned around to escape. At this moment, he felt a strong wind blowing, and then he saw a pair of cold eyes in front of him, staring at him. Go to hell! He shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand slashed forward. Swoosh! The broken sword cut through a cloud of tricolor poison mist, but there was no sound of cutting into flesh. The pair of eyes disappeared, and the aptitude user took a few steps back in fear. At this moment, not far from him, there was the sound of a weapon cutting through flesh, and another aptitude user died. Death was so close to him, but he couldn't even see the enemy's shadow. The aptitude user almost collapsed, and he couldn't care about anything else. He rushed forward, wanting to rush out of the poison mist. However, when he was about to reach the edge of the poison mist, he saw the pair of eyes looking directly at him again. He was terrified, and when he swung his sword, he also nervously stepped back, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing. A large area of tricolor poison mist was cut apart, but there was still no sign of Chen. In another direction, another companion fell. Just like this, the aptitude user rushed out 4 times, but he didn't succeed. Every time he met the pair of eyes, he was scared and stepped back in fear. In the 4 times he rushed out, 4 of his companions were killed. As time passed, the tricolor poison mist gradually began to dissipate, and the aptitude user became more and more terrified. When he met the pair of eyes for the 5th time, he completely collapsed. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! He kept roaring, and the long sword in his hand slashed forward. It was a series of random slashes, without the slightest order. And just as he was slashing wildly, a person stood behind him, quietly looking at him. This person's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. His face was very clean, and he looked young and handsome. Behind him, on his back, there were pairs of wings. There were a total of 5 pairs of wings, and they were gently flapping. After slashing wildly, the aptitude user seemed to have noticed something unusual behind him. He put away his sword and slowly turned his head, and saw the face that still looked somewhat handsome in the dark night. You! The aptitude user saw Chen, and his expression instantly became ferocious. The long sword in his hand was raised, and he was about to slash at Chen. A bright black sword light was first aimed at the aptitude user's neck. Before he died, the aptitude user saw the indifferent expression on Zichen's face, and the wings that appeared on his back. At the moment when his life disappeared, he seemed to see Zichen using these wings to appear in front of him several times, scaring him off several times. Then, he quickly went to the other companions, and killed them who also wanted to escape from the tricolor poison mist. What happened before was not an illusion, but an illusion created by his eyes because his opponent's speed was too fast. This speed was undoubtedly much faster than a level 2 longman. Chapter 23:10. The scene of the tricolored poisonous fog dissipating was somewhat unbearable to watch. Of course, this was only for Lang Man looking at Zichen, who was still alive and doing quite well. Lang Man's expression became extremely gloomy. In contrast to Longman, the eyes of Xiongxian and the other three began to light up when they saw this scene, and they became very excited. The original impossibility seemed to have become a possibility at this moment. How did you do it? Longman, with a gloomy face, looked at Zichen and asked in a deep voice. He was not the only one who wanted to know the answer to this question. Xiongxian and the other three also wanted to know the answer. These people had detoxification pills, and the tricolored poisonous fog was ineffective on them, so how did Zichen kill them? You'll know later. Zichen held the broken saber and walked forward step by step. The heavenly thunder wings that appeared on his back earlier had disappeared when the tricolored poisonous fog dissipated. Longman's heart was bleeding as she watched Zichen walk over and the people who had fallen on the ground. Although he could get a generous reward as long as he killed Zichen, and even the rewards of these dead people would belong to him, compared to the loss of these people, those rewards could not make up for it at all. These people could die at any time, and they could die at any time, but that was only if he wanted them to die. But now, it was obviously not the time for them to seek the greatest benefit for him at the cost of their lives. In his eyes, killing intent burst out. No matter the result of today's transaction, he would lose out. Zichen moved forward slowly, adjusting his breath as he moved forward. He had just used the heavenly thunder wings to kill so many people, and he had consumed a lot of energy. As he moved forward, his breathing gradually adjusted. The continuous battles made his head gradually swell, as if something was about to rush out, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Now that he was facing a strong enemy, Longman, he could only dispel this discomfort and kill Longman first. Xiongxian and the others also came in this direction. Judging from their expressions, it seemed that they wanted to join forces with Zichen to fight against Longman. All of you, back off. I'll fight this battle myself. Zichen, who was moving forward, said in a deep voice. His words carried an indisputable meaning. He had a deep understanding of Longman's strength. These people would only be courting death if they rushed forward rashly. The four people did not stop. At this moment, they showed a strong fighting will and showed that they were not afraid of death, because they knew very well that only by joining forces would they have a chance of survival. Seeing that the four people did not stop, Zichen had to speed up. His footsteps changed, and 9 fleeting thunderbolts appeared once more. Due to his injuries, his speed was slightly slower than before. Seeing Zichen in this state, Lang Manyaro smiled coldly and rushed towards Zichen. He clenched his fist and punched at Zichen's head. From the point of view of Xiongxian and the others, one was like a ray of light while the other was like a shadow rapidly approaching. In the next moment, they would collide. Buzz. However, just as the two were about to collide, Zichen's body suddenly shone with an intense light. The light illuminated the dark night, and Zichen's figure paused for a moment in the light. Then, he accelerated in an instant. The burst of speed in that instant was several times faster than before. Puff! With a soft sound, Zichen, who had turned into a ray of light, arrived behind Longman. Longman, who was leaving after images, steadied himself after taking a few steps forward. Xiongxian and the other three were stunned by this sudden scene. They subconsciously stopped in their tracks, and then their gazes turned towards Zichen. In front of them, Zichen stood with his back facing Longman. This time, however, there were pairs of wings on his back. On those wings, there would be flashes of light from time to time. The light moved like electric snakes. Such a strange pair of wings appeared on Zichen's body, which surprised the four people. Moreover, the speed that Zichen burst out in an instant just now was indeed ridiculously fast. They shifted their gaze to Longman. They saw that Longman's night clothes had been completely cut down the middle. There was a long knife mark on his chest, and blood was overflowing along the knife mark. The most surprising thing was that Longman's right hand, which was the hand he had clenched into a fist, was now left with only his arm. His fist had been cut off from the wrist and fell to the place where the two had just collided. Obviously, this was the effect of Zichen's slash. Longman's right hand had neutralized too much of the slash's power. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the knife mark on his chest, but his entire body would have been cut open by the broken knife. After advancing to a second-level hunter, not only would one's strength increase a lot, but one's physical body would also become stronger. In this confrontation, Longman lost his right hand, and Zichen had the absolute upper hand. His chances of winning were greater. Xiong Xian and the others saw this, which was why they didn't continue to move forward. After losing an arm, Longman wasn't as angry as they imagined. He didn't show any hysterical or exasperated look. Even the murderous intent in his eyes was disappearing little by little. However, his eyes became colder and colder, and there was still calmness in that coldness. Zichen's change today was far beyond his expectations. He knew that this would be a difficult battle, and he couldn't be careless at all. He slowly turned around, ignoring the bleeding arm and the wound. He looked at Zichen and said, "You should be proud to be able to force me to this extent." Zichen turned around. After seeing Longman's calm expression at the moment, he became even more fearful of him. He held his sword in front of him and didn't say a word. Even a powerful second-level hunter would still die from excessive blood loss in this world. He wouldn't give Longman time to heal, so the longer this dragged on, the more powerful it would be for him. He could even conclude that Longman's death was a foregone conclusion. What he had to do now was to guard against Longman's counterattack before his death. Without needing Zichen's signal, Xiong Xian and the others who had been on the battlefield for a long time began to retreat tactfully. With the speed that Zichen had shown, he was already in an invincible position. Longman, who was about to counterattack before his death, would most likely drag them down with him. Zichen didn't say a word. The thunder wings on his back trembled slightly, guarding against any unforeseen circumstances that might occur at any time. Longman's left hand tore off the rest of the night clothes on his body. He then put it on his waist and pulled out a sword from it. It was a soft sword that was completely wrapped around his waist. This kind of sword was rare in this world. The sword was as nimble as a snake, reflecting a cold light in the dark night. "I don't have much time left, but you're not much better off. You've used up a lot of energy in the battle with the two-headed tiger, and you've also used up a lot of energy in the three-colored poison mist. That attack just now should be the strongest and fastest you can burst out with, right?" Longman's words were still calm, and his expression was still as calm as ever as blood gushed out from his body. "That's right. My condition is not good, but killing you is not a problem," Zichen replied in a low voice. In this kind of life-or-death situation, there was no point in hiding. "Then come." Longman began to rush forward. As a second-level hunter, he fully unleashed his speed and potential at this moment. As he rushed forward, he left behind more after-images. His speed was much faster than before. Zichen didn't choose to dodge. Facing Longman in this condition, dodging would only make him more passive. Now, he could only continue to rush forward and block Longman's desperate attacks. Swoosh! The heavenly thunder wings flapped, and Zichen displayed his extreme speed again. However, the continuous consumption and the increasingly serious injuries caused his extreme speed to be greatly reduced at this moment. He couldn't even compare to Longman's speed when he overdrew his life force. Clang! In this extremely fast exchange, the sword and the saber met, and the sound of vibration was heard. Zichen didn't feel a strong force from the soft sword. Instead, he saw the soft sword wrap around the saber like a poisonous snake, and then extended towards his arm. Puff! The tip of the sword instantly pierced Zichen's arm. It was like being bitten by a poisonous snake. Zichen's arm that was holding the broken saber exerted force and his body began to retreat. The soft sword unraveled layer by layer. Longman rushed forward again. At a speed faster than Zichen, he arrived in front of Zichen and stabbed the sword towards Zichen's heart. This time, the soft sword didn't vibrate anymore. It was as straight as a spear. Zichen's body bent backward, and the soft sword brushed past his face. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, he saw the tip of the sword suddenly vibrate again and slanted downwards, going straight for his glabella. Swoosh! The thunder wings flapped, and Zichen rolled sideways, preparing to dodge the shortkill attack. However, his speed was slower than the tip of the sword. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce through his glabella, the tip of the sword suddenly paused, and Zichen took the opportunity to dodge. In the distance, Xiong Xian's bright eyes instantly dimmed. Then, she coughed out blood as she suffered a backlash. Her vision turned black as she fainted. Damn it! The calm Longman's eyes flashed with anger when he saw his shortkill attack being resolved just like that. With Xiong Xian's help, he dodged the attack. Just as Zichen stood up, he saw a kick towards his chest. The powerful force instantly snapped several of Zichen's ribs as his body flew backwards. With his ribs broken and his organs shaken, Zichen coughed out blood again. At that moment, his entire body was in pain, but the most painful part wasn't his injuries, but his head. This was also the main reason why his speed, which was known as the world's fastest, was suppressed. Otherwise, the world's fastest speed wouldn't be so weak. The throbbing pain made Zichen unable to fight with all his strength. After his body fell to the ground, he held his head and spun a few times before rolling away. As a level 2 hunter, Longman's observation skills were extremely sharp. He had already noticed that Zichen's current state wasn't right. This was definitely the best opportunity to kill Zichen. Therefore, he charged forward without hesitation, slashing down with his sword again and again. The wounds on Zichen's body increased, and his headache became more intense, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Fart! Fart! Sword scars appeared on Zichen's body. If it wasn't for his extreme speed, he would have been killed by the flexible sword. Damn it, what the hell is this? Are you trying to kill me? Holding his head, Zichen, who could only dodge, cursed angrily. The pain had reached his limit. If it wasn't for the fact that he was on a life-and-death battlefield, Zichen would have fainted long ago. With the threat of death still present, Zichen didn't dare to faint. He didn't know if it was because of his cursing, or if the pain had reached its limit, but after the intense pain, the pain dissipated like a tide. Chapter 23:11. The previous world had been a blur to Zichen. He had only vaguely sensed some sort of danger. However, after the intense pain, Zichen's perception of this world became clear. It was as if many sensory tentacles had extended from his mind and fed back everything they sensed into his mind. In Zichen's mind, another three-dimensional image was formed. For example, right now, he could sense that the sword that was coming at him at an extremely fast speed was piercing towards his head. This sword seemed to be very fast to the outside world, but in Zichen's perception, this sword was traceable. With a thought, he dodged the attack. Unlike when he had dodged earlier, Zichen didn't even use his eyes to look as he dodged. Then, Longman quickly thrusted his sword over. Zichen still didn't use his eyes to look, but he easily dodged it. His perception of the world had changed, and it seemed as if his body had undergone an indescribable change. Even though he was seriously injured, his reaction was still very fast. The current situation was very strange. Although he could see everything around him without using his eyes, it was similar to having spiritual thoughts and spiritual power in the outside world. However, in this world, this was an awakening of an ability. It didn't come from any cultivation techniques, but from Zichen's own soul. As a perfect soul, he had finally awakened this ability thanks to the nourishment of the sacred source fluid. The awakening of this ability didn't just allow him to sense his surroundings. It also seemed to have another meaning of control. This feeling of control seemed to be telling Zichen that he had to choose something to control. Zichen tried to control other things in his surroundings that he could sense, such as the parts left behind by the mechanical black bear or the sharp flowers and plants. However, he realized that it was useless. Controlling the broken blade was also useless. The heavenly thunder wings didn't require any control either. This ability seemed superfluous at the moment. Longman's attack was still ongoing. As his life force flowed away, he became even more desperate. This was a true battle to the death. It was a true challenge to the limits. At this moment, even Zichen, who had undergone some sort of metamorphosis, found it increasingly difficult to dodge. Now, he only had two choices. One was to quickly find a way to break the situation, and the other was to persevere until Longman fell first. The latter was not very reliable, but the former seemed to be possible after Zichen suddenly awakened his ability. Thoughts related to control kept appearing in his mind. Just as Zichen didn't know what to control to break out of this situation, something suddenly appeared in Zichen's mind. When this thing appeared, Zichen felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Although he didn't know what to control, Zichen instantly understood what he had to do. It was as if he was supposed to control this thing after awakening this ability. After retreating, Zichen's eyes could see things clearly again. He looked at Longman, who was gradually going crazy. He threw away the broken blade in his hand and slowly extended his right hand. Based on this action, it seemed like he was asking for something from Longman, who was charging forward. A bright light appeared in Zichen's palm and turned into a small blade. The small blade was no bigger than a palm and as thin as a cicada's wing. When it appeared, it radiated a brilliant light. However, when it was fully formed, it returned to its original simplicity. The four people watching the battle in the distance watched this scene in surprise. First, it was the strange wings. Now, it was the strange small blade. They wondered how many more strange things Zichen had on him. Longman also saw Zichen abandon the broken blade and take out such a small blade. However, he didn't have much life force left, so he didn't have time to think carefully. Therefore, he rushed forward without hesitation, wanting to kill Zichen directly. The four people in the distance stared closely at the small blade in Zichen's hand. They were all guessing whether this small blade could change Zichen's current situation. Under their gazes, Zichen pinched the small blade in his hand with his fingers, exerted force with his wrist, and threw the small blade at Longman. The small blade was so fast that it moved forward with a whoosh. However, it brushed past Longman's cheek and didn't kill him. It's over. Seeing this scene, the four people sighed in disappointment and threw away the large blade. The small blade didn't kill the enemy, and at this moment, Zichen had retreated to a huge rock. There was no way out. Now, even if they wanted to rescue him, it was too late. They could only mourn for Zichen in their hearts and pray for a miracle. Go to hell! Longman rushed to Zichen's side, who had nowhere to retreat. Without much nonsense, the soft sword in his hand straightened and directly aimed at Zichen's glabella. You're the one who should die. Looking at the soft sword coming at him, Zichen looked at Longman calmly and said. As Zichen's voice fell, a sharp whistling sound came from the distance. For some reason, the small blade that had just been thrown didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it turned in midair and then turned back. This time, the speed of his return was much faster than before. It was like a streak of black light. Puff! Unsurprisingly, before the soft sword could pierce Zichen's glabella, the small blade pierced through the back of Longman's head first. Longman's attack stopped, and his ferocious expression froze. The soft sword trembled like a spirit snake 3 inches in front of his glabella, but it didn't move forward. His vitality was quickly draining away. The battle was over. Zichen leaned against the big rock, gasping for breath. This battle was really dangerous, and he almost died here. At this moment, his body was already full of scars. Xiongxian and the other 3 rushed over from afar. Today's battle had been full of twists and turns, and all kinds of dangers. The result was even more unexpected. Previously, they had predicted that Zichen would rely on the 3-colored poison mist to eliminate the others, and then join forces with them. If they were lucky, perhaps 1 or 2 of the 5 would survive. If they were unlucky, then all of them would die. However, before their eyes, Zichen had single-handedly annihilated all of them using a myriad of methods. This caused them to be both surprised and delighted. Of course, Zichen had also paid a heavy price for this. His injuries had become very serious, and the others were very worried. I'm fine, Zichen weakly said as he leaned against the big rock. Besides his clean face, the rest of his body was either covered in wounds or blood. He looked very miserable. Hurry up and drink it. Xiuqi quickly came forward and took out a jade bottle. She poured out a drop of sacred origin liquid and handed it to Zichen, indicating that he should drink it. This is sacred origin liquid. Of course I know. It's very effective for healing. Seeing that Zichen was about to refuse, Xiuqi said, don't refuse. This should be your spoils of war. If I'm not wrong, Longman should have quite a bit of this sacred origin liquid on him. Using a drop now is nothing. Naturally, a second-rank hunter would have some sacred source fluid on him. It was acceptable for him to waste a drop to heal himself. Zichen nodded and swallowed it. After entering his stomach, the sacred source fluid began to release energy. This energy naturally circulated throughout his body and began to heal his injuries. While Zichen was healing, Xiongxian began to clean up the battlefield. As a woman, she was more meticulous than others. As for Xiujin, he stood beside Zichen, protecting Zichen as he healed. Tang Piyu, who had nothing to do, suddenly remembered that Zichen had thrown away the broken blade and scabbard during the battle earlier. Hence, he began to search. Xiuqi, who had put away the jade bottle, also joined the group cleaning up the battlefield. When the sky was about to brighten, Zichen opened his eyes and swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. His injuries were already under effective control and were gradually improving. He believed that he would make a full recovery in a few days. When Zichen opened his eyes and saw the four of them sizing him up, he asked in astonishment, "Is there something on my face?" Ignoring Zichen's teasing, Tang Piyu looked at Zichen and said excitedly, "Zichen, you've struck gold." Struck gold? Zichen was taken aback. He did not understand what Tang Piyu meant. You killed Longman when you were injured. If you were at your peak, killing Longman would definitely be a piece of cake. Zichen, you're now a powerful second-level hunter. We found quite a bit of sacred origin liquid in this battle. You've struck gold. Tang Piyu said excitedly. With Zichen's current strength, he was indeed equivalent to a second-level hunter. Moreover, he believed that if he had met Longman at his peak, the battle would not have been so difficult. Even second-level hunters were divided into strong and weak. He was definitely stronger than Longman. Zichen nodded and said, I also believe that even if I'm not a second-level hunter, I have the strength of a second-level hunter. As for striking gold, I'm not the only one who struck gold. We're the ones who struck gold. What do you mean? Tang Piyu was stunned. Since they're spoils of war, of course they belong to everyone. How can I be the only one who struck gold? Zichen smiled. Zichen, that's not the same. That's a separate matter. We're already embarrassed to share the two-headed tiger. You were the one who killed these people. If you take these resources, we'll feel bad, Xiuqi hurriedly said. There's nothing to feel bad about. At most, I'll take 50% of the profits, and the four of you will split the rest. It was not that Zichen did not want to share more with everyone, but he could already tell that they might not be willing to accept 50%. Zichen waved his hand, indicating that they should stop talking. Suddenly, he saw a small knife that had fallen to the side. This small knife was the lightning blade manipulation knife. That unknown senior had spent a lot of resources to forge it. It was definitely one of the best among the heaven-grade weapons. Moreover, there was a knife spirit in this small knife. However, just like the broken knife, the knife spirit had mysteriously disappeared after coming to this world. Or rather, it had been sealed. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the small knife, a mottled rust appeared on it. It was as if it had been there for thousands of years, and the rust was still spreading. Chapter 23:12. Zichen's expression became very nervous when he saw that the knife had suddenly decayed. Xiuqi sized up the knife and said after a moment, "This shouldn't be something that belongs to this world, right?" Zichen nodded and said, "This is something that belongs to me. I brought it from the world I came from." That's right. For this to happen, it can only mean that the quality of this knife is still a little low. It can withstand the erosion of time for the time being, but it will dissipate soon. This world had its own independent rules and didn't recognize things in the outside world, unless it was something of high quality. For example, the broken knife was once a powerful holy weapon, and the rules couldn't destroy it. This knife was known as the best among heavenly weapons, and it consumed a lot of resources. In the outside world, it was enough to trigger a treasure-snatching war in the heavenly realm. However, in this world, such a quality item still couldn't be recognized by the rules, and there were signs of decay. As the decay spread, the knife would eventually turn into dust and disappear. To Zichen, this thing wasn't just a weapon, but also a powerful cultivation technique. In this world, he could use his spiritual senses to control it, which was equivalent to using lightning to control the knife in the outside world. To Zichen, this was a new ability, a trump card, so he naturally couldn't let it disappear. Moreover, if he made another one, his spiritual senses might not be able to control it. More importantly, there was a knife spirit inside, that chubby and cute little fairy. Once the knife disappeared, the knife spirit would definitely dissipate. Looking at Xiuqi, Zichen asked anxiously, "Is there any way to keep it?" Xiuqi thought seriously and said, "It's said that to keep something in the outside world, you have to pay a big price. It's far from comparable to making another one. If you really want to keep it, the best way is to add new materials to forge it. The quality of the material must be high enough to keep it in this world. Also, I heard that the two need the same forging method, which is even more difficult." Zichen was now a master refiner, but he couldn't see what kind of refining technique was used to refine this knife. If there really was such a prerequisite, then it would be troublesome. As for higher quality materials, he was not worried. He still had a large piece of holy black crystal that he had not used yet. That was a truly high-quality material. If he added it into the small knife, it would definitely increase the quality of the small knife. There's not much time left. Let's go back first. As he spoke, Zichen stood up. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he had to go back and give it a try. "But, your injuries?" Xiuqi looked at Zichen worriedly. "He's fine now." "Oh right, where's the sacred origin fluid? Give me another drop." Now that he knew exactly what he had obtained, Zichen naturally wouldn't be stingy. Not to mention a mere drop of sacred origin liquid. Even if he had to consume 10 drops of sacred origin fluid, it would be worth it. When it came to the Saint Genesis liquid again, Xiuqi and the rest no longer bothered about how much to distribute. Instead, they took out half of their harvest and gave Zichen. There were a total of 15 drops of sacred origin fluid. In addition, there were still the weapons and night clothes of the dead cultivators that had yet to be dealt with. Although these items weren't very valuable, there were so many of them. Once they were all sold, it would be quite a large sum. In addition, the two-headed tiger could be exchanged for 5 to 6 drops of sacred origin fluid. As a second-rank hunter, Longman can't possibly have only these few items on him. When we return, we'll directly search his residence. We'll definitely have a great harvest. On the way back, Tang Pu excitedly said. Raiding a second-rank hunter's residence was something he had never even dared to dream of. "When the time comes, you guys go ahead. I have to go back and take a look." Zichen's top priority was to repair the small knife. Along the way, it had decayed to the point where Zichen could no longer control it. While they were hurrying along, Zichen suddenly thought of something and asked, "How much do you guys know about the Huoti family name?" Huoti? Is it the Huoti family? If there's only one Huoti family, it should be. Why are you asking this? Do you know anyone in the Huoti family? No. Zichen shook his head and said, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why Longman targeted me this time should be because of the Huoti family's orders. As for the 4 of you, you were implicated by me and suffered an unexpected calamity." Hearing Zichen's words, the 4 people's expressions clearly changed. Xiuqi said in disbelief, "Zichen, are you joking? You offended the Huoti family?" "That's the case for now. When both sides meet, we'll fight to the death." Looking at the 4 people's expressions, he could tell that the Huoti family was a huge family even in this place. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Perhaps the Doff family was also his enemy. That's not good. The Hueti family doesn't only have extraordinary power in this small town. It's said that they have traces in other towns as well. Take Sohui town for example. There are less than 10 second-rank hunters in the entire town, but the Hueti family alone has 2 second-rank hunters. Moreover, these two are stronger than Longmen. Xiuqi said with a frown. 2 second-rank hunters? Then are there third-rank hunters? How is that possible? The entire Sohui town doesn't have a single third-rank hunter. Experts like that can't possibly stay in this small town. It's good that there are no third-rank hunters. A second-rank hunter stronger than Longmen was still a second-rank hunter. Zichen wasn't afraid. After swallowing the second drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen's injuries were quickly recovering. The speed was also getting faster and faster. When he arrived at Sohui town, night had just fallen. Zichen signaled the 4 people to rest first and deal with those things tomorrow. After that, he went straight to old Fat Wei's blacksmith shop. The knife in his hand was already completely covered in decay. Zichen was worried that he wouldn't be able to last until the sun rose tomorrow. With regards to Zichen's sudden appearance, the old man was very surprised and said, "Didn't you go out to train? Why, did you run back after being beaten up?" Ignoring the old man's teasing, Zichen anxiously pulled the old man into the house and said, "When I was in the outside world, I had a heaven weapon. This time, I took it out, but it's already decayed. Is there any way to protect it and let it stay in this world for a long time?" Old Fat Wei broke free from Zichen's arm and looked at the blood all over his body with disdain. He said casually, "I thought it was something big. So it was such a small matter." Zichen turned and looked at old Fat Wei, his eyes shining. "You have a way." Old Fat Wei said disdainfully, "The heaven weapons in the outside world are all trash. Those that can be decayed are better than trash. What's the use of them? Now that you're a master blacksmith, you can just forge one yourself." Looking at old Fat Wei's understated expression, Zichen wanted to go up and give him a few slaps. He suppressed his anger and said, "Nonsense, if that's the case, why would I look for you? I just want to keep it. It's a heaven weapon, and it has a spirit." Looking at Zichen's angry words, old Fat Wei said, "Oh, angry? Seems like the weapon spirit must be a girl. You have feelings. If you know, then don't take it out. That broken thing outside, you still." Before the old man could finish his words, Zichen grabbed him by the collar and raised him up high. His head hit the wall above him. "Old man, don't make jokes. My patience is limited. Not bad. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and your strength has grown. You dare to scold me." Old Fat Wei was not afraid of Zichen, but seeing Zichen's eyes gradually turning red, and his heavy breathing, he knew that Zichen was serious. So he stopped making fun of him and said directly, "There's no meaning in doing this, and it might not succeed. There are many ways to refine weapons. If you want to protect the weapon, you have to use the same method to fill it with materials. If you don't have the right method, it's useless. Even if you have the right method, you will need some high-grade materials. In the meantime, in order to increase the quality of the weapon, the high-grade materials will be used up. This is a thankless task. It's better to refine a new one, saving time, energy, and resources. When you were in the Life Star, were you also a blacksmith?" Hearing what old Fat Wei had said, Zichen felt a chill in his heart. He put down the old man and asked, "Of course. If not, how could this old man survive in such a big town?" Old Fat Wei said proudly, "All right, don't blow your own trumpet. You think I don't know? This is a broken town. Even if it's the worst town, it's only slightly better than a village." Zichen turned and walked into the weapon refining room. This time, he did not drag the old man. "Quickly come in and take a look. Can you see what method I used to refine this weapon? If you can, use the same method to repair it. As for the high-grade materials, use the holy black crystal." "Brat, are you crazy? The holy black crystal is such a good material, and you actually used it to repair a heaven-breaking weapon? Don't talk nonsense. Quickly come in and take a look." "I'm not looking. It's useless even if I look." Old Fat Wei waved his hand and said, "Although this old man's eyesight is vicious, My refining methods are all top-notch. With the same materials, the weapons refined by this old man's hands will have a huge increase in quality. Your weapons techniques are too low grade. Even if this old man can recognize it, I don't know those low-grade techniques. It's innately lacking. Even if you have heavenly techniques, it's useless. Unless a god stands in front of you now, then your problem can be solved. Stop bragging. Quickly come and take a look. This heaven-breaking weapon was refined by a true blacksmith master. You can't find a second one in this lifestar. TSK, when the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey will be king. In the end, old Fart Wei still walked in front of Zi Chen with disdain. He picked up the rotten knife beside the stove. His expression was filled with disdain as he sized it up. What kind of broken technique is this? It's too trashy. Is this what you meant when you said you can't find a second blacksmith master? It seems to have the shadow of an extreme-level weapon, but this technique is neither fish nor fowl. It's really too. Chapter 23:13. How is it? Can you fix it? Seeing the change in the old man's expression, and hearing the old man's words being interrupted, Zi Chen asked nervously, "Where did you get this thing from?" Old Fart Wei looked at Zi Chen and asked with a rarely seen serious expression. "Nonsense, this is mine. What do you mean, where did I get it from?" Zi Chen said unhappily. This is the true extreme weapon refinement method. In the entire world, there are no more than 3 people who know this method. Tell me, where did you get this thing? Old Fart Wei's words became stern. This is mine. I saw the master refine it with my own eyes. It was a top-quality heaven weapon. Nonsense, this extreme weapon refinement method, in this world, only 3 people know how to do it. 2 of them are in this world, and 1 is long dead. How old are you, kid? How could you have seen someone use the extreme weapon refinement method to refine a weapon with your own eyes? Zi Chen did not hear the doubt in old Fart Wei's words, but said with surprise, "So, you can fix it? Then don't be in a daze, quickly fix it. Before things are clear, don't expect this old man to fix it for you. Now, you have to tell me, what is your identity, and what method did you use to get this weapon?" Old Fart Wei said coldly. "Old Fart Wei, what do you mean? Don't tell me you think I stole this thing from someone's grave." Zi Chen stared at old Fart Wei. "It's very possible. This is the complete extreme weapon refinement method. There are no flaws. In this world, only my master can teach it, I can't. My master only accepted 2 disciples in his life. You are mine, the other is my junior brother." Zi Chen interrupted old Fart Wei and said, "Don't tell me, that senior is your master. That's impossible. My master is in this world, trapped here like me. Then he is your junior brother." "My junior apprentice brother died many years ago," the old man said. "Then who is the senior who refined the weapon for me?" Zi Chen looked at old Fart Wei and said, "That senior is very strong, his weapon refinement skills are very high, and that year he took the initiative to help me refine the weapon. There was even the Thunder Saint Beast to protect me. Before coming here, I met him. He can't be a bad person." "Really? That person you are talking about?" After that, old Fart Wei and Zi Chen verified whether the 2 of them were talking about the same person, and the final conclusion made old Fart Wei's expression change drastically. He was not sure whether Zi Chen's words were credible or not. Because according to what Zi Chen said, his little junior brother was clearly still alive. Is it hard to understand? The Lifestar was known as the Land of Miracles. It wasn't impossible for people to come back from the dead. You should have heard of the 4 sacred beasts, right? Fart fart. You should have heard of the ancestors of the 4 king clans. Lightning ancestor, moon ancestor, yarrow ancestor, star ancestor. In all the rumors, they are all dead, but I have seen the 4 of them with my own eyes. Although they are just a strand of remnant soul, they have always existed. But now, they have really fallen, but they also said, the end of death is life, and that there will be a day when we will meet again. The 4 people Zi Chen mentioned, compared to the Thunder Saint Beast, the 4 great saint beasts, were much more famous. Every expert born in a Lifestar, or even the older generation, who had not heard of the ancestors of the 4 king clans. That was an illustrious existence, a true big shot. These big shots, It was hard to meet one on a normal day, but Zi Chen had met 4 of them. Seeing that Zi Chen did not look like he was bragging, Old Fart Wei looked at Zi Chen and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Old Fart Wei's expression made Zi Chen slightly uncomfortable in his heart. He straightened his posture and said, "Listen well, I'm afraid you'll be frightened if I tell you. It's best to find something to hold on to, in case you get too frightened and faint." His clothes were tattered and bloodstained, and only his face was clean. He looked no different from a beggar, and could scare others. Old Fart Wei looked at Zi Chen and wanted to laugh. But Zi Chen's self-introduction made him unable to laugh. "I am a heaven-defying person from a life star, Zi Chen." These words reverberated in Old Fart Wei's mind, as if his soul had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel dizzy. "What did you say? You are a heaven-defying person?" Old Fart Wei repeated. He did not expect Zi Chen to answer, but he increased his tone to ease his shock. "That's right." However, Zi Chen still answered him. That tone of certainty caused the old man to tremble once again. But after all, he was an old man who had seen a lot of things. He was also one of the few people who had the highest refining skills on a life star. Soon, he calmed down. After sizing up Zi Chen, he looked at Zi Chen and said, "So, the reason why old John asked you to find me is because of your identity?" "Kind of. But more importantly, I have awakened the extreme speed ability." The extreme speed ability doesn't seem to be a rare ability, right? Of course, the extreme speed ability isn't rare, but if it's the extreme speed technique, then it's rare. What technique? 9 thunderbolts passing. You know the world's #1 extreme speed technique, 9 thunderbolts passing? I also have the heavenly thunder wings. This conversation ended with Old Fart Wei suffering a big blow. Not only did Zi Chen have consummate skills, but he also had treasures. Even the broken sword, which he usually did not pay attention to, was actually a famous saint weapon on a life star. Worthy of being a heaven-defying person who gathered the fortune of the entire world. Just the equipment on his body is enough to make people jealous. Through the conversation with Zi Chen, he could now confirm that the junior brother that his master thought was dead was actually not dead. To Old Fart Wei, this was something worth being happy about. Heaven-defying person, I didn't expect that after so many years of waiting, I would meet a heaven-defying person. With your identity and the ability you have shown, you don't seem like a saint king. How did you get in? Old Fart Wei looked at Zi Chen and asked, puzzled. I am a saint. I came in through the Jiao Tu family's passage. This time, I am here to fulfill my promise to the Jiao Tu family, to bring a saint weapon out. Impossible, after entering this place, no one can get out. In the Jiao Tu family, I saw a saint king who went out with my own eyes. After that, Old Fart Wei fell into silence. After a while, he muttered to himself, could it be that, when you let me stay here that year, there was a layer of meaning? Could it be that those people that year would encounter this scene today? I say, Old Fart, we have been talking nonsense for half a day. Do you have a way to help me repair my weapon? Seeing that Old Fart Wei did not speak, Zi Chen had to remind him. This weapon was forged by my junior brother. Do you think I have a way to repair it? Furthermore, I found a few flaws. After refining it again, it will definitely be stronger than before. After all, he is my junior brother. His weapon refining skills are still lacking compared to his senior brother. Zi Chen did not care whether this sentence was true or not. As long as he could repair the small knife, it was fine. As for the material, it was the Saint Black Crystal. Old Fart Wei, who originally said that it was a waste to use such a large piece of Saint Black Crystal, looked at the rusty small knife and said, Ian, this is my junior brother's masterpiece. Only by using this Saint Black Crystal can it show its extraordinariness. After that, he looked at Zi Chen and said, little brat, if you are lucky enough to meet my dead master, he will definitely have a collection of good materials. Who knows, this small knife of yours might be able to reach a higher level and become a real saint weapon. Really? Zi Chen asked, a little moved. In this world, there are very few people who can refine saint weapons. My dead master is definitely one of them. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the qualifications to enter the only city. A big shot like my master has always lived in the city, wantonly enjoying the resources of this world. To others, this world is a place of suffering. But to my master, it is a place of freedom and enjoyment. Waving his hand, old Fart Wei said, "All right, go and change your clothes. Don't be an eyesore. This thing of yours won't last for long. I have to work through the night. Oh right, when it is about to take shape, you have to let out some blood. It is equivalent to the blood essence of the outside world." Zichen thanked him profusely. After that, he returned to his room and started to wash up. The old man did not rest for the entire night. The sound of forging rang out continuously. He was using this world's method to get rid of the few impurities in the Saint Black crystal. Other than that, he also used a special method to stabilize the erosion of time on the small knife. On the morning of the second day, Xiu Qi and the other three did not go to deal with the spoils of war. Instead, they went straight to Lang Man's residence and cleaned it up. But the four of them obviously went in high spirits, and returned in disappointment. Their faces were dejected. "This is great. We bragged about it, but ended up with nothing." Tang Pu was obviously not in high spirits. "Someone must have beaten us to it. I'm sure Zichen won't blame us. The most important thing now is to quickly deal with those things." "Oh right, Tang Pu, your mechanical puppet is damaged this time. You have to change to a better one." Xiu Qi patted Tang Pu's shoulder and said, "I also want to change to a better one. But what good things can we have in this broken place? The last time we were able to change to a mechanical bear, we can be considered lucky. Unless we go to Mingfei Town, it will be difficult to get a good mechanical puppet." Hearing Tang Pu's complaints, Xiu Qi laughed and said, "This time, with Zichen's help, our harvest is not small. Maybe we can really go to Mingfei Town." When the few of them heard, their eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed down. Tang Pu shook his head and said, "Forget it. With just the four of us, the chances of dying there are too high. Let's just make do and choose one from here." Returning to their residence, the four of them started to deal with the spoils of war. Their harvest was not small. Chapter 23:14. It took 3 days to remove the impurities from the sacred black crystal. Using a special method to melt the sacred black crystal into liquid, it took another 10 days. In this period of time, the blacksmith shop was filled with continuous hammering sounds. Xiu Qi and the rest did not want to disturb Zichen, so they could only wait. It had to be said, if not for old Fart Wei's special method, the small knife could be preserved in this world for so long. Even with the method to increase its quality, the small knife itself would not be able to last until the day it was upgraded. Zichen was not idle in these few days. He wanted to ignite a fire. This world was not like the outside world, where there were strong earth fire and even heaven fire that could be used. To refine weapons in this world, one had to start their own fire. Of course, the terrifying degree of the fire was not any weaker than the earth fire and heaven fire in the outside world. In this world, if there was someone who could control these flames, their fighting strength would naturally be extremely strong. The sacred black crystal melted, turning into a sparkling black liquid, giving people a pure and transparent feeling. Zichen dripped drops of blood into the melted sacred black crystal, causing the pure black liquid to undergo some indescribable changes. The liquid started to tremble slightly, as though there was a hidden energy fluctuation. "All right, you can leave now." Looking at the gradually changing color of the liquid, old Fart Wei waved his hand. The reason why he was chasing Zichen away was not because he was worried that Zichen would learn the skills, but because Zichen did not know anything, and would only occupy this space if he stayed. He actually hoped that Zichen could learn some of his forging skills, but Zichen obviously had other aspirations. Becoming a master refiner was already the limit of Zichen's interest. But there were specializations, and old Fart Wei did not mind. If he really wanted to train the only heaven-defying person on this lifestar into a master refiner, not to mention whether Zichen was willing, at least those old fellows would not agree. After Zichen returned to his room, old Fart Wei took out the small knife that he had kept, and started to use a unique method to decompose it layer by layer. During the decomposing process, he would mix in the liquid of the sacred black crystal, and during this period, it was extremely testing of his technique. Moreover, this was the most perfect integration. Not only did it improve the quality of the small knife, but it also did not disturb the original patterns of the small knife. Although these patterns were not of much use in this world, in the outside world, these patterns would greatly increase the attack power of the knife. This was a very time-consuming process that required absolute calmness. During this time, no mistakes could be made. There was nothing else for Zichen to do, but he did not go out. Instead, he waited patiently. Once this small knife was formed, it would prove that he would have another great ability, and this ability would be able to control things from a distance. It was definitely a powerful ability. With Longman's previous attack, he was in no hurry to go out again. While waiting patiently, Zichen didn't stay idle either. He began to consume the remaining sacred origin liquid to strengthen himself. In this world, only when one was strong enough could one possess all kinds of abilities. Only then could one's abilities continue to evolve and become stronger step by step. On the way back, he chatted with Xiuqi. Xiuqi told him that if he wanted to evolve his abilities, he would have to continuously refine the sacred origin liquid. At this time, Zichen was not aware that during the time he was forging here, he had already consumed dozens of drops of sacred origin liquid. This was also the reason why he could suddenly awaken his abilities and transform his body. Another half a month passed, and old Fart Wei finally completed the last step. As the hammer fell, a crisp sound rang out, and the small knife was completely formed. The rust on the surface of the knife was completely removed, and it emitted a black light. At first glance, it looked like it was refined from pure sacred black crystal. However, if one looked at it for a long time, one would be able to see other lights flashing within the black light. Those lights were like Xingchen decorating the night sky. The moment the small knife was formed, Zichen sensed the existence of the other party. He quickly walked from his room to the weapon refining room. Wang. He looked at the small knife, and with a thought, the knife began to tremble. After trembling a few times, the knife flew into the air and flew towards Zichen. Then, under old Fart Wei's astonished expression, the small knife began to revolve around Zichen. Its speed went from slow to fast, until it finally turned into a ray of black light that protected Zichen. Is this the Imperial Sword technique? You actually awakened such an ability. How miraculous! Old Fart Wei exclaimed as he looked at Zichen. You can say that. Zichen controlled the small knife to stop and placed it in his palm. Looking at the little thing, he said, "Your spirit can't awaken here, so I can't call you Knife Spirit. I'll call you Flying Knife from now on." With a light flick of his wrist, the flying knife slid into Zichen's sleeve. It came from old Fart Wei, and it had taken him nearly a month to successfully evolve it. There was naturally no need to doubt its quality. During this period of time, Zichen had used up all the sacred source liquid he had obtained, and it was time for him to go out and reap the rewards. Xiuqi and the rest still had some resources to sell, and Zichen could still get some. Other than that, the property in Longman's residence was also a big part of it, and there was no reason for him to let it go. After sincerely thanking old Fart Wei, the old man waved his hand and weakly tipped Zichen to scram. Then, he closed the door and went to rest. Old Fart Wei had expended too much energy, but it wasn't a big problem. He just needed to rest. Zichen ignored him and went to find the four people next door. Seeing Zichen arrive, the four people were surprised and happy. They hurriedly gestured for Zichen to come in. After Zichen sat down, he noticed that the four people's expressions were somewhat unnatural. He asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hearing Zichen's words, the four people became even more embarrassed. In the end, it was Xiuqi who said, "Zichen, we're really sorry. Didn't you say that Longman's residence would have a lot of sacred source liquid? But when we went there, we found that someone had already gone there before us. We didn't get anything." Xiuqi took out a jade bottle and said, "This is the sacred source liquid we exchanged for. There's a total of 20 drops. We didn't touch them." Zichen took the bottle of sacred source liquid, opened it, and said, "If it's gone, then it's gone. It's no big deal." As he spoke, Zichen poured out 8 drops, put one into his mouth, and kept the remaining 7 into his own jade bottle. He gave the remaining 12 drops to Xiao-Qi, making it 3 drops each. This. Xiao-Qi was slightly hesitant. This was exactly as she had expected. Zichen had taken 2 fewer drops. This makes it easier to split. We'll do this in the future. If you have more, I'll refund you. After keeping the jade bottle, Zichen said, "Do you have any thoughts of going out again?" "Of course. We've already prepared everything. We were worried that you wouldn't want to team up with us after you advanced," Tang Piyu said excitedly. "Since everything is ready, let's set off." Zichen stood up. Tang Piyu had already taken out a package from the room. There were 2 things inside, the black suit and the 3-colored poison mist. After handing the package to Zichen, Tang Piyu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Zichen. This time, I guarantee that no one will have the antidote for the 3-colored poison mist." Zichen took the package and lightly punched Tang Piyu with his fist. He smiled and said, "With you in charge, I can rest assured." Afterwards, the group looked at each other and laughed. After leaving the town, Zichen said, "Have you found a target this time? No matter what, it can't be weaker than the 2-headed tiger. Don't worry, Xiao Jin has already made arrangements for this. It would be a waste not to use such a strong person like you." After walking out of Sohui town, Xiao-Qi looked around and didn't find any traces of other people. She lowered her voice and said to Zichen beside her, "Zichen, I've already inquired about the matter you asked me to inquire about. The Hort family did have some interactions with Longman a few days ago. The 2 second-level hunters of their family are not in Sohui town. It is said that they have been away for a long time." Zichen nodded slightly. This could explain why the Hort family, who clearly had second-level hunters, would pay such a price to have outsiders kill Zichen. Just the antidote that could resist the 3-colored poison mist was not a small cost. "Can you be sure that the Hort family only has 2 second-level hunters?" Zichen asked. "This can be confirmed. The Hort family has always maintained 2 second-level hunters in Sohui town. Once someone advances, one of them will leave here. Jiotu Huangtu once said that his path forward was already arranged by the family for him. Then the Hort family has always kept 2 second-level hunters here to guard those people entering the next town. Can you inquire about some more details? For example, what are the abilities of those 2 ability users, and what level of combat power they have?" Xiao-Qi opened her eyes wide and looked at Zichen in disbelief, saying, "What do you want to ask about this? It can't be. We have long been enemies. Since they have the intention to harm me, I have no reason to let them go." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "But, that is a family, a huge family. If you go against that family, how will you walk in this world in the future? In this town, they don't have 3rd-level hunters, but other towns have them. Not to mention 3rd-level hunters, it is said that there are even 4th-level and 5th-level hunters. If you go against them, it is like hitting a stone with an egg." Because of her loss of self-control, Xiao-Qi's voice was slightly raised, attracting the attention of the other 3. "They are indeed a huge family. But here, they are only a small force with 2 second-level hunters. I have a lot of experience in dealing with them. If I don't say anything this time, there will be more second-level hunters coming, and even 3rd-level hunters." Chapter 23:15. Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, Xiao-Qi stopped persuading him. Although she hadn't known Zichen for a long time, Xiao-Qi could still see that Zichen was a very opinionated existence. Once he made up his mind, no one could persuade him. Next, the group walked for a day and a night. After a short rest and a simple meal, they came to a low mountain range. When they were still some distance away from the mountain range, they heard a series of beastly roars that sounded somewhat panicked. "Zichen, there are many pseudo-divine beasts here. Among them, there is a violent bear, whose fighting strength is stronger than Longman. Once, Longman led a team to destroy it, but in the end, they were defeated and Longman himself was injured." Xiao Jin, who was walking in front, turned around and said, "That's a good opponent. In addition to the violent bear, are there any other relatively powerful pseudo-divine beasts here?" Zichen's eyes flashed as he asked. "There are many other pseudo-divine beasts, but they are not as strong as this violent bear. Once we fight, The movement will definitely scare away the pseudo-divine beasts around. The violent bear is equivalent to the king here, but they are not united. By the way, the mechanical puppet that Tang Pu used before was built according to the prototype of the violent bear. Speaking of the mechanical puppet, Zichen glanced at Tang Pu again with a strange expression. After losing the mechanical puppet Black Bear, Tang Pu bought a new mechanical puppet in Sohui town, but it was far worse than the previous one. It was a puppet bull of very low grade, which was the main reason why he insisted on walking and refused to enter the puppet. Maybe it was because of the terrain, but along the way, there was little wind. In this dangerous night, if there was no wind, there would naturally be no divine mosquitoes and black ants. The danger factor could be reduced by a lot, and the group speed was also relatively fast. Before coming, Xiao Jin had obviously done his homework. He directly led Zichen in the direction of the violent bear. Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jin pointed somewhere and said, "Go around here, there is a black hole. If there is no accident, the violent bear is inside." The group of 5 carefully circled around half of the mountain, but they did not see the so-called black hole at all. "That's not right, there should be a black hole here." Looking at the surrounding environment, Xiao Jin said in puzzlement. "Look over there." In the dark night, a light flashed in Xiong Shen's eyes as she pointed to a boulder tens of meters away. Everyone's gazes landed on the huge rock. The huge rock was slightly black, but there was nothing special about it. However, there were obvious pitch-black cracks all around the huge rock. Clearly, there was a hole behind the boulder. They're hiding, they're actually hiding. Seeing such a scene, the crowd was naturally unable to understand. Why would a king need to hide and rest? Could it be that there were other pseudo-divine beasts that dared to challenge its prestige? Looks like I'm right. That guy is inside. Xiao Qi's gaze shifted away from the front, looking around to see if there were any other abnormalities. Let's remove that big rock first. Zichen's perception allowed him to clearly sense his surroundings. Aside from the cave entrance, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard. They were also very far away from here, so there was no need to worry too much. There was a violent bear in the cave, so no one dared to rashly go forward. Therefore, the matter of removing the rock could only be left to Tang Pu's puppet bull. During this period, Zichen intentionally tried to control the puppet bull, but to no avail. It seemed that his awakened spiritual perception only worked on the broken saber in his hand and had no effect on other things. The puppet bull stretched out its front hooves and knocked twice on the uneven ground. Then, it lowered its head and charged toward the boulder. The sharp horns flickered with a cold light in the dark night, like a weapon, as if they were going to cut the boulder. Boom! The horns hit the boulder, and the ground began to shake. A dull sound spread in all directions. The puppet bull's charging figure stopped. Its body clearly swayed, and it almost collapsed. The force of its collision only moved the boulder a little. The weight of the boulder was somewhat beyond imagination. After stabilizing its body, the puppet bull began to retreat. After a certain distance, it lowered its head and charged forward again. Boom! With another blow, the boulder moved a little again. This effect was really too slow. It might not even be able to move the boulder dozens of times. Just as they were about to think of other methods, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the cave. Faintly, a low roar was emitted from within. One could see that the large rock, which had only moved a little due to the collision of the puppet cow, was now rapidly moving as a thick black claw emerged from the other side. Clearly, the owner had been enraged and had taken the initiative to appear. Zichen threw a look at Tang Pu. The latter nodded and controlled the puppet bull to retreat. From the boulder blocking the cave, it could be seen that the strength of the puppet bull was very different from that of the violent bear. If it was hit directly, it would probably be destroyed in an instant. In Zichen's view, such a sacrifice was meaningless. Xiao Qi and the others also began to retreat. They could not interfere in the early stages of the battle. Only after the violent bear was injured would they have a chance to fight. The 4 of them began to retreat, while Zichen slowly moved forward with the broken saber in his hand. The boulder was completely moved away, and the black bear walked out of the cave. It was nearly 3 meters tall, and its body naturally emitted a murderous aura. Its black fur was stained with a lot of blood, and several scars could be seen. They should have been left behind by the previous battle. Its pair of pitch-black eyes gradually became brutal when it saw Zichen and the others. Roar! With a roar, the black bear charged at Zichen. Its bare paw directly slapped at Zichen's head, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The gust of wind blew, causing Zichen's cheek to hurt. This attack was full of power, even surpassing that of Longman at his peak. Once Zichen was hit, who knew how many of his ribs would break? Strong power, slow speed. Looking at the bare paw with full power coming at him, Zichen shook his head. His body was like a feather, moving with the wind. Swish! Zichen's body easily dodged this attack, and he arrived at the violent bear's side, instantly unsheathing the broken saber in his hand. As a black light flashed, the broken saber swept past the violent bear's body, cutting off its fur and cutting into its body. Zichen's body lightly floated down. With the scabbard in his left hand and the broken saber in his right, there was now a wound on the violent bear's body, and blood flowed out. Xiuqi and the others stood in the distance, not daring to speak, afraid that they would enrage the violent bear. In just a single exchange, the violent bear had been injured, so it naturally went berserk. Its bare paw whistled as it slapped at Zichen, and its attack speed was much faster than before. Zichen easily dodged again and slashed down with his saber. Its needle-like fur had counteracted too much of the saber's power, and by the time it had cut into its body, the saber's power was not enough. The powerful saber had only left a small wound on the violent bear's body. Under such circumstances, Zichen had the broken saber and the strength of a rank 2 hunter. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary hunter encountered this violent bear, it would be their nightmare. Pu. Zichen's body flashed as he slashed out again and again. Even though he tried to control his attacks to a certain point, the effects were not obvious. Compared to the two-headed tiger, the violent bear's strength and defense were much stronger. Its only weakness was its speed, and in this aspect, Zichen's speed was his strength. The violent bear's fierce attacks were unable to touch Zichen at all. On the contrary, Zichen kept attacking a certain spot, causing the wound on the violent bear's body to become bigger and bigger. The violent bear's eyes gradually turned red, and the aura around its body suddenly became tyrannical, as if it had gone berserk. It let out an angry and hoarse roar, and with a strong gust of wind, it charged at Zichen. With this attack, the violent bear's speed and strength had more than doubled. The 4 people who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. They did not dare to provoke an existence of this level. If they were hit, they would die. The last time Longman led a team here, they suffered heavy casualties. It should be because they forced the violent bear to go berserk. Swoosh! Zichen did not underestimate the violent bear's transformation. When he retreated, the heavenly thunder wings on his back immediately appeared. Then, the thunder wings on his back vibrated, and with a tap of his feet, he leaped high into the air. When he quickly dodged the violent bear's attack, his body also landed behind it. He turned around in the air and stomped on the violent bear's shoulder. The broken saber in his hand instantly retracted like a dagger. Pu. With a muffled sound, the broken saber directly pierced into the black bear's eyes. It pierced deeply, almost piercing through its brain. Roar! The black bear was in pain, and its aura was tyrannical. Zichen pulled out the broken saber and used the force to leap up. Below him, the violent bear kept waving its paws, attacking randomly in all directions, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The heavenly thunder wings flapped rapidly, allowing Zichen's body to stay in the air for a short while. Seizing the opportunity, Zichen's body landed again. Just like before, the broken saber pierced into the violent bear's other eye. This time, the broken saber went deeper. Pu. At the same time, Zichen paid a price for this attack. He was hit by the bear's paw. Although most of the force was neutralized, it still shook Zichen until he coughed up blood. Landing on the ground, Zichen retreated again, increasing the distance between him and the violent bear. At this moment, tears of blood gushed out from the violent bear's eyes. One of its eyes was still pierced by the broken saber. The violent bear was struggling before its death. The entire mountain peak was shaking, and all kinds of broken rocks were flying everywhere like hidden weapons, breaking through the air with the sound of breaking wind. Xiu-Qi and the other three retreated far away, nervously looking at the violent bear. After about 10 breaths of time, the berserk violent bear suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Boom! The earth shook again, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. The violent bear was dead. This scene was within Zichen's expectations, so he was very calm. The 4 people who were watching the battle nervously from afar also heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Boom! Boom! Chapter 23:16. The ground shook without warning, and the whole mountain peak shook gently as if there was an earthquake. The violent bear was lying motionless on the ground. It was obviously dead, so what was going on with this vibration? Is it an earthquake? The expressions of the 4 people changed. Zichen, who was about to pick up the broken blade, sensed this change, and his expression changed slightly. Boom! Boom! The ground began to shake violently, and thunder-like sounds came from afar, mixed with the roars of beasts. The roars came from some pseudo-divine beasts, which were very powerful existences, but at this moment, there was some kind of fear and panic in their voices. Below, let's go and see what's going on. Xiongxian and the other 3 turned and walked towards the edge of the mountain peak. The vibration came from below. Zichen quickly stepped forward and pulled out the broken blade from the eye socket of the violent bear. Whoosh! Returning the broken blade to its sheath, he quickly rushed to a high ground and looked down. It was night now, and his vision was not clear, but he could still see many black shadows running quickly below, with thunder-like vibrations. It's pseudo-divine beasts, all of them. Seeing those black shadows, Xiujin was shocked and cried out in alarm. These powerful pseudo-divine beasts, at this moment, seemed to have met their natural enemy, and were frantically fleeing, roaring in horror. Seeing this scene, Zichen was also surprised. Could it be the god race that could make so many different kinds of pseudo-divine beasts flee in panic? Looking at those fleeing pseudo-divine beasts below, Zichen clearly felt a few very powerful auras, which did not seem to be much weaker than the violent bear he had killed. What happened? Zichen frowned. They are of different species. Perhaps they are all enemies, but now they are all running away. Could it be their natural enemy? But in this world, I have never heard of them having a common natural enemy. Xiongxian frowned slightly, and her face was full of doubts. Indeed, I have never heard of them having a common natural enemy. Tang Piyu scratched his head, also unable to understand. Xiu-Qi frowned, as if thinking about something. Xiu-Jin, who was also frowning, seemed to have thought of something. His face changed dramatically in an instant, and he cried out in alarm, could it be them? What? The 3 of them asked in unison, clearly confused. Xiu-Jin's face had already lost all color. He raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. That was the north. Could it be that they're here? In the north, their target had shrunk a lot. And to be able to make Xiu-Jin's expression change so much, he believed that they were definitely not nameless existences. You're talking about the moon god wolf in the northern snowfield. Xiongxian and the other 2 instantly guessed Xiu-Jin's meaning, and their expressions changed drastically. Is the moon god wolf very strong? Zichen heard the commotion and came to stand beside the 4 people. He looked at the 4 people whose expressions changed drastically and asked. The moon wolves of the gods live in the northernmost area. There is a snowy plain there, which is their exclusive territory. In terms of individual combat power, the moon god wolf wasn't strong. It was even weaker than an ordinary pseudo-divine beast. In a one-on-one fight, they were the weakest among the pseudo-divine beasts. However, they never move alone. They always move in groups, and their numbers are uncountable. Xiu-Jin's face had already lost all color. An uncountable number of moon god wolves can defeat any enemy. Now, I should be able to guess why that violent bear placed such a big rock at the entrance of the cave. The moon god wolves live in the northern snowfield. Every once in a while, they will leave the snowfield to hunt. This time, they should be hunting, and these pseudo-divine beasts are their targets. Looking at the 4 people whose expressions had changed drastically and clearly felt fear, but didn't have any intention of running away, Zichen asked doubtfully. Since they're so dangerous, shouldn't we run away? Xiong Xian and the other two looked bitter. Xiao Jin sighed and said, we can't run away. Since it's a hunt, then we'll be surrounded on all sides. According to past practice, there are moon god wolves in all directions. Zichen shrugged and said, if that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Does the moon god wolf have a leader? There's a moon wolf king, who is hiding in the distance and commanding them. And there's more than one. It's said that the moon wolf king is very strong. Each of them is equivalent to a second-rank hunter. It's said. You don't have any reliable information? Xiao Jin forced a smile and said, everyone who has seen the moon god wolves will become a dead man. It's already very rare to have some gossip. But I didn't expect that our luck would be so bad that we would encounter a moon wolf hunt that hasn't been seen in 100 years. Looks like we're screwed this time. Thinking that they might soon be buried in the wolf's belly, the complexion of Xiong Xian and the other two turned ugly. Is there any other information? For example, how are we going to beat them back? Zichen asked again. He had encountered too many dangers in his life, and it was common for him to have a narrow escape from death. Obviously, he wouldn't give up so easily, not to mention that he hadn't seen the enemy yet. The moon god wolves are endless. No one can beat them back. Unless they're willing to retreat after the hunt is over. It seemed that Xiao Jin's knowledge was also very limited. Zichen could no longer get any useful information. So, Zichen asked again, are you sure we're surrounded now? It's not us. It's all the living beings in this area. They've all been surrounded. Including the pseudo-divine beasts that just ran away, they're also surrounded. Zichen nodded and said, well, it seems that a battle is inevitable. You guys take the violent bear's corpse into the cave first. Since the violent bear has already expected this, we'll use this cave to avoid this crisis. Right, hiding in the cave, maybe we can resolve this crisis. Their eyes lit up, and they all looked at the cave. Let's take the violent bear's corpse inside first, then we'll move the big rock. While speaking, Zichen flew towards the big rock. Xiao Qi and Xiong Xian went to get the violent bear. It wasn't that they were greedy, but if they left the violent bear's corpse here, it would undoubtedly attract more moon god wolves. Tang Piyu controlled the puppet bull and came to the side of the big rock. Together with Zichen and Xiao Jin, they moved the rock. But the rock only trembled slightly and moved a little bit. It had to be said that the violent bear's strength was really great, and in order to save its life, it had specially chosen a very heavy rock. Damn it, this thing is too heavy. Tang Piyu cursed angrily. He could only use all his strength to control the puppet bull and have it quickly push the rock back to its original position. But the three of them had limited strength, so they could only slowly move the rock. At that moment, a cold aura came, causing everyone's hearts to involuntarily shiver. Then, they heard the rhythmic sound of running, as if a well-trained army was advancing. A cold wind blew, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. It was as if they had entered the dead of winter. Not good, they're coming. Hurry up. Xiao Jin's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm. Xiao Qi and Xiong Xian had already dragged the tyrannical bear into the cave. Luckily, the cave was large enough to accommodate everyone as well as a cow puppet. The two of them hurriedly came out of the cave. The five of them and the puppet bull worked together to push the big rock back to its original position. Let the puppet bull push it from inside first, or it'll be useless later, Zichen said in a low voice. Ka. Under the combined efforts of everyone, the rock moved forward. The surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower, and the orderly steps were getting closer and closer to them. It was unknown if it was because the smell of blood had dispersed, but the orderly steps suddenly paused, and then there was a clapping sound. Hurry up. Zichen let out a low roar and used all his strength. The speed of the boulder moving forward increased a little. The gap between the rock and the cave was only a person's distance away, and it would soon be closed. Again, Zichen roared, and the rock moved forward again. At that moment, in Zichen's perception, several white figures appeared. Their fur was as soft as snow, and they were less than 2 meters tall. They leaped straight towards them. Their speed was very fast, and their steps were light. These were the divine moon wolves. In his perception, there were no less than 100 divine moon wolves on this half of the mountain. Shua. Without waiting for the rock to completely block the cave, these divine moon wolves rushed up. The leader also leaped over, opening its mouth and revealing its sharp fangs. Pu. Zichen instantly drew his saber and slashed the first moon wolf. He said in a low voice, "Hurry up and go in." At that moment, moon wolves appeared in all directions. If they delayed any longer, they would not have the chance to enter the cave again. At that moment, looking at the cave that was less than a person's height, they couldn't help but feel regret. If they had known, they wouldn't have wasted time. Everyone walked in one by one, and then they signaled Zichen to hurry up. Shua. 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 The broken saber in his hand flashed, and after killing 3 moon wolves, Zichen also flashed and entered the cave. The remaining gaps were blocked by the 4 of them using the violent bear's corpse. After killing 4 moon wolves, Zichen entered the cave. It was his first encounter with the moon wolves, so he had a certain understanding of them. They were very fast, their fighting strength was unknown, and their defense was relatively weak. Just as Xiujin said, they were easy to kill. However, there were too many of them, and they were all fearless. Zichen, who had never been afraid of being ganged up on, felt his scalp go numb when he sensed the moon wolves outside the cave. In this place, there was no endless energy for him to use, and no strong physical defense. Facing these moon wolves, he was helpless. Before everyone could relax, they heard low growls and biting sounds. Then, they saw the violent bear's corpse swaying, and it was quickly pulled out by the moon wolves. The cave entrance appeared again. After appearing, the moon wolves madly rushed toward the cave entrance. Pu. Xiuqi guarded the small cave entrance, and with a slash of his sword, he pierced through the head of a moon wolf. Beside him, Xiujin also killed one. This cave entrance could only allow 2 moon wolves to pass through. Just as the 2 moon wolves died, the other moon wolves pulled out the corpses of the 2 moon wolves. Then, 2 more moon wolves rushed forward. Pu. Pu. With 2 simple slashes and almost no energy, the 2 moon wolves died. Haha, according to this method, even if there are more moon wolves, they won't be enough for us to kill. Seeing this scene, Tang Pu couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 23:17. Fart. Fart. In the blink of an eye, 6 moon wolves were killed. Their corpses were dragged out by the other moon wolves as 2 new moon wolves charged in. They were like fools, charging forward without any regard for their lives and dying in the process. Xiuqi and Xiujin only needed to make 3 simple moves to kill 6 moon wolves. In such an environment and geographical location, the moon wolves' greatest advantage couldn't be fully displayed. They could only be slaughtered by the 2 of them. 6 now. Zichen just killed 4, so that makes a total of 10. Although we lost a violent bear, we'll be rich as long as we persevere until the end. Tang Pu couldn't help but say after seeing the 7th and 8th moon wolves die, his eyes twinkling brightly. Xiong Xian's deathly pale face also revealed a hint of joy. She nodded lightly, her mood much better. Although the moon divine wolves were powerful and no one dared to go up against them, there were still a few moon wolf corpses that appeared in this world over the years. Every time these corpses appeared, they would be bought at a high price. For this reason, there were even hunters who traveled to the snowy plains to hunt these moon divine wolves. The most valuable part of their bodies was their pure white, silk-like fur. After some special processing, not only were they beautiful clothes, but they also had decent defense. Of course, such a thing wouldn't appear in a small place like Sohui town. Only people from big places could enjoy such things. There was a reason for Tang Pu's joy. Even if 1 drop of sacred origin fluid was worth 1 moonwolf's fur, they'd already earned over a dozen drops in a short period of time. Moreover, they hadn't expended much energy. They'd originally thought that this was a disaster, but now it seemed like luck. A great fortune had fallen from the heavens. Tang Pu excitedly explained the value of the moon wolves to Zichen in detail. However, he didn't see any joy on Zichen's face. "Zichen, you don't seem happy," Tang Pu said in confusion as he turned to Zichen. "We're about to die. Should we be happy? Die? How is that possible?" Tang Pu said in surprise, As long as the 5 of us work together to defend this place, no moon wolf will be able to attack. As long as we can endure until they retreat, we will be rich. I don't believe that they will continue to die like this. You should know that we have a lot of food on us. At the very least, we can kill the moon wolves and eat their meat. Tang Piyu's analysis made some sense, but Zi Chen, who had used his perception, could see things outside as if he were using his eyes. At this moment, countless moon wolves had gathered around the cave they were in. Some of these moon wolves were responsible for the suicidal attacks, while others were beside the boulder, trying to move it. There were also some that were using their sharp claws to dig into the ground in the surroundings of the cave. They were like well-trained soldiers. Under the command of the general, they carried out one order after another. However, Zi Chen's senses did not detect any trace of the Moon Wolf King. Right now, they were like turtles in a jar. Zi Chen pointed above his head and said, "Listen carefully and see what you can hear." Tang Piyu and Xiong Xian leaned against the wall and listened attentively. After a while, the two of them turned pale again. "What's going on?" Xiao Qi, who was still slaughtering the moon wolves, asked in a low voice. "They are using their claws to dig up the ground. It seems that they want to dig in." Tang Piyu became somewhat agitated. "Not only that, but some moon wolves are also trying to move the boulder," Zi Chen added, causing Tang Piyu to feel even more despair. "It must be the Moon Wolf King secretly commanding them." "That damned thing." Xiao Jin gritted his teeth and cursed, his attacks still as sharp as ever. "What should we do now? Stay here and wait for death?" Tang Piyu's mood became gloomy. Looking at the dead moon wolves being dragged away, the light in his eyes dimmed. "It seems that we can only wait for a miracle," Xiong Xian said as she raised her head and looked at the cave. "Miracles are created by oneself. Based on their current speed, they will be able to completely dig out this place in about 20 hours. Of course, the prerequisite is that they don't have enough strength to move this boulder," Zi Chen said in a low voice. Hearing Zi Chen's calm tone, Xiao Qi, who had just killed another moon wolf, asked, "Zi Chen, do you have a way to help us escape?" "Not at the moment, but we can try." "How?" "First, get a moon wolf's corpse in here." Xiao Jin stabbed a moon wolf to death with his sword and grabbed its front paw, dragging it in. At the same time, he also dragged in the moon wolf that was biting onto the dead one. Xiao Qi instantly finished off the moon wolf with a sword strike. Throwing the corpse to the side, Xiao Qi asked, "What do we do now? It will definitely be a fierce battle, but I can't guarantee that we will be able to hold on until the end. However, this is also the only way that we have the highest chance of surviving. Now, give me all the sacred origin liquid you have. Just keep 2 drops for each of you." It did not seem like the right time for Zi Chen to ask for sacred origin liquid. However, due to their absolute trust in each other, the 4 did not waste any time and quickly gathered all the sacred origin liquid they had. There were a total of 28 drops, and Zi Chen had obtained 26 drops. Zi Chen only had 7 drops left, making a total of 30 drops. After placing the 30 drops into 4 jade bottles, Zi Chen instructed, "After the 2 of you kill the moon wolves, hurry and retreat. Wait for me to come out before blocking the entrance. Remember to conserve your energy after I come out. Don't make any reckless moves." While speaking, Zi Chen had already walked over to the dead moon wolf. He squatted down and lifted the moon wolf above his head. It looked as if Zi Chen was using the moon wolf's corpse as a hat. "Zi Chen, what are you doing?" Xiao Qi, who could vaguely guess what Zi Chen was doing, had a complicated expression on her face. "This is the only way now. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to live, you have to be alert. All right, you guys retreat." After the 2 of them killed the moon wolf, Zi Chen bellowed, and the 2 of them immediately retreated. At this moment, the dead moon wolf was also pulled out of the cave. Following that, 2 more moon wolves rushed in. Before they could reach the entrance, Zi Chen dashed out with the moon wolf's corpse on his head. Bang! With a loud bang, the 2 moon wolves were sent flying by Zi Chen. As for the 2 moon wolves that were sent flying, they also knocked down the other moon wolves around them. For a moment, a small empty space appeared outside the cave. After Zi Chen exited, The broken blade appeared in his hand and drew a black arc around him. Within the arc, all the moon wolves were cut in half and fell to the ground. These moon wolves clearly did not expect a human to charge out, and were all stunned. However, at this moment, a whimpering sound could be heard from afar. The moon wolves, who had been dividing up their work, all turned their heads and pounced on Zichen. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by moon wolves. Other than the ground, there were moon wolves everywhere. They were like an upside-down bowl of moon wolves as they rushed towards Zichen. Facing the moon wolves' attack, Zichen's expression did not change. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back and flapped rapidly. Swoosh! The broken blade in Zichen's hand slashed out in an instant. Combined with the extreme speed of the broken blade, Zichen's body was constantly surrounded by circular blade arcs. These circular blade arcs fell in all directions around Zichen. Fart! 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 Wherever the circular blade arcs passed, the sound of weapons slicing through flesh could be heard. At this moment, the scene of the moon wolves attacking seemed to be frozen. It was as if they had been immobilized. The only thing that could be seen was the flickering of the blade arcs when they were immobilized. Actually, this was just a visual illusion. The moon wolves were not immobilized. It was just that Zichen's speed was too fast, making them look too slow. The black circular blade arcs disappeared, and Zichen's body landed. The moon wolves that were surrounding him instantly lost their momentum and fell to the ground one by one. They fell around Zichen like raindrops. Looking out from the cave, the four people who saw this scene were completely dumbfounded. Zichen had killed more than 20 moon wolves in one move. In an instant, he had cleared out a wide area. The moon wolves that fell to the ground were all dead. Within the range of Zichen's perception, there were still more moon wolves. The ones that had just died were not even 1/20th of them. After these moon wolves fell, the whimpering sound could be heard again. Then, more moon wolves rushed towards Zichen. The moon wolves leaped up from all directions and attacked Zichen. Just like before, Xiuqi and the others could not see Zichen's figure. They could only see the densely packed moon wolves that were close to each other. Immediately after, a black light flashed through the moon wolves. This black light flashed and disappeared. Xiuqi and the others could clearly see it. The scene paused once again. Then, popping sounds could be heard. The attacking moon wolves fell to the ground and died just like before. At this moment, 2 layers of moon wolves had already piled up around Zichen. During the battle, he had been using his perception to cover the surroundings. However, he did not find any trace of the moon wolf king. However, just as he had guessed, after he rushed out, the moon wolves all targeted him. They no longer attacked the people in the cave. A new wave of attacks came. With the perfect combination of extreme speed and broken saber, Zichen destroyed these moon wolves without suffering any damage. Just like that, he killed 5 waves. The number of moon wolves that died was close to 100. However, there were still many moon wolves that did not fear death. After killing 5 waves, Zichen could clearly feel the exhaustion. Sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. However, at this moment, the whimpering sound could be heard again. This time, the whimpering sound was even more urgent. Then, even more moon wolves rushed forward. This time, they did not surround Zichen in one layer. Instead, they surrounded him in several layers. Xiuqi and the others could not see Zichen again. What they saw was the moon wolves that were constantly pouncing forward. They did not fear death. Before the first one died, the second one would pounce. Chapter 23:18. Dauntlessly advancing wave after wave, dauntless in the face of death. These 2 words were the most appropriate to describe the current moonwolves. Zichen's strength was unquestionable. He could kill dozens of moonwolves in an instant. Such a scene was a complete massacre. However, these moonwolves knew that they were going to die, yet they continued to charge forward. Charge forward, die. Charge forward, die again. Such suicidal behavior seemed to be meaningless. If it were a human, they would have retreated long ago. Because this was a one-sided massacre, it couldn't be considered a battle at all. However, these moonwolves didn't retreat. Not only did they not retreat, they sent more moonwolves to their deaths. They were truly dauntlessly advancing wave after wave. These moonwolves pounced on Zichen one after another. Every time a moonwolf charged forward, it meant that the moonwolf in the previous layer would die without a doubt. Even if they weren't killed by Zichen, they would be killed by the moonwolves behind them. In terms of human battle techniques, this was called cutting off all means of retreat and staking everything on a single throw. The moonwolves clearly didn't understand human battle techniques. The meaning behind their actions was to let the human in front of them exhaust him as much as possible. Only by constantly exhausting him with death could they have a chance to kill this powerful human. It had to be said that this method of exhausting him was very effective. This kind of continuous charge required Zichen to continuously attack without stopping. During this period, he needed to sense the position of the moonwolves between the first and second wave, as well as the gap between them and their fatal spots. This wasn't just a test of strength, it was also a test of spirit and reaction. Xiuqi and the others couldn't see anything. They could only see the moonwolves charging forward dauntlessly. They couldn't see the broken blade that quickly turned into a blacklight, nor could they see the moonwolves that fell to the ground. They could only see the moonwolves charging forward and hear a series of pu-pu sounds. The arc of the blade couldn't be seen. They could only see the moonwolves charging forward without regard for their lives. If these moonwolves were humans, their actions of charging forward dauntlessly would definitely be respectable. Even now, they were still charging forward fearlessly to their deaths. That was something worthy of others' admiration. Xiuqi, Xiujin, Tang Piyu, and Xiongxian were deeply moved by the scene before them. As the weakest among the pseudo-divine beasts, it was also the most terrifying existence. This kind of fearless spirit was indeed frightening. Although they admired him in their hearts, they did not want Yu Lang to gain the upper hand in this life and death situation. They silently hoped that Zichen would win. Through the small hole, they couldn't see anything else other than the moonwolf's corpse. The corpses were piled up like mountains, blocking their line of sight. They didn't know how Zichen was doing, but they knew that Zichen was still alive. This was because the puffing sounds were still ringing out, and the Moonwolf King's howls of command could be heard from time to time. After fighting for so long, I'm afraid Zichen's energy consumption has reached its limit. We can't go on like this. Why don't we go and help? Tang Piyu said anxiously. Xiuqi smiled bitterly and said, with our strength, going out would just be adding to the chaos. Zichen still has to divert his attention to protect us. Are we just going to watch? Then what else do you want? The reason why Zichen wanted to leave the sacred origin liquid was probably because he anticipated this situation. He knows that we can't count on him, so he has to hold on. Right now, all we can do is watch. If Zichen unfortunately dies in battle, we'll be right behind him. Xiuqi looked at the mountain of moonwolf corpses and said, right now, we can only hope that Zichen can hold on a little longer and that those moonwolves can retreat a little faster. The other three didn't say anything else. Looking at the situation before them, hoping that the moonwolves would retreat was undoubtedly a pipe dream. This seemed to be a dead end. Bang! A loud sound rang out as a gap appeared in the mountain of moonwolf corpses. A ray of light flew out and arrived near the hole. It's Zichen. When they saw that ray of light turn into Zichen, Xiuqi and the others were shocked and stared at Zichen. Zichen was currently covered in blood, as if his entire body had been drenched in it. As for who the blood belonged to, they still couldn't figure it out for the time being. After appearing, Zichen was gasping for breath as sweat mixed with blood dripped from his body. After a short battle, Zichen had achieved extraordinary results, but he had also expended a lot of his energy. Before the moonwolves could react, Zichen reached his left hand into his clothes and retrieved a jade bottle, pouring out a drop of sacred origin liquid and swallowing it. Sacred origin liquid was practically the foundation of this world. It could heal injuries, awaken abilities, and even replenish energy. It was practically omnipotent. However, its greatest use was to help awaken abilities. Everything else, be it healing or replenishing energy, would be a waste of natural resources. However, nothing was more important than one's life at a time like this. So what if it was wasted? A drop of Saint Genesis liquid entered Zichen's stomach, giving him a refreshing feeling. The energy he had previously expended was rapidly recovering, while his heavy breathing gradually stopped. Woo-woo. What seemed to be the Moon Wolf King's voice rang out once again. The moon wolves that had been charging towards the pile of moon wolf corpses rapidly changed directions. When they saw Zichen's figure again, they began to charge again. Bzz. The broken blade in Zichen's hand vibrated. Black blade arcs flashed once again as another pile of wolf corpses appeared. Xiuqi and the others could only watch on, praying that Zichen would not fall. They were unable to provide any other assistance to Zichen. Zichen's energy consumption had increased once again. He left the battlefield once more and swiftly swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. The whining was still echoing, but Zichen could only hear it, and was unable to sense the Moon Wolf King's location. The other party was very cunning, perhaps even more cunning than humans. It only hid in the distance and gave out orders, not daring to approach Zichen at all. This was not the only place where the moon wolves were hunting. At this moment, moon wolves could be seen everywhere within a radius of several hundred miles. There were countless moon wolves, but they did not panic. Every pack of moon wolves was followed by a moon wolf king that was over 2 meters tall. The moon wolf king commanded the pack of moon wolves to attack, surround, and hunt. Under their siege, powerful pseudo-divine beasts were killed one after another. The pseudo-divine beasts that had previously fled from Zichen's group had already been separated by the moon wolves' encirclement and were subsequently killed one by one. In addition to these pseudo-divine beasts, the moon wolves would also encounter some hunters that had gone out to hunt. So far, apart from Zichen's group, all the other hunters that had entered the moon wolves' sealed area had already been killed by the moon wolves. Now, in this vast area, only Zichen's group of 5 were still alive. It was likely that only Zichen's group of 5 were still alive. Pu. Blade arcs were still flashing rapidly. Zichen did not hesitate in his attacks, and his strength did not decrease in the slightest. Moon wolves fell one after another in front of him. The battle had already lasted for 4 hours, and Zichen had used up 4 drops of sacred source liquid. It was almost 1 drop per hour. There were still 4 hours before daybreak, and Zichen only had 16 drops of sacred source liquid left. During these 4 hours, Zichen could vaguely sense the Moon Wolf King's location, but he did not dare to rashly charge forward to kill it. Woo-woo. The Moon Wolf King's voice rang out once again. This time, it was relatively far away, and its voice was much clearer. It did not sound like an order, but some kind of signal to ask for reinforcements. The moment the voice rang out, Zichen determined the direction of the Moon Wolf King. After saying, "Hold on for a while," he charged forward with the broken blade in hand. The sudden change from a passive counterattack to an active attack caused the moon wolves to be slightly stunned. Zichen used this opportunity to charge forward like a bolt of lightning. Woo-woo. The Moon Wolf King's voice rang out once again. This time, it sounded very urgent and anxious. It had guessed the humans' motive for suddenly attacking. The moon wolves seemed to have gone mad as they pounced towards Zichen. However, their speed could not match up to Zichen's and their attacks all missed. Woo-woo. A new order was issued. The moon wolves from all directions no longer surrounded Zichen and instead charged forward. They were charging in the same direction as Zichen. Evidently, Zichen's judgment was right. That direction was where the Moon Wolf King was. Moreover, the Moon Wolf King had very keenly guessed his intentions. While signaling the moon wolves to block him, it had also stealthily changed directions. Zichen still did not sense any trace of the Moon Wolf King. Upon hearing Zichen's order, Xiuqi and the other 3 were very vigilant. However, the moon wolves did not attack them as they had expected. The moon wolves that were about to charge into the cave suddenly turned around and left after hearing the Moon Wolf King's voice. Of course, the 4 of them did not think that the moon wolves would retreat. They knew that the moon wolves had gone to surround and kill Zichen. Swoosh! The heavenly thunder wings on his back flapped at a high frequency. Zichen was very fast. However, there were many moon wolves. Many of them had been beside the Moon Wolf King previously. Therefore, when he charged forward, many moon wolves would rush out to stop him. The only thing he could do was to fight his way out. Pu. 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 A black saber arc flashed past and 3 moon wolves were cut in half at the waist. Zichen dodged through the empty space. After passing through the empty space, Zichen saw even more moon wolves pouncing towards him. They were so densely packed that Zichen could not see what was in front of him. Fortunately, Zichen had his perception. He did not need to use his eyes to see his surroundings. In his perception, the moon wolves in other directions were charging forward. However, the moon wolves in a certain direction were constantly retreating. Zichen instantly changed directions and flew to the side. After passing by these moon wolves, Zichen, who had not killed them, sped up significantly. In the blink of an eye, a very large moon wolf appeared in his perception. At this moment, there was a group of moon wolves guarding it as it headed to the top. As if it had sensed the abnormality behind it, the moon wolf king leaped a few times and easily reached the top of the mountain. Its pair of eyes, which emitted a green light in the dark night, stared straight at Zichen. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Combined with the expression in its spectral eyes, it looked like a human's contempt and mockery. It seemed to be saying to Zichen, "What can you do to me?" Zichen, who was covered in blood, looked at the moon wolf king and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth, replying with the same contempt and mockery. Chapter 23:19. The distance between Zichen and the moon wolf king was not too far. Under normal circumstances, Zichen would be able to reach the peak of the mountain and reach the moon wolf king with just a few leaps. However, at this moment, there were many moon wolves blocking their path. Furthermore, many of these moon wolves had already launched their attacks. The moon wolf king deduced that this human could not even take care of himself. It was impossible for him to cross such a long distance to kill it. The moon wolf king's expression just now was one of mockery and disdain, expressing its disdain for the human. This was because the human had miscalculated and had to pay the price. The moon wolf king stopped smiling and opened its mouth to issue a new order. Once this order was issued, it was time for the human to pay the price for his miscalculation. Not only would the human not be able to kill it, but he would also cause other humans to die because of this foolish decision. The moon wolf king opened its mouth and issued an order to send some of the moon wolves back to kill the other humans in the cave. The moon wolf king saw the humans smile in response, but it did not pay much attention to it. With its intelligence, it could not tell that the human was a threat to it at all. Therefore, it thought that the human's smile was one of extreme anger. It opened its mouth and was about to issue an order when it suddenly felt a sense of danger. This sense of danger was very strong and came without warning. It could not quickly determine where the threat came from. However, due to its innate sensitivity, it leaped to the side of the mountain peak. This was its body's natural reaction. Swoosh! Just as it left its original spot, a black light appeared where it had been standing. It was very fast and disappeared in a flash. A hint of fear flashed through the moon wolf king's mocking eyes. It was obvious that if it had reacted a little slower, its head would have been pierced by the black light. What was that black light? A human's hidden weapon? The moon wolf king, who possessed extraordinary intelligence, guessed inwardly. At the same time, it was glad that it had reacted quickly. It looked at the human again with fear and even more killing intent. This time, the human did not kill it, so it would kill all the humans here. It looked at the human, who happened to be looking at it at the same time. The human's snow-white teeth were still bared, and the smile on his face did not weaken at all. The moon wolf king could not understand this smile. Its attack had clearly missed. Of course, there was no need for it to understand. That was because the flash of black light had changed direction in an instant and was rapidly approaching. This time, the moon wolf king's reaction was not faster than the black light. Pu. The black light instantly pierced through the moon wolf king's head. The doubt in the moon wolf king's cold eyes froze. Its eyes stared at Zichen, and then became lifeless. Bang! It fell from the top of the mountain and lost all signs of life. After tumbling for a while, it stopped not far from Zichen. The black light that pierced through the moon wolf king's head turned into a flying dagger and circled around Zichen before returning to his sleeve. With the death of the moon wolf king, there was a brief moment of silence. The gazes of the moon wolves were fixed on the dead moon wolf king. There was no grief, only silence. Zichen stood where he was, his sweat mixed with his blood. The broken saber in his hand was also dripping with blood. With an indifferent gaze, he swept his gaze across the moon wolves who had lost their leader. These moon wolves, who had shown no fear of death before, now had obvious fear in their eyes as they began to slowly retreat. As expected. Looking at the retreating moon wolves, Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The courage of these moon wolves indeed came from the moon wolf king. After realizing this, he turned around and strode towards the cave. As he moved forward, he did not put up any defenses. He just swaggered forward. However, the moon wolves did not dare to take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they kept retreating. Zichen returned to the cave and sat down cross-legged. Seeing Zichen reappear and sit down cross-legged while the moon wolves were nowhere to be seen, Xiuqi and the others were very surprised. "Where are the moon wolves? Have they all left?" Xiuqi asked. There was an uncontrollable excitement in her voice. If the moon wolves had really retreated, then they had really struck it rich this time. These moon wolf corpses could be exchanged for a lot of resources. "Come out and take a look," Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged with his back facing the cave, said. The excited Xiuqi immediately scurried out. However, when he walked out of the cave, he was dumbfounded. This was because there was still a dense pack of moon wolves in his line of sight. Although they did not immediately attack, they did not retreat either. Instead, they stood a few hundred meters away from Zichen, facing each other. "What did you do? They seem to be very afraid of you," Xiujin, who had just walked out, asked. "I just killed the moon wolf king." Zichen's words shocked the four of them. However, this was clearly not the time to ask about the details of the battle. Xiuqi asked, "Since the moon wolf king is gone, why haven't they retreated?" "Who knows? Maybe they are waiting for a new moon wolf king to arrive. Get me some food first. I used too much energy just now," Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged to recover, said. When Xiuqi heard this, he immediately turned around and returned to the cave to get the dry rations and water that he had already prepared. Tang Pu said coldly, "These damned bastards want to eat us. Then let's eat their companions first. I want to roast wolf meat, drink wolf blood. Let's just eat the dry rations. Doing so will only anger them. It won't do us any good. When they retreat, we will be truly safe." Zichen stopped Tang Pu's actions. Doing so would only be a temporary relief. However, it would be very troublesome in the future. Wiping away the blood on his face, Zichen took a piece of biscuit from Xiuqi's hand. Ignoring the blood on his hand, he ate it. "What should we do?" Looking at the countless moon wolves, Xiuqi's expression was bitter. "Replenish our energy and conserve it," Zichen, who was eating the biscuit and drinking water, said. If the moon wolves did not retreat, the battle would not end. When the new wolf king arrived, it would be time for the battle to resume. Another 2 hours passed. Zichen, who had rested for 2 hours, had recovered a lot of energy. At this moment, the sky was already turning white. It was as if the sky was about to brighten. I really didn't expect that we would be able to see the sun the next day after encountering the moon wolves. Xiujin looked at the white sky and could not help but sigh. This is indeed a miracle. However, if we can see the sun rise the day after tomorrow, we might have a chance of survival, Xiuqi said. The moon wolves' hunting time was very short. Under normal circumstances, they could ransack an area in a day or two, so they would not stay for too long. Now, they only hoped that the moon wolves would leave quickly after ransacking. Of course, this was just pure hope. Perhaps the moon wolves would not leave until they took them down. Before the sky was completely bright, Zichen heard a whining sound. The new moon wolf king had appeared. These moon wolves, who had always been afraid of Zichen, seemed to forget their fear when they heard the moon wolf king's voice. They pounced at Zichen. Another fierce battle began. Xiuqi and the other three hid in the cave and watched anxiously but helplessly. Just like before, Zichen continued his slaughter, quietly changing his direction in the midst of the slaughter. However, Every time he moved slightly further away from the cave, a moon wolf would launch an attack at the cave. At the same time, the whining sound did not appear in the same place. Sometimes, it would appear in the east and sometimes in the west. Clearly, this new Moon Wolf King was more cunning and difficult to deal with. After knowing that the Moon Wolf King was the Moon Wolf's weakness, Zichen did not care too much. In any case, these Moon Wolves were temporarily unable to charge into the cave. Therefore, after guessing the approximate location of the Moon Wolf King, Zichen left again. This time, the moment Zichen moved, the Moon Wolves split into two groups. One group attacked Zichen while the other attacked the cave. During this time, some used force to move the boulder, while others continued to dig. When the sky was completely bright, Zichen changed directions 3 times before he finally sensed the unique Moon Wolf King. However, there were too many Moon Wolves guarding the Moon Wolf King, so it was impossible for him to charge over. Fortunately, Zichen did not need to charge forward. All he needed to do was pretend that he was charging forward. But, while charging forward, Zichen controlled the throwing knife. It was like a beam of light that shuttled between the Moon Wolves. In the end, the throwing knife pierced through the Moon Wolf King's eye and came out from the back of its head. The second Moon Wolf King was dead. Zichen still had 13 drops of sacred source liquid left. Zichen did not know if it was because the hunt was coming to an end or if they had sensed trouble, but after the second Moon Wolf King died, he saw the Moon Wolves charging forward again. This time, Zichen did not hear the Moon Wolf King's commands. However, these Moon Wolves had the courage to not fear death. This time, after expending 4 drops of sacred source liquid, Zichen found the Moon Wolf King and used the throwing knife to kill it. This time, the throwing knife did not go smoothly, as the Moon Wolf King was extremely vigilant. Over a dozen Moon Wolves had sacrificed themselves to save him, causing Zichen a lot of trouble. Now, Zichen still had 9 drops of sacred source liquid left. In the cave, Xiuqi and the other 3 only had 1 drop of sacred source liquid left. 30 miles to the south of where Zichen was fighting, there was a plain. The Moon Wolves that had returned from their hunt had all stopped here. In addition to the countless Moon Wolves, there were also dozens of Moon Wolf Kings. After returning to the plain, they would involuntarily glance in a certain direction with obvious reverence in their eyes. In that direction, there was an even larger Moon Wolf King. Its eyes were cold and deep, just like a wise man among humans. At the moment, a Moon Wolf King was crouching in front of it, reporting something to it in wolf language. When the largest Moon Wolf King heard the report from the Moon Wolf King beside it, it turned its head and looked in a certain direction. Its deep, human-like eyes glinted coldly. The Moon Wolf King was looking in the direction of Zichen's battle. At the same time, Zichen heard the voices of 4 Moon Wolf Kings from 4 different directions. Chapter 2320. Howling sounds could be heard from 4 different directions, indicating that 4 Moon Wolf Kings had appeared. They still hadn't appeared in Zichen's perception. After killing several Moon Wolf Kings in a row, the newcomers seemed to be able to accurately understand the situation of the previous battle and deliberately maintained a distance from Zichen. The moment the 4 howls sounded, the Moon Wolves didn't attack as usual. Instead, they rapidly retreated. Are they retreating? Xiuqi and the others, who had been nervously watching all this, had obvious changes in their expressions when they saw this scene. Of course, they couldn't retreat. If they did, the 4 Moon Wolf Kings wouldn't have appeared. Zichen was very confident about this. Sure enough, the Moon Wolves only retreated a short distance before completely stopping. When he saw the Moon Wolves stop, Zichen's pupils involuntarily shrank. The Moon Wolves had already spread out and were standing in 4 different directions around Zichen. They were arranged neatly, like 4 neat formations on all sides of Zichen. With the addition of the 4 Moon Wolf Kings, they could distribute the Moon Wolves more effectively and display their full strength. Looks like we're in trouble this time. Zichen, who was covered in blood, turned around and glanced at the entrance of the cave. You guys take care. As he spoke, Zichen threw out a jade bottle containing 2 drops of sacred origin fluid. He only had 7 drops of sacred origin fluid left. With the addition of the 4 Moon Wolf Kings, the Moon Wolves had undoubtedly turned from small fries into brave, battle-ready soldiers. If they continued to passively defend, they would face an endless number of moon wolves. Given their insufficient resources, only death would await them. If they wanted to live, they had to take the initiative to attack. This was the first time Zichen had ever thought that he was invincible when facing an encirclement ever since he started his cultivation journey. In the past, he hadn't been afraid of any encirclement battles. Today, however, these moon wolves had truly made him feel the terror of a numerical advantage. Whoosh! With a flap of his lightning wings, Zichen turned around and charged in a certain direction. He couldn't see the Moon Wolf King, but he could guess that he was in this direction. Like truly well-trained soldiers, when Zichen charged forward, the moon wolves from two adjacent directions sprinted forward in unison to surround and kill Zichen. As for Moon Wolf, who was behind Zichen, he was heading towards the entrance of the cave. His target was the people in the cave. Pu. 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 Facing the oncoming moon wolves, Zichen did not use his saber. Instead, he kept charging forward. His speed was very fast, like a beam of light. Beside him, there was a real beam of black light protecting him. Black light was a flying knife controlled by Zichen. It could change its direction according to Zichen's will. This should be Zichen's greatest trump card, which he only used when he killed the Wolf King. But now, facing these well-trained moon wolves, he had no choice but to use it. With this move, Zichen did not need to attack personally, so his speed naturally increased. As he passed by, moon wolves fell one after another. Rivers of blood flowed on the battlefield. When nearly half of his stamina was depleted, Zichen finally saw the Moon Wolf King. Unlike the other Moon Wolf Kings, the Moon Wolf King did not choose to flee upon seeing him. Instead, it chose to let the other moon wolves protect him. When it saw Zichen, the Moon Wolf King stood tall on a large rock. Its eyes were cold and indifferent. Awoo! It raised its head to the sky and roared. It was no longer a sound of command. After roaring, it jumped down from the big rock and rushed towards Zichen. Beside it was a pack of moon wolves. It led the pack of moon wolves and charged towards Zichen. Such a scene was like a human general leading his personal soldiers on the battlefield and taking the initiative to charge. It had to be said that among the Moon Wolf Kings that Zichen had killed, this one was the one that was the least afraid of death. He saw the Moon Wolf King and also sensed it. As long as he could sense it, he would be in attack range. With a thought, the flying dagger turned into a black light and charged forward. Its target was the Moon Wolf King. Seeing the black light flying towards it, the Moon Wolf King's eyes were still cold. It continued to charge forward without any intention of dodging. Swoosh! Beside it, one of the Moon Wolf King's personal soldiers rushed forward and blocked the black light. Fart! The black light penetrated its body. The powerful inertia caused its body to fly backward. The black light flew into the distance. During this time, it turned in midair and turned back again. This time, the black light attacked from behind. When it was about to reach the Moon Wolf King, another Moon Wolf King's personal soldier jumped up and blocked the black light with his body. Fart! Another Moon Wolf died. The Moon Wolf King did not slow down. It was as if it did not see the fatal black light. Its target was Zichen in front of it. Beside it, the number of Moon Wolf's personal soldiers was decreasing. They were blocking the attacks for the Moon Wolf King. They were dying valiantly. This scene made Zichen's expression change. If he had the absolute advantage, Zichen believed that he would show mercy. However, the colder the Moon Wolf King was, the more fearless the Moon Wolves were. This brought Zichen closer to death. He could not show any mercy. If he wanted to return to Sohui town alive, he had to kill all the enemies in front of him. The number of Moon Wolves beside the Moon Wolf King was decreasing. The distance between the two parties was also decreasing. When the last Moon Wolf died for the Moon Wolf King, the man and the Moon Wolf King finally entered their respective attack range. At this moment, the Moon Wolf King's eyes were cold. It was a coldness that showed that it was not afraid of death. Zichen looked at the Moon Wolf King with a cold gaze. It was a coldness that showed that it was willing to kill all the enemies in front of it for the sake of survival. The Moon Wolf King's front paws stomped on the ground. It leaped up and pounced on Zichen. The flying dagger formed by the black light penetrated the Moon Wolf King's body. However, it only hit its afterimage. The Moon Wolf King instantly accelerated. Its speed was unimaginable, and it dodged Zichen's attack. Apart from the Moon Wolf King, there were many more moon wolves around Zichen. There was very little space for him to use his extreme speed. With a flash of the blade, the surrounding moon wolves were sliced apart and fell one by one. Zichen turned around in an instant. The Moon Wolf King was already in front of him. Its powerful claws grabbed Zichen's shoulders and pressed him to the ground. At the same time, it extended its fangs and aimed for Zichen's throat. This attack was even faster. Zichen could clearly feel the pain coming from his throat. However, he was still one step faster. The moment his throat was about to be pierced, the broken blade in his hand pierced through the Moon Wolf King's head from its jaw. The Moon Wolf King's sharp fangs had already pierced Zichen's skin. It only needed a little more force to pierce Zichen's throat. However, all the strength in his body dissipated in an instant. The Moon Wolf King was dead, but the battle was not over. There were still 3 Moon Wolf Kings. More moon wolves rushed up and bit at Zichen, who was lying on the ground. Peng! The Moon Wolf King's corpse flew up and smashed into a few moon wolves. Zichen, who had fallen to the ground, leaped up. His figure flickered a few times and dodged a wave of attacks. After that, Zichen turned around and charged towards the second Moon Wolf King. He had to kill 4 Moon Wolf Kings as quickly as possible. After swallowing a drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen increased his speed once again. When he swallowed the second drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen encountered the second Moon Wolf King. Just like the Moon Wolf King from before, it did not immediately run away when it saw Zichen. It also did not try to stall for time. Instead, it took the initiative to charge at Zichen. The process was the same as before. The first to die were the moon wolves guarding the Moon Wolf King. The Moon Wolf King ignored their lives and charged forward indifferently. It cooperated with the other moon wolves around it to pounce on Zichen. This time, Zichen was not knocked down. However, the Moon Wolf King's sharp claws tore apart his black clothes and left a deep claw mark on his chest. Zichen chopped down with his blade. The Moon Wolf King's head was split open and it fell in front of Zichen. The other moon wolves swarmed forward and left many wounds on Zichen's body. A black light flashed and the moon wolves died. Zichen charged towards the third Moon Wolf King. Zichen, who was busy killing the Moon Wolf King, did not know that even more moon wolves and Moon Wolf Kings were heading in his direction. Among these Moon Wolf Kings, there was an existence similar to a king among kings. All the moon wolves in this area had started to gather. Their target was the mountain range Zichen was in. This was a final encirclement before they retreated. Fart! Just as the moon wolf opened its mouth and its sharp teeth were about to bite Xiuqi, the sword in Xiuqi's hand pierced the moon wolf's head. Xiujin, who was beside her, did the same. It had been some time since Zichen had left, so they didn't know how he was doing. However, they were in a very bad situation. Even though they had already killed many moon wolves, there were still many more standing guard outside. The 4 of them had long exhausted their physical strength. They had already used 2 drops of sacred source fluid and were left with only 1 drop. Zichen had given them 2 drops at the last moment. Otherwise, they would have been unable to hold on. However, this drop of sacred source fluid could not change anything. The sounds of digging could be heard all around the cave, as if the moon wolves could dig a hole and charge in at any moment. Peng! Soil and gravel fell from above. A beam of light shone in, only to be blocked by a wolf head. The appearance of the wolf caused the 4 of them to change their expressions. The cave had already been forcefully dug out. Go there and kill the enemies, Xiuqi ordered loudly. Peng! 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 However, before Tang Piyu could kill the moon wolf, the same sounds came from several other places. Then, large holes appeared one after another, each large enough to allow a moon wolf to pass through. The 4 of them paled when they saw this scene, despair appearing in their eyes. The cave had already been captured. What awaited them next was death. Moon wolves drilled in one after another, pouncing towards the 4 of them. The four of them were still putting up their final resistance. Xiu Qi and Xiu Jin were already on the ground and could die at any moment. Right at this moment, a voice came from the outside. The moon wolves were stunned. Then, they gave up on the prey that was about to reach their mouths and crawled out of the cave, leaving behind the four survivors. Chapter 23-21. The moon wolves, who were about to succeed, suddenly left. They didn't even care about the corpses in the cave. The densely packed moon wolves outside also retreated like the tide. The surroundings became quiet. Only the corpses of the moon wolves on the ground and the thick smell of blood in the air reminded them of the fierce battle that had just happened. What's going on? Did the moon wolves retreat? Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Maybe Zi Chen killed the Wolf King, Xiong Xian said. But even if he killed the Wolf King, the other moon wolves shouldn't have retreated. Because they were afraid of Zi Chen, not Xiu Qi and the other three. Moreover, a moon wolf was about to succeed just now and could easily kill him and Xiu Jin. The four of them were puzzled by this scene, so they decided to go out and take a look. In any case, this cave no longer served as a shelter. It was the same whether they were outside or inside. The four of them walked out one after another. Outside, the corpses of the moon wolves were piled up like a mountain. The four of them stepped on the moon wolves' corpses and came to a high place. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. In their line of sight, the surrounding mountains had turned snow-white, as if they were covered in snow. As far as the eye could see, it was snow-white. There was no other color. The snow-white wasn't real snow, but caused by the moon wolves filling up the ground. They were all moon wolves. The number was impossible to estimate, but there were at least 10,000 of them. Other than the ordinary moon wolves, there were many larger moon wolves. They had seen the Wolf King's corpse before and knew that those larger moon wolves were the Wolf Kings. There were more than 50 of them. The four of them were shocked and their faces were ashen. So many moon wolves had appeared at once. They should be all the moon wolves hunting in this area. They had gathered together and should be preparing for the final battle before retreating. How could they survive with so many moon wolves? They looked around and saw Zi Chen and the corpse of the Moon Wolf King at Zi Chen's feet. The four of them looked at each other and walked toward Zi Chen. Even if they were to face death, they could choose to die together. Hearing the footsteps, Zi Chen didn't turn around. His eyes were fixed in front of him. Xiu Qi and the other three came to Zi Chen's side. Their gazes naturally followed the direction of Zi Chen's gaze. After that, they bitterly smiled, a smile of despair. At the end of his line of sight stood an even larger Moon Wolf King. Just by looking at its size, one could tell that it was a very powerful existence. However, what made them feel despair was not the other party's size, but the other party's eyes. The moment they saw each other's eyes, they felt like they were not looking at a wolf, but a person. He was the leader of an army, a cold general, and an emperor who held their lives in his hands. The other party's eyes were wise, cold, and merciless. The moment they saw each other, the four of them knew very well that there was no chance of survival this time. Using his knowledge, Xiu Qi said to Zi Chen, "It's at least a rank 3 pseudo-divine beast, which is equivalent to a rank 3 hunter. But usually, a pseudo-divine beast is much more powerful than a hunter of the same level." What he meant was very clear. Even without the countless moon wolves, the commander of the moon wolf in front of them could kill the 5 of them. On the other side, Xiu Jin said, "It should be the commander of this hunt, the president." Facing the impending death, they were unwilling to accept it, but they did not break down emotionally. In truth, they had long expected this to happen. If it wasn't for Zi Chen, they would not have been able to hold on for so long. Zi Chen did not say anything. His gaze was fixed on the strongest Moon Wolf King. After killing the 4th Moon Wolf King, he saw the other party and kept looking at it. In front of it, the other Moon Wolf Kings had to bow and scrape. Without its orders, the other Moon Wolf Kings did not dare to move, even though they wanted to kill Zi Chen very much. The rest of the Moon Wolves left enough space for the 4 of them. Within that space, the numerous corpses of the Moon Wolves were a ghastly sight. Zi Chen, who was covered in blood, was also a ghastly sight. The last 4 powerful Moon Wolf Kings had dealt him quite a bit of damage. Not only was he injured, but he had also expended a lot of energy. There was only one drop of sacred Genesis liquid left in his body. For some reason, the Moon Wolf commander did not give the order to surround and kill them. Instead, it stood there, indifferently looking in their direction, or rather, indifferently looking at Zichen. The lack of attack made the atmosphere very stifling. Xiu Qi and the other three did not dare to move, afraid that any slight movements would anger the other party. Their eyes were filled with confusion, clearly unable to understand the situation before them. On the other side of the mountain range was a plain. At this moment, the Moon Wolf appeared on the plain once again. However, the Moon Wolves that appeared this time were all very large. Vines wrapped around their bodies, and on the other end of the vines was a kind of metal cart. The cart was very large, and it was currently filled with the corpses of various pseudo-divine beasts. There were even some human corpses among them. This was the meaning of the Moon Wolves' hunt, to bring the food back to the snowy plains. They stopped when they were about to reach the mountain range, as the cart was unable to climb the mountain. Could it be waiting for them? Now that they're all here, are they ready to attack? Xiu Qi and the other three guessed. However, they did not attack, and continued to stay where they were. Time passed second by second, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Confusion began to appear on the faces of Xiu Qi and the others. There were so many Moon Wolves, and a single charge would be enough to wipe them out. However, the other party did not attack. What were they waiting for? Were they waiting for the other Moon Wolves? No one knew the answer, so they could only wait. However, the taste of waiting for death was clearly not pleasant. Zichen, what's going on? After another 15 minutes, Xiongxian couldn't help but ask when she saw that the Moon Wolves had yet to make a move. Zichen shook his head. I'm not sure. At this moment, he had also stopped staring at the unique Moon Wolf King. He was also very confused as to why the other party did not give any orders. Looking at this scene, there shouldn't be any living creatures left in this area. If we're lucky enough to return alive, there's no need for us to come out. Xiu Qi sighed. If we can return alive, there's no need for us to come out. Just these Moon Wolves alone will make us a fortune. We don't even need to stay in Sohui town, and can go to other towns. Tang Pu said. Under such circumstances, it was not realistic to want to return alive. Unless the Moon Wolves were willing to let them go, but that was even more unrealistic. They would not let go of a murderer who had wantonly slaughtered their companions. This stalemate lasted for about 2 hours, and finally, there was a new change. At the end of their line of sight, traces of Moon Wolves appeared once again. Following the appearance of these Moon Wolves, the Moon Wolves that had stopped here all turned around and prostrated themselves on the ground, like subjects welcoming their emperor. There were more than 10 Moon Wolves at the end of their line of sight, and each of them was similar in size to the commander in front of them. In the middle of them, there was a pure white Moon Wolf guarding it. This Moon Wolf was relatively small, about the same size as an ordinary Moon Wolf. However, looking at the Moon Wolf that was being guarded, everyone felt as if they were looking at a person. Whether it was its demeanor or the way it walked, it was extremely similar to a real human. These Moon Wolves quickly came over, and wherever they passed, the other Moon Wolves would take the initiative to make way. Soon, they arrived in front of Zichen and met the Moon Wolf commander. Then, the Moon Wolf commander prostrated himself on the ground and bowed like a subject. The Moon Wolf that was not big in size, but its fur was as white as snow. It nodded lightly and walked past the Moon Wolf. Its eyes fell on Zichen. It was a pair of bright and intelligent eyes that were very pure. At this moment, these eyes were sizing up Zichen, and Zichen was also sizing it up. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The Moon Wolf's body actually changed, and it turned from a Moon Wolf into a young girl wearing a white fur coat. She was about 16 to 17 years old, and her hands were as slender as jade. Her 10 fingers wrapped around the fur coat, and her clear eyes looked at Zichen. Zichen was very surprised by this scene, and his gaze fluctuated. Beside him, Xiu Qi and the other three were so shocked that they could not say a word. Actually, it was not appropriate to say that they were shocked. It was more appropriate to say that they were shocked. In this world, there were pseudo-divine beasts that could transform, but they were all legendary existences. Existences that were ridiculously powerful only lived in legends. They did not expect to see such an existence today, and it was a moon wolf that had transformed into one. Although she had manifested a harmless young girl, this was only her appearance. As long as the other party had the ability to transform, she would be a super terrifying existence. With a light flick of her finger, she would be able to kill the 5 of them. Clearly, the reason why the moon wolves had not attacked yet was because of her existence. But what was such an expert doing here? Was she thinking of a way to kill them? That was not very likely, because existences at their level were like ants in her eyes. Sizing up Zichen, the young girl blinked her bright eyes. She looked at Zichen and said, "According to the promise from back then, I will spare your life today." Her voice was crisp and light, just like her appearance at this moment, as pure as a snow lotus. These words were directed at Zichen, because the young girl did not even look at Xiuqi and the other 3. "Promise? What promise?" Zichen asked, his eyes filled with confusion. The young girl looked at Zichen and said, "You don't need to know, and you don't have the qualifications to know. You are too weak. It's hard to imagine that you are related." Hearing her words, Zichen was even more confused. He guessed that it was because of Yi Qian. Yi Qian was known as a goddess, but after coming here, he had not seen her. In this world, the only person who was willing to help him was Yi Qian. But this young girl was talking about back then, which was clearly something from a long time ago. But he had been here for less than a year. "Is the person you are talking about a man or a woman?" Zichen asked again. "You are too weak. Although the promise has been fulfilled, it will be a disgrace to the Moon Empress bloodline." The young girl spoke very seriously, her eyes still clear. She did not have any intention of belittling Zichen, but her words were very hurtful. Chapter 23-22. The Moon Wolf girl turned and left after finishing her sentence, not sparing another glance at Zichen. Zichen was baffled by her words. He wondered why she was willing to let him go, and who exactly was the person she had made a promise to. Xiuqi and the rest did not care about this. As long as they could return alive, the reason was not important. Of course, they were still very grateful to Zichen. He had saved them several times already. This time, it was even more dangerous than the last time. They had even seen a mythical beast that could only appear in legends, which had shaken them to the core. After the Moon Wolf girl left, the other Moon Wolves followed. However, 4 Moon Wolf King corpses were taken away by them. In addition, the Moon Wolf bodyguards that had been guarding the 4 Moon Wolf Kings were also taken away by the other Moon Wolves. However, the Moon Wolf King corpses that Zichen had killed were not taken away. They were left here with the other Moon Wolf corpses. "We're rich. We're rich." The Moon Wolves were already far away, like a moving cloud. Tang Pu was very excited at the sight of the Moon Wolf corpses. This time, they had not only survived a calamity, but also encountered a huge opportunity. With so many Moon Wolf corpses, it would be a huge fortune once they brought them back. While Zichen was still pondering over the reason, the other 4 were already considering how to bring the Moon Wolf corpses back. Xiuqi said, "It's not realistic to take them all. We can only take a portion." "A portion? Then what about the rest?" "These are all sacred origin liquid that Zichen risked his life to obtain. Are we going to let others take advantage of them?" Xiuqi said, "Then what should we do? Send them back batch by batch. Leave some people here to guard them. Can you guarantee that they'll return alive and arrive here alive?" Repeatedly, Tang Pu was taken aback, but did not say anything else. So many corpses represented a huge amount of sacred origin liquid. Who wouldn't be tempted and go crazy for it? "Looks like we can only skin them here. After all, the only valuable part of the moon wolf is its skin." The moon wolf's skin was the most valuable, but that did not mean that the other parts were worthless. However, it seemed that this was the only choice they could make. Only by doing so could they maximize their gains and benefits. But if he only took away the moonwolf pelt, it would be much easier. This time, the 4 of them did not suffer any injuries. Thus, when Zichen sat cross-legged to heal his injuries, they personally began to collect the moonwolf pelts. If it weren't for the fact that he had to fight 4 Moonwolf Kings at the end, Zichen wouldn't have been injured. However, the last 4 Moonwolf Kings, who were not afraid of death, gave Zichen quite a bit of trouble. Due to the Moonwolf hunt, no one would set foot in this area for a short period of time. No one would dare to set foot in this area, so no one would come here to snatch the spoils of war. Zichen could rest assured and recover from his injuries. To Xiu Qi and the others, harvesting fur should be a small matter. Although they didn't dare to say that they were very skilled, they could still be considered skilled. They could finish off one in a few minutes. When they were harvesting, they chose the relatively complete hides of the Moonwolves. The hides of the Moonwolf Kings were the first to be harvested. Because the price of this kind of wolf king skin was relatively higher, they had to be very careful when harvesting it, and it was all done by the more meticulous Xiong Xian. "We're rich. We're really rich this time." Tang Pu was happily collecting the Moonwolf pelts. He was in high spirits. Facing the Moonwolf hunt, not only did they not die, but they also obtained hundreds of Moonwolf corpses. This was simply a blessing in disguise. Xiong Xian and Xiu Jin were the same when they were harvesting. The harvest this time was really too great. Even if Zichen took 90%, the remaining 10% was still a huge harvest for the 4 of them. "Let's speed up a little. After we're done harvesting, we have to adjust to our best condition," Xiu Qi instructed from the side. In the face of such a great harvest, no one wouldn't be jealous, so it was necessary to make the necessary preparations. The prerequisite for them to return was that Zichen had to recover. Only he could protect these Moonwolf pelts. Zichen didn't need to worry about the harvesting. The 4 of them could handle it. Zichen only needed to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Whether they could bring these Moonwolf pelts back this time would depend on Zichen. 3 days later, after using the last drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. During this time, Xiong Xian, who had finished harvesting all the Moonwolf pelts of various sizes, tallied up a total of 872 Moonwolf pelts. Even at the lowest possible price, this was equivalent to 872 drops of sacred source liquid, which was a huge fortune. Tang Pu cut down a few big trees nearby and made a simple handcart. He tied one end of the handcart to the body of the puppet cow with a vine. Fortunately, the cow puppet hadn't directly participated in the battle and had survived. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take away all the Moonwolf pelts. After recovering from his injuries, Zichen stood up and looked at the 4 people beside him with a strange expression. Their bodies were covered in blood like his, and their night clothes looked as if they had been soaked in blood. "This is..." Zichen looked at the 4 in astonishment. Although he knew that the 4 of them had also participated in the battle, he didn't remember seeing such serious bloodstains on their bodies. "This is the only way to strike fear into their hearts and allow us to successfully enter the town. Zichen, you don't understand. The people here are greedy by nature, so we need to deter them." Tang Pu turned around with a bundle of Moonwolf pelts in his arms and walked down the mountain. Before leaving, Zichen glanced at the mountain of Moonwolf corpses and sighed. If they had enough manpower to transport these corpses back, they would also be able to exchange them for a sizable amount of sacred source liquid. After transporting all the Moonwolf pelts to the flat road at the foot of the mountain, they used tree branches to protect them from divine ants and tied them tightly with vines before the group of 5 began their journey back. On the way back, they could occasionally see bloodstains, but not a single corpse or living creature could be seen. News of the Moonwolf hunt must have spread, and no hunter in Sohui town would dare to come out at this time. Along the way, they didn't need to worry about being ambushed. The only thing they needed to be wary of was the divine mosquitoes and divine ants at night. Therefore, they deliberately avoided them and spent an extra day to get close to Sohui town. Sohui town's gates were closed at night, so they had to return during the day. At dusk, the cart pulled by the puppet cow headed toward Sohui town. News of the Moonwolf hunt had spread, and the people nearby all returned to Sohui town, not daring to go out again. During this time, there were some who saw the Moonwolf with their own eyes. They were lucky to escape because they ran fast and weren't surrounded. Ma Nan was one of the best among them. As a hunter with a pretty good reputation, his luck was undoubtedly extremely good this time. He and his 4 companions had left the hunting ground first when they heard the sound of the earth shaking. They were so frightened that they sped up and ran away. After running for a distance, they saw a moving snow-white expanse between heaven and earth and were extremely shocked. They then saw the moonwolves surround the pseudo-divine beasts and start hunting them. They were lucky to be outside the encirclement. After knowing that the moonwolf god had left the snowfield to hunt, they didn't hesitate and ran toward Sohui town. When they arrived at Sohui town, they spread the news. Afterward, they boasted about their methods and how they escaped from death. At the same time, in order to show that they were special, they also waited here to see if anyone else could come back alive. However, after waiting for a few days, they didn't find anyone else coming back alive. Therefore, the 5 of them became more and more proud. However, today, they suddenly found traces of other people. Moreover, they were 5 people who had obviously participated in the fierce battle. Not only did they come back alive, but they also pulled a cart full of things. The things on the cart were tightly covered, and there was a layer of leaves that were specially used to deal with the divine ants. Although they didn't know what was inside, it was definitely something valuable. Therefore, the 5 of them left the town in advance. When they were 1 kilometer away from the town's gate, they stopped the team. At the town's gate, there were other people in charge of monitoring. They also saw the team of 5 people and immediately reported it. Almost at the same time that Ma Nan's team stopped the 5 people, more than 10 ability users appeared at the town's gate. After that, more and more ability users appeared, and then they walked out of the town. When Zichen's team of 5 returned, they didn't encounter any trouble. They didn't even meet the natural enemies of all creatures in the night. However, when they were 1 kilometer away from Sohui town, they were stopped. "Trouble is coming," Zichen said indifferently. His mood didn't change much. This was already within their expectations. The 5 people, the cow, and the cart stopped and looked at the 5 people in front of them. Xiuqi whispered to Zichen, "The leader is called Ma Nan. He is a level 1 hunter. The 4 beside him are also level 1 hunters." This explanation was enough. Zichen had a history of killing level 2 hunters. He was definitely not weaker than a level 2 hunter. No matter how strong a level 1 hunter was, he was still a level 1 hunter. "What's on the cart? Let's see." When they were about 10 meters away from the 5 people, Ma Nan pointed at the things on the cart and said, "Ma Nan, if you don't want to die, hurry up and back off." Tang Piyu said in a deep voice. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Tang Piyu. You must be the famous 4th demon hunter cultivator. Looking at you guys, I didn't recognize you. Why, weren't there 4 of you before? How come there are 5 now?" Ma Nan said casually. He didn't stop at all and went straight to the cart. "Those who come close will die." Zichen's indifferent voice sounded. "Oh, you are a tough one. Those who come close will die. What a big mouth." Ma Nan looked at Zichen and smiled mockingly. He signaled the person beside him to come forward. The person held a weapon in his hand and strode toward the cart. Chapter 23:23. The other party held a weapon in his hand and stepped forward casually, as if he was sure that Zichen would not dare to make a move. Zichen put his right hand on the hilt of his sword. This simple action made the other party become vigilant. He stretched out one hand and grabbed the branches covering the cart, while the other hand held the weapon tightly. It seemed like he was grabbing the branches, but in fact, 90% of his attention was on Zichen. 90% of a level 1 hunter's attention was nothing to Zichen. Swish. The broken sword was unsheathed and flashed. The broken sword returned to its scabbard again. The other party stopped grabbing the branches and raised the weapon in his right hand. His expression changed drastically. His mouth opened as if he was about to shout. However, all these expressions and movements stopped as the saber arc disappeared. Ma Nan's expression froze. A powerful level 1 hunter had actually died in front of him just like that. That slash was too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. Everything was already over. After the broken sword returned to its scabbard, Zichen did not say a word and looked at Ma Nan indifferently. The latter felt a chill in his heart, and the mocking expression from before had completely disappeared. The hunters who came after him were also stunned. Their footsteps slowed down slightly as they thought to themselves that they had encountered a tough opponent. But they had an absolute advantage in numbers. After a slight pause, they quickly came over. However, these people did not walk to the position next to Marnan. Instead, they cleverly stood behind Marnan and kept a distance. The meaning was obvious. Now, this is a grudge between you, you can solve it yourselves first. Marnan looked at Zichen and nodded. Then, his gaze fell on Shouqi's group of 4, not bad, you actually found such a strong assistant. Sun San's reaction was fast in our team, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even hold on. You can go. Shouqi looked at Marnan and said in a deep voice. Looking at the situation in front of them, it would be difficult for them to enter the town without blood today, so Shouqi did not remind them that Longman was killed by Zichen. Go, you killed our people, and you want us to go. However, you can leave, but you have to leave half of the things in the car behind. Marnan said coldly. Then there's no room for discussion. Shouqi sighed. Of course. Marnan said coldly, what happened today has nothing to do with the 4 of you. This is a grudge between us. Step back if you know what's good for you. This was the lowest level of sowing discord. Under normal circumstances, it would not have any effect. Because in front of so many people, if the 4 of them moved aside, it would make others think that the 4 of them were not loyal, which would bring a lot of negative effects to the 4 of them. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, after hearing Marnan's words, the 4 of them actually took a few steps back. Behind him, the hunters who had come forward were stunned. Jiatu and Huangtu, who were in the crowd, saw this scene and cursed in their hearts for being shameless. There were other aptitude users watching beside him, so he couldn't go forward at all. You'd better stay away from this troublemaker, Gatu Kello said to Gatu Emperor in dissatisfaction. When Marnan saw the 4 of them retreat, his expression was slightly startled. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, the 4 of them were afraid of him, which was why they chose to give up on each other. He gently waved his hand and motioned for the 3 people beside him to come forward. He also stepped forward and said, I'd like to see what exactly is in your car. The 3 of them responded and rushed towards Zichen. 1 blade and 2 swords, their attacks sharp. Marnan was a little slower and directly walked toward the handcart. Zichen stood in place without moving. Just as the blade and 2 swords were in front of him, the broken blade in his hand was unsheathed once again. Swoosh! 2 sword lights came and brushed past Zichen's body. Black blade arcs flashed. In everyone's eyes, Zichen's figure only swayed slightly. The 2 sword-wielding men swept past him and stopped behind him. Clang! The 2 blades collided and burst into sparks. The broken blade in Zichen's hand moved quickly on the opponent's blade and swept toward the opponent's neck. The aptitude user leaned back and dodged Zichen's attack. He retracted the long blade in his hand in an instant and then stabbed it toward Zichen's chest. Zichen, who was motionless, dodged to the side without moving his feet. The broken blade in his hand swept out again. The black blade arc flashed and disappeared. The 3 people who were attacking all stopped. The first wave of attacks ended in a daze. Zichen blocked the attacks of the 3 people and stood in place without moving. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Even Marnan, who was moving forward, stopped. He was originally full of confidence, but at this moment, his expression became extremely solemn. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead and then dripped down. Those who hadn't realized what was going on had their expressions changed greatly when they saw the 5 people who were motionless. In just one move, the 3 people beside Marnan were all killed. This was different from the battle with Bamboo Shoot San. This time, it was a 1 versus 3 confrontation. However, the opponent didn't even move a step and killed the 3 people. Cold sweat dripped down. Marnan stared at Shouqi with a venomous gaze. He wanted to kill the opponent. To be able to kill 3 people in an instant, it was obvious that the opponent was very strong. He was definitely not a rank 1 hunter. However, the opponent didn't say anything and acted so disloyal. In fact, it was all done on purpose. His handcart was definitely carrying something very valuable. What he wanted to do now was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and establish his prestige. After thinking through this point, Ma Nan was very regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have taken the lead. The opponent obviously wouldn't let him go. Now, he only had two choices. One was to kill the opponent, and the other was to be killed by the opponent. Therefore, he chose to kill the opponent. "You're courting death." Ma Nan raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the opponent with his fastest attack speed. Whoosh! Zichen didn't need to expend much energy to deal with such a person. The blade flashed again, sweeping past the opponent's arm and landing on the opponent's chest. The blade arc went up and swept past Ma Nan's neck. It was another slash. Ma Nan's arm was cut off before he died. However, his broken arm still tightly gripped the long sword. Due to inertia, he moved forward and circled around Zichen. He brushed past the handcart and cut off some of the tightly wrapped branches and leaves, revealing the snow-white surface of the handcart. The astonished crowd were all able to see the snow-white color. However, no one knew exactly what that snow-white color was. Ma Nan's five-man team was wiped out just like that. With such a relaxed appearance, the crowd couldn't help but guess how powerful the person in front of them was. "How long has it been since we last met? He's actually become stronger again." Just as Gato and Huangtu were happy about Zichen's strength, Gato Kello, who was beside him, frowned. It was obvious that Zichen had become a lot stronger in just a few months. He killed 5 aptitude users in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that the others didn't even notice Zichen's ability. For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. At that moment, a bang sound suddenly came from the handcart behind them. The vines that had been tightly entwined earlier suddenly burst apart at this moment. Pieces of branches and leaves fell, revealing even more snow-white skin. Everyone saw that the snow-white skin was a kind of fur. It looked very soft, and they guessed that the entire handcart was made of that kind of fur. The moon wolf had only come out to hunt a few days ago, so after seeing the fur, everyone quickly guessed what it was. They were shocked and involuntarily cried out, "That's the fur of the moon god wolf." Their words stirred up 1,000 waves, causing a great shock in the surroundings. The 5 people's bodies were stained with blood, as if they had been drenched in fresh blood. It was obvious that they had gone through a long and fierce battle. At that moment, after seeing the fur, everyone naturally guessed that they had fought a great battle with the moon wolf and were lucky enough to survive. More importantly, the fur had been harvested and not from corpses. How many furs were there in the handcart that had been harvested? At a visual estimate, the number was at least over 100. For a small town like this, these furs could definitely be considered a huge sum of money. It was enough to make everyone in the small town green with envy and go crazy. There was a strong commotion in the crowd. Even Gato Kello, who had never wanted to have anything to do with Zichen, had a strong change in expression at that moment. This guy actually got so many furs. How did he do it? Everyone wanted to know how the 5 of them had done it. The divine moon wolves were known to be the strongest. Everywhere they went, there would be scenes of slaughter. Who could kill them? Even if there were some special occasions where moon wolf furs were circulated, there would only be 1 or 2 of them. They were obtained by hunters who risked their lives to go to the snowy plains and kill the lone divine moon wolves. When the moon wolves were hunting, no one dared to touch their brows. Even the ridiculously powerful hunters did not dare. In all of history, they had never heard of anyone who had been able to obtain such a huge harvest while hunting the moon wolves. Speaking of which, it was already a great fortune for many people to not die during the moon wolf hunt. However, the previous impossibility had become possible at this moment. Not only had someone survived the moon wolf hunt, but he had also pulled a cart full of harvested furs. The value of this was immeasurable. Within the chaotic crowd, the sound of heavy breathing gradually rang out. This was due to greed causing the heartbeat to accelerate, and also due to excessive nervousness. The eyes of the people who had been standing behind Ma Nan changed as they breathed heavily. Their greedy gazes reluctantly moved away from the cart and landed on Zichen's body. Zichen was wearing a dried-up blood-stained robe. His expression was as cold as ever. The broken blade in his hand had not been sheathed, and fresh blood was dripping from the broken blade. There were no excessive words or useless threats. When these people's gazes landed on Zichen, they charged towards Zichen.